Hello! Yes, hi. It's time for SA. Cool. Okay, yeah. So this is the big boy run. This is any percent SA. This one's tricky. I have done tons of practice before the event. Then I've been insanely busy and haven't done any practice here. I'm getting the excuses out of the way. I was up early, you know. Yeah. So this is going to be a really interesting run. I hope you like glitches because there's going to be a lot. We're going to do a lot of. There's going to be a lot of explaining real fast.
Yeah,
today,
busted.
Yeah, I'm here with English Ben and Rekelt. Ben, want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm the person who flamed Josh for about an hour on Tuesday when he was doing San Andreas stunt jumps.
Yeah.
We had a good time, didn't we?
It was good, yeah.
And hey, I'm Rekelt. I was actually behind the scenes flaming him as well. But he didn't hear.
Yeah.
And now we've got 4 hours of it combined, so...
Yep.
Hey.
And you'll be able to flame me at home as well, because we have the run.gg integration on the stream. So you'll, every now and then there'll be some stats on the screen. You'll be able to see how bad my PB is and stuff, and how far behind I am, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it. Buckle up, because things are going to get real weird real fast. I will need to restart the game in order to do the run. So I'll just do that real quick. I don't think I have anything else to say. I will preemptively... Oh yeah, I have a lot of stuff on my... I need a lot of stuff open. There's going to be a lot of safety strats this run. I have this. This is the on-mission changer tool. We'll explain that later. But I have that open for backups in case I can't do a frame-perfect 1 in 3 chance trick 7 times in a row. You know, so that's the kind of level we're talking about here. So that's for safety, but we'll get there if we need to use it. If I don't need to use it, this run... Is it legal if I have it open but don't use it?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, we'll go with it. Why can't I hear the game anymore?
I also can't hear the game.
No.
Maybe one more restart. Yeah. Falling at the first hurdle.
Okay, that's just the game. Okay, cool. Very cool, very cool. I'll do it again.
Nope, no game audio.
Right.
So this is why you don't mess about with cheats before the start of the run, so then you don't have to
How
restart.
did the cheats break it?
Yeah, don't know.
Pick up the audio device?
Is the audio just...
Audio? No.
Oh, the audio's there.
No?
Windows?
Yeah, Windows was there. Did it switch to a different audio device? Oh no. Is that the correct one?
All right, everyone, thanks for watching San Andreas. We'll be...
Extron. Ah, there we go. It must have switched to this, I bet. Okay, all right. Yeah, I have a second screen open because of we need the splits open for the stream integration I was talking about earlier. Okay, anyway. Yeah, there we go. Hey, all right. Okay, so, yeah, I think I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, go. So, right at the start, I need to find a police bike. If I don't find a police bike, I'm going to be upset, but
It's
that'll
a
be
common
okay.
trend in San Andreas.
Yes, it was same with the stunt jump run. I did find one on the stunt jump run. It's more important here. It hasn't happened. Okay, that's fine. There are backups. Well, we should be all right. Was that one I just saw? No, okay. I'm just going to take my time here. So I need a police bike. On the very... God, how do I start this? There's going to be glitches, and I need the police bike for it.
Ooh.
Okay, good. Right, I'm glad I took this route then. All right, that's fine. So this is a good start. So I'll have at least 1 police bike. Ideally, I want 2. At a certain point, I want 3. But for now, 1 is fine. So I'm going to store this in the bike, the garage. You'll be seeing this later. But we won't worry about that for now. Let's start with Big Smoke. Anything we want to say about Big Smoke?
This mission sucks. It's the first one out.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest reset points of the game. You run,
Yeah.
do your thing.
Yeah.
So this mission is like pretty standard in terms of like the narrative. You know, you're meeting up with your family, and then like they don't really accept you. But then you get attacked by ballers. They blow up who is it, Smoke's car or whatever, and then you're gonna get back to Grove Street on the bike. But there's like a million different things that you can do during this mission if you want to go fast. One of them is making sure that the way that the triggers work for each like objective of the mission is based on other like you know, members of the Grove Street family getting there.
Yeah.
So what you can do instead is you can see Josh has got a cop car. You can use like a bike if you want to, whatever. And you can, instead of using the bicycle, like the BMX that you're supposed to ride on, you can use a bigger vehicle to push them and get them to certain like places. So you want to get Sweet to this little like car park here to like trigger the next segment. And then the second segment is getting Ryder back to Grove Street. So it doesn't matter about the rest of them where they are.
Yeah.
And then he's also training, like he's also getting like a vehicle skill, not vehicle skill, pistol skill, in order to, but you know, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
know that he's like shooting things and getting ammo
Yeah.
and stuff.
So many things have already happened. I've got a handgun, I've got a shotgun,
Yeah.
I've got another police bike, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good.
The police bike.
Yeah, I got a handgun, I got a shotgun, I got a micro SMG, I got this police bike.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna push Ryder to try to get back sooner. Yeah. Now there's only one more thing I would really like to have, and that's a bit more money. But that's only very, very marginal.
That's like the lowest
Yeah.
priority.
Yeah. So the other ones were high priority. I did do it safely. I just I killed everyone and got the stuff like super early. I could have because I got too far away from the guys peddling, they all stopped.
Yep.
But for a marathon, it's more important that I just get all of the stuff I need for the start of the run.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
You don't have time to reset to try and get like a better
Yeah,
start. So.
exactly. Oh, there he goes.
These guys can't fall off the bike, so you can just fling them off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make a difference. They'll always find their way.
All right, so I've already sort of performed a glitch while we were explaining other things. In the cutscene a second ago, when we were in the car park for the one we needed Sweet for, there was a cutscene that doesn't have a fade out before and after it. So I used that in order to make a very, very short replay. 1 second, I think that's all right. So there's a replay system in this game where you can record a replay of the stuff you do. And it starts recording from like 30 seconds before you press the record button, unless there's a cutscene that started. So I'm going to try it again here, trying to make a really, really, really fast replay, because this cutscene will just end like that.
Yeah.
I think I timed that right. So, yeah, the replay, you press the record button, and it will start recording from 30 seconds before or before where the last cutscene was. So if I start recording a replay right as the cutscene ends, the replay is going to be like stupid short. And I'm going to use one now to skip this fade out. Beautiful, yeah, see? So the screen like flashed a little bit. It's hard to tell if you're not like preparing to like see what it is. So I'm going to do another one here. There it is, look. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, shut up.
So yeah, I played the replay, and what that's doing is that's skipping like the fade in between missions. So normally when you walk into a marker, a mission starts, there's like a fade in, and then the cutscene starts and all that. If you play a replay that's really, well, if you play any replay, you'll skip that fade out. So by making a really, really short replay, I can just like start spamming this all over the place and skip a bunch of things. The replays have other functions which we'll use later. Now it's time to explain another thing. Now we're getting a haircut. I need to get this haircut. This is what I wanted money for. If I had a bit more money, if I had $500, I could have got the cornrows. I think it is.
Yeah, the cornrows.
Yeah. But I don't, so I have to get Jerry curl. This is for sex appeal, which I actually need as a statistic in this run.
Yeah, it's actually fast to be sexy in San Andreas.
Yeah.
As we all know as speedrunners.
So I'll need that for later in the run, but that's way later. Just remember that I got a haircut. You need to remember. This is a lot of remembering this run.
Yep.
All right, so I ran out of money, but because the game knew I ran out of money and I'd softlock if I didn't have any, it gives me $2 so I can buy a pizza.
Just enough for the pizza.
Yep. If you actually enter that with negative money, which is possible via gambling, which you can do at the start, the game still only adds $2 to your total, so
Yes,
you can
it's
still
still
softlock. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, because otherwise you could just do it to like write off all your debt, right? You
Yeah,
could
yeah.
Set your total to 0.
Yeah, that'd be funny. All right, so second mission done. Yeah, I skipped a bunch of cutscenes. Didn't quite park next to the tree, which would have teleported me out. What's the next mission? Tagging up turf. So the next mission, I'm just going to run around and spray some tags. The goal here is to try to tag them like frame perfectly. So there's a weird mechanic where when spraying the tags, there's like 2 percentages of sprayedness that it checks. There's like the one for the sound effect, which is 100% sprayedness, but then it's 97% for actual like completion of the spray tag. So if I frame perfectly spray these tags, we won't hear the sound, but it will still complete. We call this boopless. So let's see if I can.
Yeah, we call it boopless.
Nah, I got the boop there. It's so unnecessary. I'm just filling time.
Yeah.
Speaking of filling time, do we have any donations?
Oh, indeed, we do have. Quite some have trickled in already. And I'm just going to take it from the top. Bowsette IRL67 has donated a nice amount of $269.69.
Nice, yeah.
Thank you so much. And says, shout out to James Kenneth, the savior of San Andreas. And we have $28 from Cousin saying, for the 28 goals as promised. I hope you guys are having an as good time as I do here in Quality Hotel View, Malmö, Sweden. And I think we do. And we have an anonymous $5 donation saying, best runner, best game. Have fun, Josh. Thank you. And all these three are going to the Chenzo Club Area's Plum cosplay incentive. So if you want to see Shigan in about 24 hours in a Plum cosplay, the incentive is now open and it's about 10% there already of the $3,000. So keep them coming. Thank you so much.
Damn, donations ran out right as I missed a jump, so now we have to explain it. Yeah, I'm bad. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
So usually there's like a climbing tutorial where it shows you that you have to like hop over a gate and then climb around the back of the building to get up to there.
Yeah.
If you jump at like a really particular point, you can actually jump and just about grab the ledge. But Josh beefed it, so. Okay.
Yeah, I got it the second time. That's all right. As long as you can do it without running out of sprint, that's fine.
More importantly, you get boosters as well.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You get boosters as well.
Yeah.
So here is where you'll see like also where you can use the short replays at the end, and it has sometimes quite goofy effects.
Yep, so here I'm going to run over Sweet in this cutscene.
Yep.
This is actually faster. So yeah, if I play the replay, my car keeps moving in the cutscene a bit. And there's an animation that's about to try to play in a second. And then they...
Yeah.
But yeah, so they normally try to like handshake or hug or something there.
Yeah, in between the lines, but because it can't happen, because Sweet is like, you know, on the ground dying.
Yeah.
Then it just skips that animation, so it actually makes the cutscene like seconds shorter or something.
Yep. Rico, can you talk again?
No?
Okay, can I have Rico a little louder for me, Tech? Sorry. Right, okay. So I jumped out of the car and played a replay there again to just skip everything quickly. Ooh, a cop. I'm just gonna do safe strats here. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Local vigilante sort of.
Yeah. All right, I got 2 stars. That's good. So this mission is the melee fighting tutorial mission. There's actually a fairly complex melee fighting... Why did I shoot that guy? There's a fairly complex melee system in this game. I'm never going to use it because I'm just going to shoot people instead. I did use it a little bit earlier to knock over a fence. I don't know if you noticed, but that was about it. Oh, there's a police bike. Whatever, that's fine. Could have got another police bike. That's all right. We'll just take the cop car. So now I have more shotgun, which might be useful. Yeah, every time you enter a police vehicle, you get something in this game. Regular police cars, you get given a shotgun. So you've never seen it, but I have 10 shotgun ammo now. Look, ready? There he is. 10 shotgun ammo. So I might use that in a bit. Right, so this is another big like melee fight. I'm not going to do any of that.
We have guns, so.
Yep.
You've got to be careful not to shoot Ryder because he actually does die to one headshot like the enemies do, so if he just runs in front of you, you'll smack him about a bit and make him fail.
Ryder just staring at the sky for some reason there. Yeah, it's a very common reset point there to just accidentally shoot Ryder in the face, and then the mission just instantly fails. Cool.
When he was dealing with the cops there, as we talked about during the USJ's run, if you're holding your horn key, so especially in this particular vehicle, because it doesn't have a horn, it has a siren, but it works the same way.
It has a horn.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
It has both.
Oh, okay.
Continue. You're still right.
Yeah. Of course I am. But yeah, so if you're holding your horn key, whatever it is, in whatever vehicle you're in, then the cops, they don't try and arrest you. They instead just flip you off. So you can pretty much avoid like 90% of all like cop interactions. Doesn't always work, and you sometimes can get memed anyway, but yeah.
All right, let's see if I can set up a thing here. I need to align some windows with one another. These windows.
Yeah, this mission can be a pain.
Oh, beautiful.
That's good though.
Yeah. So Sweet in the back is trying to. Thank you. Yeah. So the way this mission works is there are 2 enemies inside that car, and you have 2 of your friends. Hello.
It's always chaos here.
Yeah. You have 2 friends in the back of your car which are shooting them, and they each try to shoot a different person. So one shoots the driver, the other shoots the passenger. Not super relevant when they're both in a car together, but if I can align Sweet's window with the passenger or driver's seats, whatever, of the voodoo, Sweet will just kill the passenger, and then when that happens, the remaining guy gets out of the car, because I guess they're scripted to do that, and then you can kill them. What you're supposed to do is blow up the car, but that takes forever.
Yeah. It's also like kind of imperative to make sure that you do that mission quick, because otherwise, as you can see, like the traffic gets spooked by the gunfire, and then they all just cause like a huge traffic jam, and yeah, it's a real pain.
All right, coming up is our first big boy glitch time. So I'm gonna zoom the camera in, and you 2 need to remember to remind me to do that every time. I'm gonna forget.
I will definitely do that.
I know one point where it's important.
Yeah, so this is where things are going to get a little glitchy. So we'll explain this after, but I'll see if I can do it first. I'm going to get out, going to cancel the phone call, I'm going to run in, I'm going to say a number out loud, it's 8. I'm going to run over to here, I'm going to save 2 times. I hope that's what my notes say. Pretty sure it's 2 times.
I'm too blind, I can't read them from here.
Yeah, it's saved twice. They might be a little out of date. I'm going muscle memory. Now I'm going to take this police bike, and now I need serious time for a second. No, okay. So this is this is gonna be the sticking point of the run. This is a frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick. I will try this a few times, but I may not succeed. If I don't succeed, I have a backup. That tool I showed earlier. Too late that time. Okay, so that's good. So I was too early the first time and too late the second time, which is a good sign that, like, hopefully I'll be in the middle of this one. That's how I think about it.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, this looks very confusing, but we will explain this shortly, don't worry. Early again. Yeah, so I'm listening for the sound of the phone call. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to overlay Vigilante and the phone call at the same time to get this effect. I'll try this a few times. If I can't get it, I'll do the backup and we'll just continue the run.
Hey man, where the weed at? You ever been to that glory hole theme park? And it's tight, man.
Too early again. Yeah, it's awkward because where it's frame perfect and I am using a new monitor on a new computer and everything, it's very difficult. And it's like, I might be hitting the frame, but because of the 1 in 3 chance, I might not be aware that I'm hitting the right frame.
I put in more work than any man.
Yeah, too early. Okay, I'll give it one more try, and if we don't get it, we'll move on and I'll explain it. But yeah, it's a thing. It has a whole story. You'll see this plenty of times. We'll explain it properly later, don't worry. Too late that time. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just going to hold this, I'm going to press F6, and I'm just going to skip all this. That answers the phone call. Okay, I just need to do this again. Shouldn't have done it that way. That's all right. So I'll do it a different way. I'll just start the mission. That's a little easier.
So basically, this is like a setup to do, like, get on mission 0 on this mission. So, like, we have to explain a bunch of things, like, one, what is on mission 0 and on mission 1. So, the game has a variable. It's 1 or 0. You can think of it as, like, I say, like, light bulb on, light bulb off. And when the light bulb's on, you're in, like, mission mode. So now Josh is, like, in mission mode. When you conventionally start a mission, you can't start other missions, you can't take phone calls, stuff like that. And then once you finish that mission, it will set you on mission 0, so the light switch turns off, and you're in free roam mode, so then you can start other missions and blah, blah, blah. But what this setup is designed to do is it's designed to start the mission, but then have the game think that you're in that free roam state, okay? So the way you do that in San Andreas is, like, back in the good old days, there was no real way to, like, consistently do it in Los Santos. There were, like, setups later on, but they required, like, side activities that are way, way far out of the way. And then someone discovered a setup that basically allowed you to use Vigilante and the phone call. But the problem is, as Josh said, it's a 1-frame trick. And then because of the way that the call cycles work, they're based on milliseconds. And I think, is it 150 milliseconds, something like that? But whatever the number it is, it works out. So even if you play frame perfectly, it's a 1 in 3 chance for the phone call to come in anyway.
Yep.
So it's frame perfect, and you have to be lucky, which is obviously, like, a recipe for disaster in marathon runs. But what it allows you to do is eventually, Josh is going to do a bunch of, like, really long, elaborate setups that save a bunch of time.
I already am.
Yeah, exactly. So he can, like, take phone calls during missions, he can skip lines, he can skip dialogue, whatever. But, like, the main point is that you want to duplicate missions eventually. And in San Andreas and Vice City Stories, it's not in GTA 3 and Vice City, they have, like, a really particular system. And basically how duping missions works is, like, there's, the missions have, like, strands. Like, let's say there's, like, the sweet chain of missions, the rider chain of missions, the big smoke ones, and things like that. And if you were to complete, say we've got, like, mission A, mission B, mission C, right? You would complete mission A, and it would unlock mission B in that chain, and then mission B unlocks mission C, etc. Like, it's a bit more complicated than that, but for all intents and purposes, that's how it works. But then the chains and stuff only look for, like, a counter of missions completed. So if you duplicate mission A and complete it twice, then it skips you right the way to mission C, so you can skip entire missions in this game doing that. And as you can imagine, this game is, like, quite a big, elaborate one, so some of the missions are, like, 5 or 6 minutes long. So if you can find out a way to dupe the mission previously and skip them, then it's, you know, a huge time save. So yeah, the whole setup is very elaborate and complicated, but it shaves like an hour off the route doing it this way.
Probably more?
Probably more, yeah.
An hour and a half? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it's really good anyway.
Definitely more.
Yeah.
Maybe not here in Los Santos, but in the next town, San Fierro, we're actually skipping an entire mission chain just by doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm already doing really bad things to the video game. So you can see the marker's still there to start the mission, and I started it twice. Yeah, this isn't actually a dupe. This is like this. What I've done now is I've made it so that I will have 0 stars for the rest of Los Santos. So I can no longer get wanted stars until like the very end of LS, which is pretty useful because. Hello, how have I managed to do this?
Impressive.
Okay, great. Yeah, so phone calls only come in when you don't have wanted stars, and phone calls are like central to doing the glitch with. So I need to not have wanted stars. So being 0 stars is very useful, as well as just, you know, police not chasing me and stuff.
And there are like a number of missions like this one where you're required to go to like pay and sprays and stuff to get rid of your wanted level. But you can just skip those because you're just not going to have a wanted level no matter what you do anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. You'll see that a couple of times in LS as well. So yeah, because of the way that like this whole mission script on mission 0, whatever stuff works, it only keeps like the 0 star glitch up until the end of Los Santos because it all gets reset at the end.
Yeah.
When he gets kicked out into Badlands.
Well, it's not. It's not then. It's until a different mission. But anyway, continue.
Whatever. The point is that he's not going to have it for the rest of the run, but he would like 0 stars for the rest of the run eventually due to more glitches that we're going to do later. So there is going to be like another setup later on that's that works for like the rest of the game basically. But we'll get into that in like 2 hours time.
Yeah, there's a lot. So here I'm supposed to use the pain spray, but because I have 0 stars, I don't actually need to. I just need to get close to it and then turn around.
Yeah, you just like trigger the marker and then drive right back.
So the key thing that we need to, the key main thing that you need to worry about now is me keeping the phone call. So if you look at the map, you can tell that I'm on mission 0 because there's mission markers, and you look in front of me, there's mission markers and stuff. So at the very end of this mission, I'm going to get CJ's going to get out of the car, and the phone's going to ring, and I need to make sure to hold the phone call by holding a button like this. And now this is the first dupe. We go in this cutscene, we see the cutscene, I let go of the phone call, the cutscene starts again, and now we've duped Sweet's girl. So what's happening is I'm doing 2 copies of this mission at once. I kind of blanked during explanation. Did you explain duping?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so oh, hello. So I'm doing 2 copies of the mission at once now. Which aforementioned is fast. Don't worry about it, it's just fast. So the sky is kind of weird because I was inside a cutscene when I duped, so now the game thinks that I'm still like indoors when I'm not.
There's a whole bunch of like weird side effects with duping that you'll see.
Yeah.
Like skyboxes break, AI breaks, everything breaks basically.
Yeah. Now I just need to kill these guys. Every mission that you dupe is kind of a little different. This one, it doesn't look like anything's changed. Hello, friend. This one doesn't look like anything's changed. It's just like the sky's black and that's it, and the mission's just playing as normal.
Yeah.
But you'll see later on that when I dupe missions, sometimes there's like 2 of everything, and sometimes there's like 2 of some stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes later on there's going to be 8 of something. That'll be fun.
Yeah, so if your next question, a lot of people ask this, is like, oh, well then why can't you just dupe the first mission like a million times and skip all the way to the end? And it's like, it's much more complicated than that. Like, if you were to like skip out of entire chains of missions most of the time, you just soft lock out of progress. Because like, for example, the end of Los Santos, there's one mission, Reuniting the Families, which is like the penultimate one, that requires like all the different strands to be considered complete. So if you skipped one, you would just never unlock that mission and you'd just be stuck. And also like some dupe missions just crash at certain points, like we haven't found a way to make it consistent and things like that. Some of them crash, semi-randomly, some of them are consistent, like this one I don't think ever really crashes. Like there's just, there's a million different problems that you have to deal with. Some of them require like really elaborate setups. It's a whole different ball game when it comes to duping these missions.
Yep.
But yeah, so that one skips Cesar v. El Pando, right? That's the mission.
Something like that, yeah, probably.
So yeah, here's another setup for you.
Yeah. Second. Oh!
Nice.
Ooh, first try.
No, I didn't. Oh.
Oh, well.
I didn't start Vigilante. I did the frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick bit.
And then press a button.
I pressed the button, but not at the right time. I pressed it too early and it didn't work.
Oh,
it's fine, I'll just do it again,
Yeah, easy.
Okay,
Nice,
that's
dude.
okay. That works. All right. I literally did a frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Just built different.
Just built different. Yeah. So now, so what happens there? Okay, I guess we should actually explain it. So, you may notice that I say a number and then go save. So what's happening is the phone call is on like a 20-second cycle. Every 20 seconds, the phone call will ring. If I've cancelled it, hold on a sec. I need to do another thing here. Need to go here. The phone rings. I cancel vigilante. This happens. This all happens, and we're good. Okay, right.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you cancel the phone call, or if you go into a state in which the phone call can now ring, it will wait 20 seconds before it rings again. So at the very end of that mission earlier, I said, what was it, 12? I said. That's me looking at the in-game time at the top right, and I just say like what the minute digits are, because a minute in this game is a second. I need to answer a phone call, put it down, wait for the fade, skip. Okay, sorry, lots of stuff's happening. It's still too fast.
Yep.
Yeah, so I had to wait. So I said 12, and then I knew that 20 seconds later the phone was going to ring, which would have been 32. So I cancel the phone call, and then I have 20 seconds to set up a thing. So I run inside and save. Also, I just teleported. Don't worry about it. I ran in, saved so that time of day was different, and that I had a save file to load in case I failed the trick, which I did. And then I run outside, and then I get on the police bike, all within 20 seconds. And then I wait for the phone call to be like about to come in. I'm just gonna do this. I'm making another replay here. It's all too fast. I wait for the phone call to come in, and then I like get off of the police bike, and then I have to frame perfectly start vigilante at this very same, like exact same moment that the phone call would ring. And then what happens is that vigilante and the phone call sort of happen at the same time, and then they both try to change the on-mission state. But because it's a on-off, like Boolean, they both can't. You can either be on or off a mission. I can't be like double on or double off, right? So my throat is giving up. Can you solve this to me a sec?
Yeah. So when you basically the idea is that it's all to set up like what we call an on mission 0 phone call. So the phone call comes in, and you're currently on mission 1 because the phone's ringing, and then vigilante cancels, which then sets you like on mission 0 again, and it like all does it in like a really particular order. And what the end result is that you have a phone call that is ringing, but you're also on mission 0, so it doesn't impede your ability to start a mission. So then the phone call is ringing, you can start the mission, let's say for example OG Loke in this case, and then you can either like take or cancel the phone call or anything, and you'll be set on mission 0 again. So that basically gives you free reign to do whatever you want. You can complete the mission on mission 0, you can do some on mission 0 like shenanigans as you go along. You can start the mission again if you want to duplicate it because you're on mission 0 with 1 instance of the mission running. Like it basically gives you a setup so you can do whatever you want with like duping and whatever else.
Shark AI. Sorry. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I managed to set up. So I like, in that instance, I'm actually like starting vigilante on mission 0 by using the phone call. Like, it rings and then it cancels, and then I get vigilante on mission 0, and then I can from there. Once you get something glitched, like on mission 0, you can like do other things.
Yeah.
All right, no PCJ. So I made a replay of the PCJ a second ago. I need to hold that. There we go. I made a PCJ replay, and that is to try to encourage the game to spawn something else. Phone call. Okay, good. I didn't play the replay, but that's fine. So when I watch this replay here of me on a PCJ, the game has to load the PCJ in because it's going to display it on the screen, right? It's not like a video. It's like in-engine. So it's loading a PCJ every time I do this.
Yeah, it like renders all the models and stuff.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah. And the game, if you've ever played a GTA game, you've experienced this when there's like a certain car you're looking for, and you drive around everywhere trying to find it, and eventually, like half an hour later, you'll find it, and then once you start driving it, that car appears everywhere. Like everywhere you go, you just see that car constantly. That's because the car is loaded, right? The game already has your car loaded in. So it biases vehicles that it already has loaded in. Right, time for a little trick here. They're all just coming thick and fast. This is Life's a Beach Skip.
For finding this one
Yeah, this is one of the oldest tricks still in the run, I think. Unfortunately, I got a very, very bad van spawn, so I'm going to have to concentrate a second. I need to get him in the car.
Yeah, so this van is locked, but we need to gain access to it, and usually what you would have to do is you would have to have like a dancing minigame to prove that you're a good enough dancer and then steal the van by getting access to it. But so like your homies don't have that requirement. Like the van is locked to the player, but it's not locked to like NPCs. And obviously your homies are they're NPCs, right? So if you like, you can recruit people to your gang that are in like the Grove Street families. So you find a guy on the beach that's part of your gang, and you recruit them, and then you like mash F to get in, like pretend to get into the car, and then he gets in with you, but he can actually get into the car, whereas you can't, right? So then he's sat in the car like waiting for you to drive or whatever. You disband him, so then he's stuck in the car and he doesn't do anything because he's not like following your orders anymore. And then what you can do is you can shoot him, and he will like fall out of the van and leave the door open.
Dead people don't close doors, right?
Yeah, exactly. Dead people don't close doors, yeah. So then, as a result, you've basically unlocked the van for yourself. Like, as long as the door doesn't close again, or at least, you're in it when it does, then the van will relock, but you're already inside by that point because you've opened through the open door, so then you can just drive it. And you can skip the whole dance minigame, which is great for copyright reasons as well.
Yes, very useful.
Yeah.
A larger thing I realized we didn't explain was why there was 2 of everything. Yeah, so this was another mission that I actually duplicated. I started the mission twice by using the phone call. I walked into the marker, and as soon as I walked in, I let go of the phone call, which cancels the phone call, and then because a phone call ended, it sets me to on mission 0 again, and then I could start another copy of the mission, and then I've done it twice. Okay, this mission, we'll quickly explain it so we can have donations. This mission, I'd have to drive somewhere with big smoke, and then I shoot a man, and then that's the mission, and then I set up the glitch again. So go!
Something I'll quickly say as well. Sorry, it's important. Is the Life's a Beach dupe, it skips Mad Dog's Rhymes, which is the one where you sneak into his mansion and do that. So yeah, that's like a 4-minute time save, but there you go.
Yeah, okay.
Donations.
Okay, finally, yeah, we do have quite some here piled up. I will just go through some of them. So Branthello has sent $50 saying, oh, hey, thanks, hope the run goes great. And this goes to Runner's Choice. I've sent it to you on Discord. You can check it out for the run. We have Nanji sending $50 without a comment. And 5EUE112 sends $10 without a comment, and Evil Whale, $5 without a comment. And then we have Oops, wrong game, $10 saying, my first time watching Josh live at ESA. I was first introduced to you during your ESA Summer 2019 speedrun. That being said, I feel obligated to remind you that when you're driving the Combine Harvester, watch out for that tree. Best of luck.
That's a good reference. I have not got a single. I missed the headshot and I haven't got a single vehicle. Keep going. You're okay for one more.
All right, then we have a Lily MK2, $5 saying, let's not forget about who Josh runs this game for. James Kenneth, you might be dead, but we will never forgive you. Salute.
Oh my god, that's a dumb reference. Okay, yeah. Thank you. The dumb references. Okay, this car's kind of destroyed.
Yeah, you're getting lit up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was supposed to just headshot him, but it's a difficult shot, and I missed. I blame unfamiliar environment. There we go. Right, so now I'm going to do the frame perfect 1 in 3 chance police bike confusing thing again. So I'm going to go over here. Yeah, so I need to wait for the time. I need to cancel the phone call and then remember the time of day. So I'm going to cancel the phone call by doing this. As soon as the map appears again, okay, 11 was the time. It just ticked right as I saw it. And then I have to, how many times am I saving? The once? I think it's just the once. I hope it's once. We're going to run in, save. I don't know if my notes even say.
It doesn't say.
Oh, okay, it's probably just once then. All right, I said 11, didn't I? So now the phone call will ring at 31. If I just get out, wait till sometime after 31, and then not too early that time. So I can tell it's too early because the phone didn't ring. If I'm too late, the phone will ring properly. If I'm frame perfect 1 in 3 chance, it will ring like once and then stop.
Yeah, for like a couple of frames. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll try this one more time. Since I've already had to use the tool anyway, I might as well not hold everyone up by doing this for ages. So we'll do this one more time. Yeah, no, I didn't get it. That's fine. So I'll just do the tool and then do this. So it's essentially as if I did get it now. Yeah, the tool just replicates what the glitch does. It's a kind of essential for a marathon run, because otherwise we could be there for like God knows, like 10 minutes or something, and I need to do this many times. So yeah.
It's worth mentioning as well that like because of this glitch being found, and obviously as you can imagine, like doing it the way Josh does it is like not at all viable for like serious attempts anymore. So there was a rule change that allowed people to use third-party like frame rate changes and stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you limit your FPS to like 3, then obviously it makes it really easy to hit the one framer. And then it also gives enough time for the phone call to come in every single time.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm aware, it's like 100% consistent,
Yes.
or as close to as 100% it's going to
I'm
be.
pretty sure, yeah.
But Josh is just an absolute giga chad and just doesn't do that. So he just makes it 10 times harder for himself.
Yeah. Woo from the
honestly, I respect it, honestly.
It's, changing the frame rate, it isn't just for that. It's also like changing the frame rate affects physics and all sorts of other stuff in this game. And I've been running this game for 10 years, and I kind of don't want to relearn the whole game with different physics and memorize which frame rate is perfect for this exact scenario and stuff. So, yeah, I just do it old school.
I was giving you a ton of credit, and then you just go, no, I'm just lazy.
It's not lazy. Come on.
Fair enough, Josh.
It is also harder. Yeah. All right.
So this mission, impossible mission.
Oh, yeah.
Train.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get on top of the train with the bike instead of chasing it.
Yeah. This mission's also duplicated, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 of this mission running. Ooh, that's bad. Please stop crouching, friends. Okay, thank you.
I think you're fine.
I'm out of ammo. That's a problem.
Might not be fine.
Now we have to rely on Big Smoke to kill the
He-
last one.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, Smoke sometimes does this thing where he, like, won't fully kill the final guy. So he has to, like, shoot while a bullet is still in the air, and it'll actually accidentally kill him, right? It's, like, dumb. Anyway, yeah, so on top of the train, the bike physics is, like, completely messed up. That's not because of the dupe or anything, that's just how the game works.
Yeah, like you can't really turn or anything without like wheeling.
Yeah, it's like super difficult to drive around. So, and that first guy crouching, it's like I have a time limit because there's a bridge coming up that will knock me off. So it's just I had to just pray that he would stop like crouching and I could get him.
Yeah.
All right.
That dupe skips just business, which is like a really long auto-scroller mission, so that saves a ton of time as well.
Yep. I took the bike that has the blue thing on top of it. Yeah, this is because the mission duped. We'll probably get into it later, but because the mission's duped, it loses track of like both copies of everything it makes. So it only like deletes one copy of everything essentially.
Yeah, exactly. You'll end up like by the end of the game, there will be like so many leftover blips on the radar and stuff that it'll just like, you know, depending on like how like the routes that you take, like there are certain routes where the game will actually run out of like memory to spawn more blips. So you basically have to play the game like essentially blind, like at a certain point, because the game doesn't tell you where to go or anything anymore because it just doesn't have the like memory allocated to do that.
Yeah, I thankfully the dupe which consumes the most minimap icons, that without the frame limiter it only saves like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
If you get it first try. So it's like it's not worth it on no third party.
Tagging up turf, I guess.
Yeah, tagging up turf.
Yeah, because each one of the tags all have blips. Right?
Yeah, and it doesn't delete them after. So you just run out of blips towards the end. It gets very tricky. You have to like, I think modern runs they do this thing where they put like a custom marker on the map, like the waypoint thing you can put.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
They put that on the map just to have one in the bank, and then when you really need a marker, you can delete it. And then,
that's pretty smart.
Yeah, you get one back. Yeah. Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that. Some enemies won't have markers very late game, but yeah, if you look at my mini-map now, you can see that, like, yeah, there's 2 red squares and a couple yellow markers, yeah.
And like gun, sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for the most part, obviously, like, the game always spawns things and, you know, vehicles that you need to enter and whatnot, like, and your objectives in the same place, but there are some that are variables, like if you're chasing people, for example, like on the map, they might not always be in the same place. So it is like quite tricky sometimes later on to know where exactly you need to be going.
The hardest one is when you have to go to Liberty City. You just have to fly to that random marker out in the ocean.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like,
because you're in the middle of like the ocean, which is just like copy and pasted grids. Everything looks the same. So you have to use like visual references and then keep in line with the waves and stuff like that, which is like, it's not easy.
I think, people use the marker thing nowadays.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was dumb before.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to do the next mission here. This is... this mission doesn't make any sense in the story now because we skipped the mission prior by duping Life's a Beach. So now we're going to do management issues instead of Mad Dog's rhymes. So Oglock already has the rhyme book and everything.
No.
This mission, I just need to go over. There's no duping or anything happening here. I just need to go over to the guy, steal the car, and then drive it to a thing without damaging it, and then like throw him in the ocean. So this is a good time for more donations, says.
Perfect. We have $5 from Hat601 saying, wait, you can't do a frame perfect. 1 in 3 chance glitch 7 times in a row. Sounds like a skill issue. For real, good luck with the run, Josh. I'm sure it'll be a fantastically entertaining train wreck, like always.
Thank you.
$10 from
Like
Aquas
always.
saying, Josh Romex, check in the chat, please. And oops, wrong game again with $10 saying, Snake!
Okay. That is
That's a good
the wrong-
GTA reference.
Yeah. All right, okay, so I need to not damage the car. Hello, Voodoo. That guy almost drove into me.
Yeah, the car has to be like pristine because you're pulling up to like an awards ceremony, and they would notice if the car was destroyed. So
Yeah, I
have to go
actually
paint spray it.
did a glitch. I entered the car via the passenger side door, and I left the door open by holding the jump key for me. That makes it so that when you get in, the driver of the car instantly dies. I have no idea why.
No
I
idea why either.
just theorize that you just like sit on him or something. I don't know. But you get in the car too fast, and the guy just dies. So the guy is supposed to get out of the car here and like shoot you, which damages the car. Hello, Acti, but we don't do that yet because we just insta kill him. We use that glitch a few times in the run.
And this segment, you don't have to worry about the car being pristine anymore. And all you've got to do is just ditch the car in some body of water. So
Yeah.
you're intended to go like all the way down to the pier, all the way at the far south end. But there's just this river here, which is right next to the next mission that we're going to do.
Yep.
So you can just throw him in there. So the mission's kind of weird. Like, the idea is that if Mad Dog's security guards, who are the other 2 people driving the Elegance with you, if they spot you, then you have to kill them to, like, remove the witnesses. But the way they spot you is like so stupid. Like, they can spot you through buildings from like the other side of the map sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, it's really bugged. I don't know if it's like a radius thing or what, because I swear I've been spotted from like 10 million miles away before, and it's so dumb.
22.
Yeah.
I didn't get wanted stars there because of the aforementioned 0-star glitch that I've
because
done.
they drive by and stuff earlier.
People, this is normally the part of the run where people have forgotten about that and are like, how did you not get wanted stars? Right, 22. So this is an awkward Vigilante emitter setup, so I'm gonna try a few times and then just use the tool.
Yeah, because there's no option to save, so if he...
Yeah, no, it's alright, you can
Yeah. So if you get to this point
46.
where you have to wait, you have to cancel Vigilante, and then that resets the call timer, so then you have to wait another 20 seconds for the call to be like ready to arrive. Whereas obviously if you do it at Grove Street, you can just reload the save and try again instantly.
People are in my way. I need to be over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for a very specific animation that CJ will do. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm surprised I actually got it as well as I did earlier. 11. I'll try one more, and then this is the one. I can't actually do this for too long because this phone call I have only rings until 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So it'll be really bad if I keep going. What number did I say?
11.
11. Thank you. Yeah. This is why I say it out loud,
Yeah.
so I can ask chat to tell me what number I said.
Yeah, you're good to go now.
Not yet.
Yeah, okay. All
Wait
right.
like a little bit.
So we'll just use the tool. So I just pressed F6, got the thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to stand here and wait for the. I almost crashed the game then.
Yeah,
If I walk
don't
into that,
marker.
if I walk into the marker with Vigilante running, the game just like insta crash. It's over. So I have to have a phone call ringing, not Vigilante. So we're waiting for the phone call. There it is. Then go here, do this, and then run into the marker again.
Yeah, so this is to dupe Burning Desire, which is the mission where you save Denise from the burning building that you set on fire.
Yeah.
What a hero CJ is.
Yeah.
But then this skips Great Imports, right, I think?
Yeah.
Which is the
Yes.
crash mission all the way later on, which is the one where you go through that big facility and you get your tires popped and you start getting really upset.
Yep.
Not a very fun mission.
Yeah.
And it's all the way at like the other side of the map, so like even though the mission itself isn't that long, having to go all the way to the other side of the map is like a big detour, so skipping that is nice.
Yeah. And you also starting the mission itself as a detour because it's on the wrong side of the map from like Grove Street and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, that mission takes forever just because of all the driving. Right, this is another one of the missions that doesn't do anything special when you dupe it. There's no like 2 sets of enemies, there's no 2 houses on fire or anything.
Yeah.
It's just like it just looks like normal. So I'm just gonna run over here, set these guys on fire for safety, because marathon.
So something that you might have seen if you're familiar with this game, but it's not really like inherently obvious, is there's there's actually quite a big bug to do with like the enemy's accuracy.
Oh yeah.
So basically how it works is, so the intention is that whenever you get into a vehicle, the enemies become more accurate, right? Because obviously you're in a vehicle and you're driving fast, so they need to be more accurate to even have a chance
Yeah,
of shooting you.
the way it works is like every enemy has like a percentage chance to hit you.
Exactly.
So if you're just like a person, it makes sense they have like a 30% chance.
Yeah.
But if you're a car, you know, they'll hit you like 90% of the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the intention is as soon as you get out of the car, it's supposed to reset, right? Because you're back to being the CJ again. But that just doesn't happen. So if you get into a car and take it to a mission, and then you get out of the car and get into a gunfight, you'll just get lasered because everyone is just laser accurate towards you, and you get destroyed.
Yeah.
It's only in certain missions that they set a custom amount of accuracy in.
Yeah.
So like these early game missions where they don't want you to die really hard. They like custom set the enemies to like be inaccurate.
Yeah. Sweet's Girl is like really bad for that. Like you just get destroyed if you take a car to it.
Yeah. Because it like it resets like the regular peds, but yeah, the custom scripted mission peds are like just they're like Terminators.
Yeah. But then one thing that you can do to sort of like manually reset it is when you enter a bike, you also like, you know, it removes it because obviously you're on a bike and you can be shot and take damage. So the intention is that you're supposed to go back to the like original value, and that does happen. So a lot of the time it's actually obviously a lot better in terms of speed, but also safety.
Yeah.
Take a motorbike to a mission like this one, for example, because you just take far less damage because the bike actually resets the accuracy back to normal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll catch
All right.
you later.
So if you've ever been playing this game casually and you just get nuked, it's probably not your fault.
Yeah, it used to be a big problem in the run as well.
Yeah.
Later on, where we do a Home in the Hills, that mission was atrocious if you accidentally took a car.
Yeah, you walk through like 30 or 40 guys with really big weapons, and you just get destroyed if you take a car there.
That bike's in an okay place. All right, it was 51, I remember. So I need to save between 6 and... Yeah, I'm just reading my notes now. I need to... So I'm manipulating phone calls here. I have like 2 phone calls in the queue, but I want to answer like one but not the other. But the one I want to answer, this one, is like behind the other one in the queue, 19. So I have to like set it to a certain time of day when the first phone call won't ring, and then I have to then answer it and then do this. I think it's twice.
Phone call routing is like super important in like GTA Vice City and San Andreas, because you need to answer phone calls to actually progress the game. But then also you want to use them for the glitches. So it's like you need to take the right phone calls in the right place at the right time. And you can, have some problems otherwise.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, again, I'll do this 3 times. The frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick. I know I keep saying that, but I'm emphasizing this is difficult. Get on the bike. Yeah, he won't get on that one. That's annoying. I'll try this 2 more times after this, and then we'll just carry on with the tool. Yeah, it's like, it's very ambitious to get this at a marathon on like a screen with different delay and everything. So, all right, one more try.
For people getting bored, don't worry about it. This is something only in the first hour or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the last one of these. Okay, whatever. Right, I'm just gonna go then. So I'll just press F6. If you look at my minimap, this is me using the tool. Right, so you can see this is the difference. This is on mission 0. So I can like start all the missions and do whatever I want. This is on mission 1, where like there's nothing available, and that's what it should look like when you're doing a mission, right? I'm just gonna set it to on mission 0. I'm gonna answer this phone call. Get back on the bike. Then I'm gonna... Wait, this is weird now because I've been spamming the tool. What am I doing? Canceling Vigilante. There we go, yeah, and I'll start Vigilante again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, there we go.
He also grabs those grenades that are quite convenient next to Grove Street. Grenades, there's going to be a lot of like grouped up enemies that we're going to be fighting at the end of Los Santos. So just chucking a grenade and nuking an entire group of people is very fast.
Yeah, yeah. I needed to manipulate the phone call and Vigilante there anyway, so it was perfect time to just stop and pick up some grenades.
Yeah. Now Zet will be very happy because this is Doberman and it has long unskippable cutscenes.
Yeah, coming up. Not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
I'm going to do a thing here. So I'm going to get off the bike and then get right back on it. I'm on the bike. I'm going to let go of the phone call, which gives me control back of CJ. I'm going to point west, east, and I'm going to drive over here, run these absolutely invincible guys over. They don't die. I'm going to get off the bike. I'm going to nudge it a little bit. It needs to be facing exactly south. Yeah, that's good enough. I'll wait for the phone call. There it is. Hold the phone call. Get back on the bike. Wait for the cutscene to end. Get back. Oh, no, I'm supposed to let go of the phone call. Then get back off the bike. Get back on the bike. And the mission started twice and I've duped it. Yeah, okay. So this mission has like an awkward setup for duping it because of that cutscene.
Yeah.
So I have to do some weird stuff. If you mess up, like lots of strange stuff can happen. Like you can end up inside ammunition somehow. It's really weird. And then the whole game is like messed up and the minimap is scuffed and everything.
As we talked about with like replays before and how like the game has to properly render everything, it's exactly the same with like these kind of like in-game cutscenes. So like CJ is actually teleported to like the park and everything like that, and all these guys like exist in the real world.
Yep.
So everything that you can do, you can gain control and do whatever, like, and it actually has effects in the real world. But then obviously with CJ being teleported about, you can get teleported to the wrong place if you do it at the wrong time, and yeah, there's a bunch of different issues with it. Yeah, this mission like introduces an entire mechanic which will be not really using a whole lot because it's a pretty useless mechanic at this point in the game anyway, and then it's all going to be skipped later on. But the intention is that you're supposed to like take over the gang territories. So like this place, what's this place? Grove Park?
Glen Park.
Glen Park, that's the one. Yeah, the ballers have taken it over because of like the whole narrative thing of like Grove Street families not being in control anymore. So there's like a wave attack rather than wave defense minigame where you like shoot a bunch of guys, it triggers a gang war, and then there's like waves of enemies, you kill them, and then you gain control of that place. You can take over like the entirety of Los Santos now, but it doesn't give you anything really aside from like a bit of money, I think. And then not only that, but at the end of Los Santos, we're gonna like lose everything anyway for narrative purposes, and you lose all of your control over all the districts anyway. So then later on, for like to unlock the final mission of the game, you need to take over X amount of territories. So then even if you owned the entire Los Santos before, you would have to do it all over again at the end anyway. And then we're going to also skip that anyway because it's boring and slow. So
Yeah.
like this is the most like useless mechanic on planet Earth.
Yeah.
And long unskippable cutscenes.
Donations.
Donations, here we go. We have $7 from Dark Cry or Dark Cree saying, Josh, true 100% when, no, true 100% plus when, jokes aside, good luck on the run. Thank you so much. And UT_A_Ray sends $25 saying, GL Josho.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And both of these donations go towards naming Fuecoco in the Pokemon Scarlet Violet run Joshimus, which is now the leading option, by the way. And Fresh Rigi sends $20 saying, okay, this seems to be a reference to the game, and I have not played it, and I can't rap, but I'm trying my best. OG Lock, baby, I'm the man of the place. You don't want me to show up with a gun in your face. It's Lock, no joke, baby. Good luck, Josh. And this one goes towards naming the horse in Red Dead Redemption 2, Horsimus. Thank you.
Horsimus.
Damn, that went hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we have to watch this cutscene a second time because of the duping. But now I'm waiting for a phone call. There it is. So I have control of CJ is the difference. So if you look at the mini-map, I'm like actually driving and like moving around. So I'm just going to drive towards my destination kind of carefully. As long as I have the phone call, it doesn't matter. Oh, I fell off. I fell off because the stats came up, but that's all right. Annoyingly, these cars spawn.
Another
All right.
$5?
Sorry?
Another $5?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oof.
All right. So I've got the phone call. Now I'm going to do a different trick. This is a very impressive trick. Ready? See the police bike? Keep an eye on the bike. You ready? Where did it go? Thank you. Yeah, no. Yeah. So I need pimping for this next trick. This is an instance of the only insta pass in the whole run. It's kind of an insta pass. So what we're going to do is I'm going to set up a really complicated thing, and then the mission's just going to go away. Yeah, basically. So I need pimping, I need a phone call, and I need this mission, and I need to concentrate. So if someone else wants to explain, if any of you have any idea how this works.
You want me to take it, Ricardo? Have you got it?
Good, man.
So the way Instapasses work is like they're really complicated code-related stuff. But basically, all that you need to know is if you start like a specific mission while another one is running, then sometimes, like most of the time, the game will crash. But sometimes you can insta-pass that second mission. So in this particular instance, he starts pimping and then starts home invasion, and that actually insta-passes home invasion. So then he gets out of the car, and So at the end of Home Invasion, it actually teleports you to like where a cutscene is going to take place. But if you enter the interior, it actually like stops you from being teleported because we want to be back in Grove Street for a certain time.
pause buffering. Sorry, I forgot about this.
Yeah, epilepsy warning.
Sorry.
Yeah, Josh.
I should have said this a long time ago.
But yeah, so but then also we want a phone call to come in during this like waiting period between like the cutscene that's going to come in a few seconds. But there isn't enough time for the call to come in unless you pause buffer, which is just holding escape and letting like the game kind of buffer everything that's going on. And then he's going to try and get teleported a second time. So he holds the call that's just come through, and then he tries to get teleported a second time. But because he enters the interior again, it blocks him from being teleported again. And then the mission passes. So then he has an on mission 0 phone call, which he can then use to dupe this mission. And then also he doesn't get teleported all the way to the garage, which would be at the end of Home Invasion. That's it.
I think I got it. Did that dupe?
There's no second car, so it doesn't look like it.
Okay, I think all I need to do is I just need to fail the mission and do it again. That's all right. I messed up a little. Fine, I'll just run back in.
Yep.
1 second. There we go. Okay, I got it that time.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I messed up a little bit. I muscle memoried skipping the cutscene. I shouldn't.
But that overall segment is hard. Like it's very specific timing. There's a lot of things to keep in mind.
Yeah, I sort of was listening to what you were saying and it sounded correct, so we'll go with it.
Yeah, close enough. That's what I go with.
Yeah.
So there's another thing that like I don't know what you call it, but it's kind of like partial skips that happen. So if you dupe certain missions, for some reason you just skip like certain segments of the mission. So in this particular instance, if you dupe Catalyst, you have to kill all these guys at the train, and then you get on and you're supposed to like throw the boxes to Ryder that are on the train, and then you go and head to the ammunition, get rid of your wanted level, and then drive back to Grove Street. But for some reason, if you dupe the mission, you just get onto the train, and then it just goes, hey, you've got all the boxes, good job, and takes you to the next part for some odd reason. And then because of the fact that we have the 0 star glitch active, you also don't need to go to ammunition. So you can just skip half of this mission just by like previous setups.
Yeah.
So as you'll see here, he's like, throw me the boxes. But if you look on the right-hand side, it goes, crates 10, congratulations, and it just goes. Yeah, I have no idea why that happens, but...
It depends what the programmer had for breakfast when they made the mission, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's completely random across the whole run. Like, whoever scripted the mission and how they did it. What happens if 2 of those missions happen at the same time, right? It's
anyone's guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what I meant earlier when, like, you can dupe certain missions and they have, like, completely different effects as to how everything works. But yeah, the long and short of it is you dupe the mission, and then that skips robbing Uncle Sam, which is the one where you go to the docks with Ryder. A very long and slow mission. And then you also skip half of Catalyst because you don't have to throw the crates or go to the pay and spray. So,
Yep.
big zoom.
Okay, that ends the glitched portion of the start of this run. We now resume normal gameplay for quite a while, actually, until
Catalina.
until the
Yeah, sort of mid-Badlands.
oopsie, oh god, where did that grenade go? Why did I throw that grenade over there? Okay, whatever. Yeah, until midway through Badlands, and then I do like one crazy glitch that doesn't make any sense. And then
Fun one to explain.
yeah. Alright, okay, so just regular gameplay. I just need to kill these guys as quick as possible. And we can all take a minute from the glitches. But I've basically you skip a lot of Los Santos. It's like if you're on good pace, it's like very easy to get sub 1 hour Los Santos.
Yeah.
I don't know what pace I'm on. 55. Okay, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because I'm using the tool, but this is like it's like within the realm of possibility that I could be going this fast.
Yeah, like back before all these dupes and stuff were found, like Los Santos was completely dupeless.
Yeah.
And optimized Los Santos was like what 1 hour 10 minutes, something like that, like 111.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's like an ideal LS, and now it's like under 50 minutes if you do it well. Like that's how much time it saves, because like half an hour out of the first segment, which is nice because a lot of these missions are so boring anyway.
Yeah, there's all like the tutorial missions and stuff.
Yeah. So this is the mission that I was talking about earlier. This is Reuniting the Families, and yeah, this is the mission that requires like all of the different strands to be completed. So it's like where it all comes together. So you need to have completed the Sweet Chain, you need to complete Big Smoke's Chain, OG Loke's Chain, Ryder's Chain, Crash Chain, which is like the corrupt police movement, which was Burning Desire, where we set the building on fire. And then once you've completed them all, then you unlock Reuniting the Families. And then there's one more mission, which is like the big reveal in terms of like the story, which I guess we can sort of talk about later on. And then that's the end of Los Santos. Rikel, do you want to talk about sliding? Nice and easy one.
Oh yeah. So there's a little mechanic. You can't run indoors, unfortunately. But if you interrupt crouching at a certain moment by aiming, there's this weird glitch going on where you can just, well, whatever's happening now on screen. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically like, because you can't sprint indoors, usually you would be forced to just like hold W and just, you know, just chill and walk. Are you pause buffering, by the way?
Oh yeah, pause buffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Look away. I'm trying to help you here, man.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these in the run.
Yeah, I'll try and call them out when I see them.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, when you slide, it's like, it's not as fast as sprinting, but then when you don't have the option to sprint, it's faster to slide than it is to just jog.
Yep.
An added benefit, it doesn't use stamina, and it's for stealth missions, it doesn't use any...
doesn't make any sound.
Yeah, it doesn't make sound.
Yep.
A million different things why it's good.
Alright, speaking of sound, this is one of the loudest parts in the whole game.
Yeah.
I'm going to be firing an AK-47 from first-person view, so it's going to get real loud real quick.
Yeah. So this mission is like an auto-scroller. It's like pretty much impossible to fail. And as we talked about before, like briefly right at the start, this game has like RPG elements to it. One of them is your like vehicle skill, your like sex appeal, muscle, whatever. And then as you can see, Josh has also got like weapon skill for each individual weapon. So AK-47 skill, you can train it up to Hitman, and then you get like perks the more you use the gun. So with Hitman, you can like use it while moving, and you're like more accurate, your crosshair is smaller, less recoil maybe even, I don't know, like things like that.
In addition to sliding, you can only use it with certain weapons where you can actually shoot while moving.
Yeah.
The AK-47 is one of these weapons, and if you have the Hitman skill, you can actually
shoot. You can slide and shoot at the same time. Yeah. So the way like training vehicle skills works is like, as long as you're just like shooting something, like a vehicle or whatever, the game doesn't really care what it is. So you can just shoot your vehicle, and obviously like it doesn't actually damage the car and fail the mission. So you can just, whenever you have downtime during this mission, you can just shoot your own car, and it trains all the way up to Hitman. As you can see, like he's almost there. For some reason, the AK like requires far less bullets to hit in order to hit Hitman compared to some of the other ones. I don't know why that's a thing, but it works out, whatever it is. So yeah, like he shoots the police cars, they blow up, and then he just shoots himself for a little bit.
Should get Hitman any second now.
There you go. Yeah. So as you can see, you can now fire while moving, lock on range, accuracy, and strafe speed have all increased. So yeah, that's nice.
And now I'm going to eat a banana.
Yep.
It's just like the only break in the whole run you get.
Yeah. And this mission from now on, like he can take his hands off everything, and it completes itself. So donations?
Donations? Wait, we do have some. Yeah, Sventor has sent $5 saying, greetings from Germany, watching this in front of the video game museum. Thank you so much. And MHMD FVC, also $5 saying, hey Josh, good luck on the run and greetings from Germany. And Ultima Omega 07 sends $5 saying, you guessed it, greetings from Germany. Shame I can't talk over you and KZ through this time. And
that's a good reference.
Lastly, $6.90 from Yowie69 saying, it's my 3 favorite GTA streamers, eBen, eJosh, and eReek. Good luck on the speed race run, sir. Say hi to Katie for me.
Hi, friends.
We will soon. Yeah.
We will. We got Romac.
Can we... Oh, they can see it. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Nice.
So this is the end of Reuniting the Families. Next mission up is the Green Saber, and it's like the big narrative point in the run. TLDR is basically like in the intro movies to the game, CJ's mum gets hit in a drive-by and killed. They're trying to kill Sweet because he's like the leader of the Grove Street families, and that's why CJ comes back to San Andreas. He was in Liberty City before this. To like go to his mum's funeral, and then he decides to stay and try and like build the Grove back up, and that's kind of like the overall like overarching narrative. But then it turns out that in this particular, we're going to skip the cutscene, but in this particular mission, we find out that in reality, it's Big Smoke and Ryder, who are like your bros during the start. They actually betray you, and they're actually working with the Ballers, who are like the rival gang. And you go and meet Caesar, who we haven't seen at any point.
Yeah.
But he's like he becomes CJ's friend. He's part of like another gang that's kind of like neutral to everyone, I think, at this point.
Yes.
Yeah. So you end up being friends, and he like calls you to a certain place, CJ gets there, you get into a car and you sit and watch, and it turns out that the car, which is the Green Saber, hence the mission name, which was the one that was used to kill CJ's mum in the cutscene. You see Big Smoke and Ryder coming out with the corrupt Crash guys and the Baller guys with the car. So that's like the big reveal, like they betrayed you, and then you know, like the whole rest of the game is sort of like getting back because you get kicked out of LS, which you'll see in a few seconds. Sweet gets arrested, and then Big Smoke and Ryder and the Ballers like take over the world basically, and you need to uproot them.
Yeah. This is by the way, this is another instance of me really wanting a bike. Not just because it's fast, the police bike's not that fast, but just because of the AI accuracy. Like, if I take a car here, it's like way more likely that I'm just gonna die.
Yeah, these guys have SMGs, which like aren't super like per bullet, you know, dangerous.
Yeah.
But when they hit every single shot, you die in like 5 or 6 bullets. So.
Yeah.
So here it's just as simple as killing these guys, and then that's the end of the mission. There's a couple of like vans and stuff that spawn. You'll see some more grenades.
Pause buffering.
Yeah, watch out.
Oh, well, if I actually throw the grenade correctly, I will.
Yeah. So here you can like trigger the grenades to explode like way quicker than average because it sort of like increases the timer.
It's quicker relative to
like
the motion of everything else, right?
Yeah.
Like the grenade takes the same amount of like seconds. But
Yeah. But it's like if you throw a grenade like at a car, obviously usually the car would drive away before the grenade would hit it, because obviously the grenade doesn't travel with the car. But if you pause buffer, then it blows up before the car actually moves.
Yeah, 103 LS, that's all right.
That's pretty good.
Fine for a marathon, I'll take it.
Yeah. So here is where like, you know, Sweet gets like ambushed by everyone, and you like refuse to leave his side. So then Sweet gets put in jail. You don't, but you get like exiled out of Los Santos, and you're not allowed to go back in. So then this begins like the Badlands segment, which is like out in the country.
Yep. Doing another glitch here, saving and loading, very very glitchy.
Yep.
That actually
Actually fixes the glitch.
Yeah, yes it does. If I don't save and load there, I can't get busted while on a bike, which sounds good, but I actually want to get busted a bit later on. So it's for reasons.
You'll see later on. Badlands, it has like a bunch of different missions that are like miles away from each other.
Yeah.
And you have all your weapons and stuff taken away now, like when you start the Badlands segment. So you don't need to really care about losing your weapons. So the way we're going to travel all around Badlands is by like either dying or getting arrested and teleporting to like the nearest police station or the nearest hospital, because it's either that or drive like all the way across with like a crappy little country vehicle. Most of them aren't very fast.
Yeah. It's like
a lot of time.
It's another one of those really really old strats that's like still in the run, and we can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, this was like from like SDA forums.
SDA forums. I think it was Parrick or someone else. I can't remember their name anymore. But they made like a map of all of the like lines from like when you reach like a crossover between like one hospital and another.
Yep.
I don't have tires. Right, so this is a very risky strat I'm about to do now. So we've driven up a mountain, and it took some time. But thankfully, there's a very fast way down, but it's very risky. So I'm going to try not to mess this up a second.
Oh boy, okay. Didn't think you would go for this. Oh, this isn't the one that I thought it was. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Fine enough, fine enough.
Relax.
Yeah. I thought there's like a much more YOLO jump where you just go all the way south and you just go off. Like you don't slow down on the way down. You just jump off the top of the mountain and land all the way on the floor.
Yeah.
And it's like a coin flip whether you just drop dead or not.
Yeah, this one is risky because you can get like when you're going down the mountain, if you like twist too much and spin,
you
you'll
start
fall
falling
off.
backwards and you fall off, and then obviously you land all the way like on your back.
Yeah.
And you fall down multiple times, and it's just a domino effect.
Yeah.
You will die.
Yeah. Are we counting that again? I'm not doing that again. All right, okay. So just gonna pass the mission. I don't know.
Josh ready to take a second mortgage out after.
Yeah.
Bless him.
All right, so yeah, this is the part where we just drive across the map a whole bunch. So I'm going to drive until like exactly the point where instead of getting teleported to one police station, I get teleported to another, like the maximum distance. If I can drive in a straight line, that is. And then, yeah, I'm going to drive to that point and I'm going to find a police vehicle. It's like obviously not guaranteed that I find one.
They're pretty common on the road.
Yeah, it also depends on the time of day. And it's still like daylight hours. It's like 7 p.m. So we should be all right, hopefully.
You made a Sanchez replay as well, right? Or do you not make that? In
Oh yeah, I got it.
It
Yeah.
is, it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
okay,
I had to check then.
It was more so just like I wasn't going to explain it if you didn't do it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You did. Yeah, so he made another like short replay, which will help him like shorten the fades as we talked about before. But also it's so he has a what's it called? Like a replay of a Sanchez that he'll use later on to try and spawn a bike for another mission where you get destroyed if you don't have a bike.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Right. So now we're looking for police cars.
Yeah. So as soon as he gets like over that bridge, that's when it's like, if you get busted at this point, you'll get taken to the correct place.
Yeah.
So he just needs to find a police vehicle. It's not like make or break. Yeah, that's good. It's not make or break. Like you can just drive there, but it takes like maybe like a minute to drive there. So.
Yep. This is where I want to get busted on the bike. And I'm gonna try to play a replay at the right time. No, I didn't get it. It's like awkward. There's not really much of a timing thing for hitting that. But if I play a replay like on the perfect window of time, I don't know if it's frame perfect or whatever, you'll skip the long fade out. Yeah. Right, time for Catalina. So this is first date. Catalina is weird in how she works. She's programmed completely differently to everyone else. She has 4 different missions, but she always has a central starting location for those missions. So it's like, the way it's programmed, it's like a mission that starts and then creates another mission. So it's like a multi-layered thing. So it prevents us from doing anything crazy here. We can't just like dupe a Catalina mission and skip another one.
Yeah, 'cause it's like, yeah, it's coded like really weirdly. But the idea is to give you like a non-linear feeling, because you can technically do any of the 4 robberies in any order. Which is, it works.
Yeah, me punching her there isn't just for fun. It's so she doesn't get ran over by my truck as I do this.
Yeah.
There we go. Right, now this is a really weird cutscene that you can only skip by mashing spacebar in the cutscene before it.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a cutscene there, but there would have been if I was not mashing. Now we're going to do risky strats.
Are you doing forest route?
Yeah. So you see these rocks on the ground? If I hit any of these, we're kind of screwed. I think I got past it. They're like little tiny white things. They're like random. They're like procedurally generated terrain. It's like really
for
weird.
some odd reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in some missions, if you have like a trailer and you jackknife it, which is like, you know, like the trailer spins and it detaches, then you can actually, you have like a certain amount of time to reattach it or whatever, or sometimes you don't even have a timer. But in this particular mission, if you jackknife, you instantly fail the mission.
Yep.
So if you like turn too harsh or anything like that, it's just instant failure. So it's a lot more risky.
Yeah, Catalina cannot love a stupid man or whatever she says.
Yeah, what she says, yeah.
All right, okay. I got it that time. That was all right. I did do it pretty slowly, but yeah. Safe. Cool. All right, so now we're going to go to a place, and we're going to death warp to get to the hospital if I can find a vehicle. Unfortunately, I don't have any weapons anymore because I got busted earlier, and I haven't had time to collect any. So the way we're going to death warp is by jumping off of a hill, which is, thankfully, it's like right on the line between like 2 hospitals.
Yeah, it's
so
really convenient.
if I jump like towards Los Santos, I will actually teleport to Los Santos instead.
Yeah, so instead you just like drop off the ledge to
Yeah.
go too far.
Yeah, you need to like slide down it.
Yeah, it's right where this like little windy road is here.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little up bit of this hill here that I can walk up. Just need to answer another phone call. Yeah, so phone calls like unlock missions and stuff in this game, as well as being used for glitches.
Yeah, you need to take 2 calls to unlock the next mission.
Yeah, it gets complicated when you need to play. You need phone calls to unlock missions, but you also need them for glitches.
Yep.
So then you have to like manage, like, what are you doing? Are you answering it, or are you not answering it and saving it for later?
Yeah, so this is a mission where it's really good to get a bike.
Yeah.
'Cause 1, it's fast, and yeah, like doing this with a car. There's a bunch of guys with like country rifles, and they kill you in like 3 shots, I think.
Yes.
And if they're laser accurate, then you just get destroyed.
4? Something
Maybe
like
four.
that.
Or
Four,
definitely.
yeah.
But if they don't miss, then they're gonna hit you 4 times when you try and run to the combine harvester, which is like the objective of this mission.
You
Yeah.
do want to get hit once.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the funny
Yes.
thing.
Yeah,
is
you want to
that
get hit once, but not any
Yeah.
more.
So the way I'm going to death warp after this to teleport back to that hospital is that I'm going to blow up a car that I kind of spawned near at the end of the mission. But blowing up a car right in front of your face won't actually kill you from full health. So I need to like take a little bit of damage from one of the dudes. So it's like the double-edged sword taking a bike here. It's like, yeah, you're not going to die as badly, but maybe they just don't hit you at all.
Yeah.
If that happens, I then have to pray that like RNG fire spawns, and then I can like stand in the fire from the explosion and die
like
from that.
if you blow up a vehicle, does it? For some reason, it's not entirely consistent. Sometimes fire will spawn, and then you can walk into it and die that way.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen and you didn't die from the explosion, then your only other real option is to like jump on top of a really small hut, jump off it like 6 times to take like really small amounts of damage. And it's just really slow.
Oh, is that the modern backup strat?
I mean, I don't know, but that's like
Okay.
a way that I know of doing
Right.
it.
I have an ancient backup strat of you just drive to a hill that's near the motorway and just jump off that. Oh god, I got shot.
Probably
Okay.
faster, to be honest.
That's shot twice now. Can we stop? Don't do that again.
Yep.
I need this guy's gun. He's like very frail actually. He dies in like... I always kick him one more time than I think is necessary because
Yeah.
he's so low health.
Yeah,
Alright.
So, I was going to say really quick, as Josh was talking before, like the complicated melee system, there's like 2 different ways to like beat people up.
By default.
Yeah, by default, yeah. And one of them is like if you just mash left click, you'll just punch them. But you don't do a lot of damage, and then also like you keep punching them backwards and then you have to keep chasing them to like close the distance. Whereas if you, like for me, it's like hold right mouse button and mash F.
Yep.
You do like a combo almost, like a jujitsu kind of thing. And you kick them and they fall on the ground, and then you can just like curb stomp them, like just keep stomping on them over and over again. And it's a lot quicker to kill them in terms of like hand-to-hand combat.
Right, let's make sure I avoid the ESA tree as
Yeah.
it was pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Uh-oh. Hit the
Sorry,
ESA
okay,
fence instead.
I see the ESA fence.
Didn't
instead.
flip down, it's fine.
I didn't flip, which is the important thing,
Yeah.
yes. Good.
Yeah, you can just launch the harvester off that like roof and hope that you don't flip it, but
Thank you, yeah, we're clapping for not flipping, yeah.
amazing.
Good. Alright, so yeah, this is the end of the mission. I'm gonna spawn, I have to wait for a phone call to end, and then I'll just use the rifle I got from that guy to blow up this. The petrol tank is that little circle thing. There we go. It's weird the muscle memory I have for like the weird location that the crosshair is in this game. Because it's not actually in the center of the screen.
Oh, it's not?
It's like slightly to the right, because CJ is right-handed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you play Chaos Mod and the screen gets flipped as you're aiming, you can tell the
Moves to the
crosshair
left.
moves
Oh,
to the
okay.
left, yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I've just like, it's ruined me in every other first-person shooter. But
Yeah.
for San Andreas, I can like just snipe people.
Yeah.
Alright, King in Exile, that mission's just a cutscene.
That's where you meet up with Caesar, and you sort of like update him on the whole situation that happened back in Los Santos. And then
Yep.
you also see Kendall. So Caesar and Kendall are dating. Kendall is Sweet's and CJ's younger sister. They're all one big unhappy family right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's time for another busted warp because you need to go back. So the first time you meet up with Catalina in like that, like random location at like a bar, and then all other Catalina missions you start from her hideout, but it's also right next to where the bar was. So it makes sense to go to that location. I don't know what it's called. Villamore? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so you want to like busted warp there every single time. Quick donations in the meantime while you drive there.
Quick donations, here we go. Fake Faye has sent $5 saying, Josh, where is our wedding money? And
That is not the real faith.
we also have Fumo Enjoyer, also $5 saying, greetings from Genzokyo. Where are the Fumos? And I want to remind everybody, just peek a look at the bottom of the screen. We are $442 away from the magical 60k. Wouldn't it be great to reach it during this run?
Oh yeah, we can get 60k this run. Come on, that'll be.
Come on,
That's totally doable. We've got time. I'm gonna take ages.
Gotta hold the run.
Yeah, I'll hold the run up until we get 60k. Yeah.
So we just had... Oh, they're coming? They're not coming.
What?
The Fumos are coming. Yeah.
Yeah, so as we talked about before, like you can't really dupe Catalina's missions because of like the whole way they're written with the whole like non-linear structure, but you can do them like on mission 0 and stuff as normal. And there's actually like a really ridiculous trick that's going to happen during the second or the third actually. Is it the third?
It's the last one.
The last one.
The last
so-
one. Oh, you do it in a different order because of it, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So during one of Catalina's missions later on, so going way later into the run, you need to buy the airstrip, which is where you do like the notorious flight school, and everyone like hates flight school and whatnot, blah blah blah. But it's necessary, and you have to buy the airstrip to unlock those sort of missions there. But Josh is going to do a setup that actually skips all of that like section where you wouldn't usually own the airstrip. So if you did that without any kind of prior knowledge, then all you would do is just softlock because you never bought the airstrip, so you can't progress with those missions. But for some ridiculous reason, if you buy a certain property during a certain part of one of Catalina's missions, it actually unlocks the airstrip instead. I think it's during local liquor store, right?
Yeah,
If you buy a certain Badlands property, as the mission fails, like during the cutscene where Catalina is saying that like you're a useless pig or something, then you'll see it'll cut to like the airstrip and say congratulations, you've bought it. So that's like a really necessary thing for all the way at the end, because otherwise, as I say, you'd softlock and this route wouldn't work.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's going to be a lot of setup for that later on.
Yeah.
But for now, this is somewhat normal.
Yeah, that's another one of those tricks that's like impossible to explain, and when you see it, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But it's just, it comes down to like, when two missions are loaded over each other, they like, the short version is they edit each other's code, right, or memory.
Yeah.
And what normally happens when that happens is that the game just crashes, because that it's not like a legal memory state or whatever. Not like a legal set of instructions for it to perform, so it just crashes. But yeah, in very, very rare circumstances, what happens instead is that you accidentally make a legal instruction, and then that executes. Then that sounds like arbitrary code execution, and that is kind of what is happening, except the code execution is not arbitrary.
It's just code execution.
It's game code execution, but we can sort of control what. But I mean, you could say that about regular gameplay, right? So. And that's what leads to the 15-minute run. If you play Remastered, there's an any % run for the mobile version that was ported to the Windows Store on Windows 8 or 10 or whatever. There's a run that you can do that's like 10 to 15 minutes long, where you just start the game, you do a bunch of really random and confusing stuff, and then the game just ends.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is still any % for regular San Andreas, because we can't do that trick in this version, thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a weird route here. Normally what you're supposed to do, what I would do is I would drive to where Catalina is going to stop on her police bike and pick her up instantly. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to pick up some satchels, because I need more satchels in the run, and we don't pick as many up as we should in any % anymore. So we have to pick up these ones twice. So I'm going to run over here. That cop is like in the ground, don't worry about it.
He's like scripted to knock over Catalina and like get her, cornered, and you need to go and collect her.
I'm not happy about this situation. I lost a tire as well. Catalina is stuck shooting someone.
Yeah, Catalina should get on, but she's just not. She's getting on the wrong bike.
Oh, wait. Okay, right.
Hey, good job, Catalina.
Yeah, for whatever reason, these cops... Thank you. For whatever reason, these cops are like less susceptible to the honking than other cops. I have no idea why.
No clue why.
But they do the waving at you thing, but they just keep running.
Yeah.
So there's just like, you don't actually stop them. So yeah, they're actual competent police officers you need to worry about.
Yeah, the
Alright. Yeah, glitch time again, so.
Yeah, glitch time.
Alright, 28. So I'm going to try to do the Vigilante on Mission 0 with the police bike again. But this time it's not essential to do it, and I won't need to use the tool as a backup. What I can do is I can do the other form of duping that we have. What number did I say out loud? 36.
Oh,
I didn't hear you.
28, something like that. I don't know.
28? Okay, I'll just stop and try it. Right.
Hey, you're probably fine now.
I didn't get it. That's fine. Try one more time. So.
Also important to know is that instead of 20 seconds, every call now takes 15 seconds to come through.
Yep. After Los Santos, phone calls are 15. Yeah, for some reason.
For high priority calls.
Yeah. Do you want to explain trucking duping?
Sure, sure. No, I can do it. Because trucking is one of the many side missions of the game, and what we're going to do is we're going to start trucking at the same time as picking up the phone call. That is what the pause buffering is for.
Yep, I'm gonna be there's gonna be flashing
in
images.
a little bit. So Caesar warning for those who know me. And at that point we are currently in a mission or outside of the mission. No, we're in a mission, but also
with
not.
the call.
With the call, yeah.
Yeah.
And what Josh is going to do is he's going to throw down a satchel so that he can blow it up later.
Yep. So we need to. Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, to cancel the mission, cancel on mission 1, to go back to on mission 0, but to do have a glitch phone call.
Yep. So the phone's ringing, but I'm also on the mission. Yeah. So yeah, I just started both at the same time, and then yeah, like you said, the satchel. So now I have this button which will put me on mission 0. I just need to time that right. You see where it says man mouse button to toggle Vigilante on and off? If I press that, the game crashes. So I need to not do that.
Yeah, because same again, if you start Vigilante during trucking. It's just like illegal instruction and game crashes.
Yeah. The scripts edit each other's variables, and then extremely strange things happen and the game crashes.
Yeah.
Except in the 0.1% of cases where the game just will part. Like you go to the end of the game, right? Like,
Yeah.
But yeah, not today. All right, so I'm gonna drive over to here. I'm gonna wait for the phone call again, and then I'm gonna detonate satchel. So I'll be holding the phone call. Whoops. Which will put me on mission 1, but then the satchel will blow up, destroying the truck, which will end that mission, which will then set me on mission 0. I also need to save beforehand, so let's just this real quick. I think I've done this in the wrong order a little bit. If I load that save, the game crashes. 57, I should have duped it first. Never mind.
That's fine.
This is safer, so...
Yeah, so if you can save the game when you're on mission 0 with a mission running in the background, but if you obviously load it, it thinks that you've loaded the game during a mission, and it just... You brick your save, basically.
Yeah.
So very important to keep that in mind.
Right, so the mission should fail.
Yeah.
Oh, I saved. I'm dumb.
Oh, it despawns a satchel.
That's why you don't do it in that order.
On mission 0 for now. Or the...
No, because trucking is running. The game will crash.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I have to go back. Donation!
No, can't you just...
No, the trucking is running and will crash if I do it.
Oh, yeah, you can't, like, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Donations.
Donations it is. We have a very generous $200 donation from Leif is Life. Thank you so much, saying, hey, did you know CJ sniffs worse than a dog? And also going to naming the horse Horsimus, so that's quite a mile gone now, this incentive. And Pete the player, 115 cents, $5, saying, this is all nice and all, but when's Crash Nitro Kart, Josh? Hoping to be at ESA next summer event.
Thanks, Pete. Hello. Right, that's Satchel again. Yeah, so I did things in slightly the wrong order. The thing with any percent is that if a single thing goes wrong, normally the game crashes.
Yeah, it's like GG, basically.
Yeah, so so like these two were saying, it's just like, oh, you just start the mission, right? And if you two were doing the run, the game would have crashed, right?
My bad. I don't have 10 million hours in this game.
Yeah. So I'm having to like keep so many things in mind at all times. It's not super complicated right now, but it gets very complicated later.
I kind of feel offended right now. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah, so I need to be careful. So yeah, I had to. This is very slow. It's my bad for. I needed to save to make it so the satchels would respawn, the ones I picked up earlier. It wasn't just a safety save, because yeah, if I load the save, the game crashes. So there's no safety save here. But yeah, I did things in the wrong order. What I should have done is I should have parked the bike here, held the phone call, detonated the truck. It actually blows up this time. Okay.
That took a really long time.
Jesus. All right, yeah. Then I let go of the phone call. The phone call plays. I skip it by shooting. Then I'm supposed to save. See, I even muscle memoried it.
Yeah.
All right, I don't need to again, though, so that's all right. Yeah, so the phone call, I'm doing what's called a hands-free call. So I'm like letting go of the phone call while CJ is performing like a cutscene animation. And if you do that, CJ doesn't actually do the phone call animation. So I still have weapons and stuff. And for whatever reason, if you shoot a gun during a phone call, it like skips the phone call. So, but like in a way in which you keep it, it just like cancels it. So I still have the phone call, which is what I held again.
Yeah, because as we talked about before, like...
Here's these satchels, yeah.
As we talked about before, like, a lot of the time you might only have, like, one phone call, but you want to use it for, like, 3 different things.
Yeah.
So if you just do a regular setup, CJ answers the call, and then you've lost it. So that's the end of, you can't do any more setups. But if you did a hands-free setup and then shoot away the call, then you can just answer it again, because it comes through same call, so...
Yeah.
It's actually been answered.
And it is the balancing act of you need to answer phone calls to unlock missions, but then you need the phone calls to do glitches. So yeah, I have to, at all times, I have to like keep in mind how many phone calls I have in the queue.
Yep.
And like try to make it so I only have to have like enough, right? And I can still progress. Right, so I blew up the safe and everything. Because I'm on mission 0 here, I can still save, as you saw earlier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the bike, we're going to drive over here. So in this mission, you're supposed to lose the wanted stars, but the intended way is to use the pay and spray, but that's very slow. What we do in like no major glitches and like non-glitched runs and such is we pick up a bunch of bribe stars. But what I'm going to do is because I'm on mission 0 and the game, gives me access to all the missions and everything, I can just save. So
saving the game just removes your wanted stars.
Yeah. I'm just going to come over here, save, hold the phone call, then start moving, because if you're not careful there, you can accidentally pass the mission without the phone call, which is really bad. And then do this, and I still have the phone call, which is what I want. So I'm just like trying to keep the phone call between missions here.
Yeah, that entire setup was so you can start this mission on mission 0,
Yeah,
which is where the magic's going to happen, hopefully.
So I walk in the edge of the marker, let go, and then we get Caesar, what's up? Okay, good. Right, so now I'm going to do the really complicated glitch we were talking about earlier, where I will buy the airstrip remotely, yeah. Remote buy is it called, I think. There's a few safe houses you can do this with different combinations of things to do it. You can buy some San Fierro stuff, I think, in Los Santos. Right, so I'm going to hold this phone call. So again, because these are like two sets of these, like, it's a mission and then another mission, I need to like on mission 0 them twice. So I need to like let go of the phone call and then hold it again before, like in between starting the two. Right, okay, here we go. So, drive over here, turn around, keep looking at the enemies. As long as I'm looking at the enemies, the mission won't fail, kind of Vice City style.
Yeah, because the game checks whether they're on camera or not, as well as like a radius thing.
Get off, keep the camera facing that way, answer this one phone call. Good.
Hey.
Come over here, and now this can crash the game, so I need to be very careful. And I crashed it.
Unlucky.
All right, okay, that's fine. Did it crashed in a very strange way?
It's frozen.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh, yeah, you're not supposed to see this screen at all. Okay, that's fine. I have tons of safety saves. Yep. The game was going to crash at some point. Yep. So I just needed a little bit of time to prepare a safety save. So if you have any donations, now's the good time.
I do have one. That is $70. Thank you so much from Shylux, without a comment, but that one goes towards the Alien Isolation cosplay. So thank you. We are getting incredibly close to the 60K milestone, everybody. So if you keep them coming, $167 to go, if my maths are correct. So remember, plenty of incentives are open to put your money towards, and the cosplay is, let me check that real quick, currently at, it's at 466 out of 3,500, so that is also going along nicely. So if you want the Met, keep the donations in, and always, and never forget to allocate them to a bid. That is a bid war or a donation incentive. And remember that we have prizes available at ESA. You can win like a custom ESA Nintendo Switch or a custom ESA PlayStation 5 for a cumulative amount of $200 throughout the event. That's a great incentive as well for you to donate for a great cause.
Yeah, so if you're wondering what was that. Maybe it looks like the save's gonna brick now.
The safety save doesn't work. Okay.
So if you're wondering what he was doing on that website, GTASMP.com is like a sort of like save file management website where you can like upload saves and compare them or whatever else. And what you can also do is you can like convert the version that the saves are on. So Josh is playing on 1.01, but then all of his practice saves are on 1.0. So if you were to try and load a 1.0 practice save on a 1.01 version of the game, they just don't load, like they don't work. But thankfully, you can go onto GTA SMP and you can like upload your current save file, which is like a practice save for this particular mission, and then you can convert it to any version of the game that the website supports. So Josh is just converting his saves.
Yeah. For some reason, that one didn't work, which is very concerning. So I'm just going to do the next one. This shouldn't cost any time because I am skipping stuff by doing this, obviously. So all off standards version 2. Save slot 4 will be fun.
Yeah, so if that whole like dupe setup would have gone well, what you would have saw is buying the property like resets the camera, so then you face away from the people, which then triggers the mission to fail because you're so far away and the guys aren't on camera. And then essentially what happens is like at the same time that the cutscene plays, where Catalina goes like, "You're an idiot, you're useless, you failed, whatever." Then you buy the Badlands property, and that actually causes you to buy the airstrip instead, which would set up for later on. That was the idea.
Since we're skipping it anyways,
yeah.
Josh would go back and restart the mission in a normal state, and would actually snipe the free.
Game crashes.
Oh,
brilliant.
Okay, that's concerning.
So your saves aren't working with the right version, I guess, or?
Yeah, this is version 2. did try safety save before the run. I was on a safety save. I've loaded saves already.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, new game works, which will unfortunately reset my splits. Have fun with that, run GG guy. Sorry. I got flight school, which works. I can load flight school. Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, like this just works. Why doesn't this work? That's save slot 4. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the time that it was modified.
I'm putting them in the wrong place. That's what's happening.
Oh. Where are you putting it?
Not documents.
Oh, you're placing it in like your own personal.
Yeah. I'm putting it on my SSD.
Nice.
All right, I'm a moron and can't navigate Windows. Hooray! All right, okay.
Yeah.
Now it will work.
So the actual reason why it wasn't working is because he was loading the broken save that was there the whole time.
Yeah, the broken save that I made just wouldn't work. All right, whatever. Okay, so yeah, because I thought that safety save wasn't working, I've skipped a few missions. So it just started at this mission. So yeah, all you've missed is that. Yeah, I would have bought the airstrip as we said, and then I would have done a race mission. I thought that save was broken, so I've gone the next race mission, and yeah, this is it. So we're probably about where we should be, honestly, if the game hadn't have crashed.
I mean, to be honest, on the bright side is that obviously you do 2 missions, and like, you know, it's the same mission back to back. Like the race is just the same race but backwards.
Yeah.
So doing it back to back is stupid anyway. So if it were up to me, I would make everyone skip the first one regardless.
Yeah. I'm trying to fix my splits as well at the same time as this.
Do you want me to drive for you in the meantime?
No. The problem is I'm using driving controls to skip the splits.
Oh, okay.
Hotkeys, yeah. A couple more. All right, well, this has been a wonderful train wreck. I wouldn't have it any other way. No. Yeah, this is just any percent. There's just so many ways in which the game can crash, right? Like it's not up to me particularly much if the game crashes there or not. Like that happens just on runs, even if you do things correctly.
It's all based on like cycles and
it's like whatever happens first, like whether you buy the property or if you fail the mission. But it seems like I bought the property and then the camera turned around, but turning the camera around didn't fail the mission. But I heard Catalina talk, right, as if the mission failed.
No clue.
I
tried to avoid this monkey stuff as much as possible.
Yeah.
No, she did respond.
Oh, yeah, okay. So she said, so that's weird. I've never seen it crash like that before, where you see the back of CJ's head and she's talking and then the game soft locks. I haven't seen that one. So
normally it just closes.
Yeah.
Normally it just closes.
Yeah. It normally just vanishes, right? Like,
it just like froze.
Yeah. That was very strange. Oh, well, never mind. We'll continue. We've got plenty of more glitches that I can do.
The only important thing that we haven't said yet is that you just made a new replay, which I hope you did.
Oh, yeah. Apparently I haven't.
It's another fast replay with 2 ZRs, a Sultan, and a Jester? Elegy. Same thing for me.
I don't have the replay.
You don't have
I did press the button, but I didn't get it. That's fine. I do have the replay backed up. So, just going to alt-tab and go back to Windows again.
A bit of admin.
Donations again?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Well, I have $5 here from Anonymous, and the comment is GTA VCS reference. And also putting that towards the Horsimus name, which is galloping away at a whopping $225 now versus the $5 of hamburger, which is the second option at the moment. So I think the people really want the horse to be named that. Good
VCS reference, yep. You got any more?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. James Kenneth 12 sends $10 saying, let's go to 60K. And I agree, because we are only $152 away from that magical milestone. So please, everybody, make it happen.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah, we are almost there. It's ridiculous. Thanks for all the Dwarm references. Yep, we're going back to trucking again. So we're going to have another pause buffer. I'm gonna do the thing where I like walk in, time the phone call happening, pause buffer to make it so it happens, and then the mission will start, and the phone call will ring at the same time, and then I hold the phone call, and then I continue, and I'll use the phone call for a thing later on.
Yeah, so the phone call is going to be used for like a dupe setup, like in a few missions time.
Quite a while.
Yeah, it's quite a while. It's like a couple of missions in San Fierro. But also, during like the early San Fierro missions, you can actually use like the whole on mission 0, on mission 1 phone call stuff. to actually gain quite a bit of time during those missions as well. So it's like a double effect, double time save.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about those, like, we'll kind of go play by play as we actually get there, because it's a little while to go.
Pause buffer again.
This mission's quite long. But this is the final Badlands mission coming up.
Yep.
2 out of 6 segments done.
So the way I'm actually doing things, by the way, with like starting the mission and then just putting a satchel down and letting the phone call ring, is in this little section before you get into the truck at the start of trucking, there is no traffic. So if I just run away, and there's no timer either, so if I just run away now, there's no traffic anymore, and I can just drive as far as I want, and it's fine. And then, yeah, as long as I don't enter a cutscene or save the game or something, who would do that, the satchel won't despawn, and I can remotely detonate it from like anywhere, pretty much. So yeah, gonna drive back over. This is the first instance of me starting a mission before there's even a visual marker for it.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
Yeah, it only happens a couple times in the run, but basically there just won't be a mission marker for this mission, like visually. It exists in code, obviously, because the mission will start, but you won't be able to see anything. So
Yeah, so usually, like, you would take a phone call and it would unlock the mission and then give you a marker there to show you where to go. But for some reason with this particular mission, even if you haven't taken the phone call, which unlocks the mission in terms of like the game is concerned, you can just go to where the marker is going to be after the call without taking the call, and you can just start the mission regardless, as long as you know where it is.
Yep.
So this is the call where Truth is telling you to come to the farm that you're answering and cancelling. So we're going to keep that like all the way through San Fierro pretty much later on.
I'll
while
try, yeah.
Yeah, try. It's not easy to keep it. Yeah, it's going to get to a point later on where we're talking about like call priorities. And the truth call and certain other calls have like the same priority, so it can be like a 50-50 whether the right call comes in or not. Can be kind of a pain later on, but we'll get to that. From now on, just you don't need to use the flamethrower to slowly blow up all this stuff. You can just use satchels and do it instantly.
Yep.
Which is why you got all those bonus satchels earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why you need all the satchels.
Yep.
All right. Just gonna that.
And then got to run really far away because for some reason when helicopters explode, as you can see, he got hit by one of them.
Yeah, almost killed.
They explode like 6 or 7 times for some weird reason once they hit the ground. So
Yeah.
if you're underneath that heli when it explodes, you're just dead.
Yeah.
It does like 500% of your health.
Airplanes and helicopters have like different compartments that can like be damaged and whatnot.
Yeah, so they just all blow up. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to like, you see I shot the fence with a rocket, and if you like look away in the wrong way, the fence will respawn, so I was trying to keep the fence gone, and then I walked over without looking, and the helicopter was a little closer than I thought, and blew me away, and then I ran away until it stopped exploding.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like right next to the car itself is explosion proof, so it won't blow up.
Yeah.
But it's not fireproof, so if there's fire from the helicopter explosion, it will blow up the thing.
Yeah. So now we're heading into San Fierro, which is like the third segment of the game. It's the second like big city. First one being Los Santos, and the third one being Las Venturas. Oh,
It's fine.
Brilliant.
It rolls. It rolls. It's alright.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
There's
I drove off the hill wrong.
Yeah, so as far as I know, like this, as long as you do the right inputs, this thing is like impossible to flip. Like in San Andreas, you can, when you're in the air or you're on the ground, you can use like your movement keys to like kind of shift the weight of the car a little bit.
Yeah.
So as long as you do that to properly shift the weight like back onto the wheels, you'll never flip this and blow up.
Yeah, this car is pretty much round.
Yeah,
Most
exactly.
cars are pretty much round except for a notorious one that we're going to see in just for missions.
Hey, we hit 60K.
Hey!
It's a good thing you're actually doing some gameplay stuff, otherwise the marketing team would like have it 60K and it would zoom out and you'd be sat like rewriting your saves in Windows like an idiot.
Right, I need to answer a phone call or hold the phone call here, ring.
call.
Yeah, we're good. Then I need to run in here and then immediately let go of it again in this cutscene. So I have to let go of the phone calls in the cutscene so that I gain control, and then I can shoot to skip it. Because yeah, this is the only call I have. So yeah, I need to make sure I keep it for a long time. So yeah, the next few missions, I am on the right splits. I'm not on the right splits. I forgot about that. Now I'm on the right splits. There you go. Sorry. Yeah. So I need to keep this. I need to keep this on mission 0 phone call, as we call it, through a bunch of missions. The reason we got it so early is just because trucking is like on the way to that mission anyway.
Yeah, it's just convenient.
Yeah, and having an on mission 0 phone call is actually gives you a few little tiny time saves in the upcoming missions. So there's going to be a thing in 555 where we had to regain control several times to like initiate movement and stuff. Yeah.
You do get another phone call by completing this mission. So we're wasting either that one or the truth
Yeah.
phone call.
Yeah, I have to consume one. Where am I going? I'm thinking about letting go of the phone call in 555, so I'm driving towards the garage.
I do that all the time, yeah.
I have to answer the phone call to do the strat in 555, so I need to like, conveniently I get one extra phone call and then I'll immediately consume it and I'll be back down to 1 again. Yeah, it can be relevant, as we said earlier, what phone call comes in first is like a 50-50 in this instance. But for the route I'm doing, it doesn't matter too much. There's some like risky strats I could do if I kept the truth phone call, but yeah, it's like,
doesn't really matter for this.
yeah, just marathon strats, or just act as if I don't have it all the time. Also, we haven't mentioned it this run, we did in the stunt jump run, I'm flicking the camera every now and then.
Oh yeah.
That's to like try to despawn the traffic. So the game, like, naturally, it just has an algorithm for spawning traffic, right? And there's like a 1% chance or a 5% chance that it will spawn traffic in any given like section of road, because otherwise the road would just be flooded with cars. If it was like 50%, it'd be like nothing but cars.
Yeah.
So by flicking the camera like this, I'm tricking the game into thinking that like I'm looking away and then I'm looking back. And for whatever reason, if you do it fast enough like that, it re-rolls the like car spawning our algorithm. So like 90% of the time, that means you just remove all the traffic from in front of you. But there's the odd 10% chance where it'll like just spawn something right in front of your face. Yeah, so I'm gonna do like a complicated glitch in a second, but there is a bit more driving. So if we want to read the big dono that put us over the thing, we can do that.
Let's read the big dono, which is by Circo Pew Pew, sending $150. Thank you so much. With a comment, 60K, let's go. Always enjoy these GTA runs by Josh, and thanks everyone for the week-long entertainment. Thank you for the donation, and indeed we have reached 60K with that. And that one is, by the way, going to the Messenger 100% run Save the Kappa incentive, which now sits at $155 out of 1,500. Still a bit more than half a day to go to get that. Thank you so much, everybody, for reaching 60K. Let's keep them coming. We're not stopping here.
2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, ring. Okay, sorry. Don't mind me, just counting. I'm going to
I
walk
believe you
here.
count for that. It's not that hard.
What?
Counting with Josh.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not that hard? I need to time the phone call.
Yeah, but if you let go at the same time in the mission, you can just skip the same part of the cutscene.
Not with Josh driving, you can't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry. The cutscene there has me on foot, and the phone call will ring. But I want it to ring after the cutscene, so I need to like time it so the phone call will come in the cutscene, but after I'm on foot. So to explain it, I'm just counting.
Yeah, it's like really convenient that a lot of the cutscenes, like you'll have a cutscene which would usually, like if you were holding the call, it would drop it and make you answer it, so you can't use it and then like re-hold it again. But it just so happens that like you skip the cutscene and then there's like a bit where CJ is just like you have full control of him, but then it's just like a second or two before the mission passes, so then you can re-hold the call as long as it comes in during that particular second there.
Yeah,
and it's nice and convenient for a lot of these things.
I promise everything I'm doing right now is a speedrun strat. I didn't just push the valets for no reason.
This is like fast 555. There's like a million different things going on here.
Yeah. And the phone calls ring in and oh god, yeah. So I'm just doing a strat to make it so that the DA will spawn quickly in a moment. I'm very low health, so I'm just gonna shotgun him instead of blowing him up.
Yeah, 555 is like quite an infamous mission because it has like so many different failure conditions. Like it's a really long mission, and if anything goes slightly wrong, then it's just really not good. Yeah, this is a whole setup with like camera manipulation plus moving the valets to a certain location so they don't quite pick up the car, or they do right away, and all that kind of stuff. But the idea is that like the DA comes in a certain car, and he only spawns where you're not looking. So if you look in a certain direction and you did the previous setup, he will spawn like at a more convenient set of traffic lights. But it also depends on how fast or slow you were on the previous mission, because the traffic light cycles are based on a fixed cycle, right? No matter what mission you're doing. So you kind of have to like judge how, if you went slow, you have to look a certain direction. If you went fast, you have to look a certain direction. Like it's really complicated.
Yep.
You spawned him in, which is good, and he
Yeah.
seems to be coming here quite fast.
I didn't look the right direction, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine. I got the wrong cycle of traffic lights.
But
That's
if you mess this up, you can sit and wait for like 90 seconds for him to
Yeah,
arrive.
yeah,
whereas it's like 10.
It was still reasonably fast, yeah.
Yeah, doing this in the intended way, which is just not doing any of that setup, is really slow.
Yeah, in the old days, we would just go and swim during this mission for
Yeah,
capacity.
it's that slow.
Yeah, there was nothing better to do. All right, yeah, so also on top of all of that, I'm also doing the whole programmery, complicated glitches things in the background, so I'm holding the phone call again. When you let go of the phone call in this game, you regain control of CJ if you didn't have control of him. And this cutscene here ends once you regain control, or once you get out of the car. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to let go of the phone call, get out of the car early, and that just ends the cutscene like instantly. Instead of having to watch CJ like drive the car in and potentially soft locking and stuff. So
It'll
yeah,
also be done in the final cutscene. It's quite a long, unskippable one.
yeah.
But it's where the police are going to arrive, and you can actually steal a police car in the cutscene. And then as long as you don't drive away too fast or too slow, like there's really specific timing to it, you can drive away like in control while the cutscene and the dialogue and stuff still plays. And then you have like a consistent fast vehicle at the end of it, which you can use later on. Very important that Josh doesn't crash into anything, because if you do, you have
run anyone over.
Or run anyone over, because if you get wanted stars, and that's really bad.
Yeah.
For the call and for the fact that you can.
You just instantly fail.
Yeah, if you go into the garage with a wanted level, you fail because obviously of like alerted
If you're in the
cops.
DA's car with a wanted
Oh
level.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
even better. Yeah.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Complicated thing.
Do you want to time this, or
What?
can I talk during this?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
I know some people use audio cues for this, whereas some people use visual.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm using visual. Keep going.
Yeah. So in this particular like scenario, he's gonna let go of the call here and answer it, and then he's just gonna run and get into this furthest away police vehicle.
Yep,
You can drive away, but if you drive away straight away, then the dialogue doesn't play. I don't know why, but basically you can see him pulling away in the cutscene, and then he waits until like a certain point. He gets out. Then the phone call rings because obviously you're in a cutscene on foot, and then he drives away at a certain time. So then the cutscene still plays as normal, but then he's got an on mission 0 phone call for this next mission, and then he also has a consistent fast vehicle. Because otherwise, if you just skipped this cutscene and did the mission as normal like intended, you would then have to like run out onto the street and find a vehicle. Some of them are locked because if they pull into the valet's place, they're locked by default, so you can't steal them, and it's just a real pain.
Yeah. Yeah, so the police car's quite nice. It's funny that I spawn underneath it. It's because, like, CJ sat in the car, and then the end of the mission sets you to, like, on foot. So CJ is just suddenly on foot while
Teleports you
inside the
out.
car, yeah. Right. Ooh, 2-wheel double bonus, nice. So I should hope the phone call, no ring. Okay, good. Yeah. Right, so I'm going to walk into the non-duping edge, as I call it, eventually. There we go. Let go of the phone call. Yeah, so there's, like, CJ's position inside of cutscenes is important. There's actually like 2 CJs, a cutscene one and a gameplay one. And where he stood in gameplay world is like actually relevant. Oh, I got the shot.
I shot though, I was going to say.
Yeah, I shot the thing all the way over there. Yeah, so when I let go of the phone call, gameplay CJ could like potentially start another mission. So I need to make sure to walk in the edge where like CJ when the cutscene starts, he walks towards the building. So I need to make sure to walk in the like building edge.
Yeah, so
instead
you're,
of the other
you're
edge,
walking
or I'll-
away from where the marker is.
Yeah,
rather than-
otherwise I'll like dupe the mission, which is the opposite of what I want. Right now I have to hold this phone call. I'm going to kill this guy for safety. And now I'm going to do a really, really cool, really, really old trick.
These guys don't mug you off too much.
Yeah, I have very low health. Concerning. Let's get the hell away from this. Is it in the hole? Not quite. Okay.
It's moving,
Yeah.
so you should be fine still.
Yeah. No,
Or maybe not.
it's fine. I'll just put up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my position was kind of whack because the guys were throwing me off everywhere, so I had to. Ooh, that's
I'm
helpful.
getting shot, careful.
That's alright. I'm alright. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea was to use satchels and fling the thing into the hole in one go. But yeah, those enemies really threw me everywhere. I normally want to stand in a specific spot, but I couldn't.
Yeah, you were getting like gripped up on.
There's another trick here where you can let go of the phone call again, regain control, and run over to the next mission. But I got a wanted star. I checked before I got in.
Yep.
And if I have a wanted star, I can't get phone calls. So
this whole setup would have been for nothing.
yeah, I lose them here, but that's not quick enough. So yeah. Right, so another one of these. This is different though. I have to walk in the non-duping edge and just hold the phone call. The CJ answers like an on-mission, like fake phone call. So now I'm still holding the real phone call. I'll get in the car, and if we look at the minimap, I'm going to let go of my tab button, and the minimap's going to come back. icons come back. I can now press middle mouse to crash the video game if I want to. So I won't do that. Or 1 on my mouse.
This mission's mega boring, so I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, this is a really long mission. It's one of the really long ones that we can't actually skip, annoyingly. It would be really nice, but we haven't found the way yet. Red and black, by the way. So this phone call is going to ring all mission, but I don't need it until the very end, so I'm just going to ignore it. But yeah, so I'm on mission 0 during this mission. The mission after this is actually the mission that I want to use the phone call for after all this time. I've had it since like Badlands. I've been doing like a few odd tricks with it, but the main like actual time save trick will come up in a minute.
The next mission, of course, is just a cutscene, but it skips the pimping mission. I forgot the name for it.
I can barely hear you. What?
What's the name of the mission that it skips?
You dupe Jizzy, so it skips. You T-Bone Mendez, the one where you go to the airport.
Oh, this one just skips Jizzy itself.
Oh yeah, it skips Jizzy
yeah.
itself. Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
That's just a very long mission where you have to drive around and then kill a priest and another.
Yeah, there's 2 missions called Jizzy. There's like a cutscene called Jizzy and the actual mission called Jizzy. And by duping the cutscene, it counts as me like progressing 2 missions, right? So yeah, we'll skip the actual mission that's after it. Yeah, sorry. We were both talking about the same thing, but with different name.
No worries. Anyway, this is the pancake card that I was talking about a little bit ago. If it flips, there's
flip back.
It doesn't flip back 80% of the time.
Yeah.
And are we going to do safety straps? No, we're not. No.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a hill coming up that I need to go down, and the fastest way down it is to just yeet myself off of it. But if I land badly or turn too much or anything along those lines, the car will flip, and yeah, then you'd have plenty of time for donations because I'd have to drive all the way back to San Fierro. But hopefully that doesn't happen, and we can read donations during the photo parts instead. Yeah, I see you have a bunch. We'll get there. Yeah, so hello truck. Yeah, so that's an instance of a vehicle just spawning right in front of my face when I'm despawning. Alright, so very carefully. Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're going back. Read donations!
Fortunately, there are quite a few to read. We have $5 from Hassel saying, and it's good that English Ben is coming back because they're saying, Josh, Ben and Rick, I will donate a total of $50 if you explain all duping mechanics again. But this time, completely wrong to confuse the hell out of all viewers who tuned in late.
I mean, we've probably done that already anyway. Or did it wrong the first time.
For $50.
$50, someone can do it. I mean, okay, I can do it. So duping is when 2 missions love each other very much. One of them disappears, and the other one takes on property. No, this is right. I need to do it wrong.
One of them eats the other.
You're just so against charity now.
One of them eats the other one, yeah, and grows too large, and then you pass it. It gets too lazy and just gives up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And the way the phone call stuff works is we talked about like the game having RPG mechanics before. CJ actually has like a social awkwardness rating as well. So, like, obviously, usually you would pick up the phone, but CJ gets like quite anxious speaking on the phone. I'm sure we can all relate. So we actually just want to like skip as many phone calls as possible and not take them just to make CJ feel better, because otherwise he'll get really upset and like when he gets really high anxiety, you start losing control of him because he starts like doing his own thing, and it's a whole like, you know, with the AI world going on nowadays, it's all pretty crazy. So yeah, there you go.
I think that's worth $50.
I think so.
Agreed. You did break me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You still have plenty of time, so.
Awesome. I do hope that we will see these $50 for that amazing explanation. Well, there's also $5 from Ken Ario saying, why did you boom riders room?
Yeah, it's great. Thanks, Canary.
Pitpo sends $10 saying, hi Josh, hi Rike, and hi Tesla Live 14. Nico1995 sends $15 saying, hi Josh, the first speedrun I've ever seen was your ESA 19 run. Back then, I was doing an unsatisfying job, I was in a bad relationship, I was depressed. But I really like the positive energy of you. Been watching your stream since then. Seeing you be happy and entertain people helped me to quit my boring job, to break up with my ex. I started all over again. And here I am 4 years later. I got my dream job. I test cars and create content for a living. I met the perfect girl for me. We're getting married this summer and so on. Thanks for helping me through all that stuff. So now it's time that I help you guys, even if it's not much. Let's help fight Alzheimer's together. Thank you so much.
I think that deserves a
Wow,
clap.
thank you. Yeah, jeez.
Thank you so much for that heartwarming message. And it's every little bit helps.
Yeah.
Every $5 donation goes a long way, and we are very, very grateful for donations of all amount that come in.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was. I was going to say you came to my streams for happy, heartwarming content. I mean, okay, it's an odd
Questionable.
reason. Yeah, okay, but
Okay.
sure, I'll believe you. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to do the safe strat this time, shall we? Instead of
Did you fling yourself off a cliff?
no, a tree hit me. Came out of nowhere. It was
The
a tornado. A tornado. It was crazy.
That is unlucky, honestly.
Yeah.
I
We
was
made
gonna
it.
say, if you want the whole broom broom rider, boom boom car, whatever joke you said, that'll cost you another 50 quid. Just saying.
All right. Okay. So I still have to be careful. There's still many ways in which to flip this. At least I showed flipping it. You know, you called it. Like.
I mean, this mission is like just a recipe for disaster. Like you have to drive this absolutely awful to control vehicle,
Yep.
like all the way across the map, and obviously like the quickest way to get there is to not take the road. It's always going to be to drive off road to cut corners and stuff. But then the car just doesn't control properly, even on a road. Never mind off road. So it sucks.
Yeah, it's terrible.
This mission is garbage.
It's like even the roads around these areas have like ramps and stuff that will just instantly flip you.
Yeah.
And things.
There's even that one bridge that has like the bit of geometry that sticks out of it. So
Yeah.
if you drive over the bridge at the wrong time, you just flip anyway.
Yeah,
There's nothing you
exactly.
can do.
All right.
Stupid.
So we're just taking fit photos of a few key characters here. Since we've like entered a new chapter of the story, like the San Fierro part, it has to
There it is.
elegantly introduce a ton of characters. Yeah. So we get a few old ones like Ryder. A few actually. Is it just Ryder? And then
Yeah,
three
Ryder's
new
the only
ones.
recurring character.
Yeah.
This is bigger
Also,
than
fun fact:
anything
every
you
single
said.
vehicle that the people drive here with is this exact shade of brown. Have you
I
ever
did
noticed
not
that?
know that,
Someone brought it up in my chat like a few months ago, and I was like, "What?" And I did the mission. It's like, yeah, they're all exactly the same color of this brown.
$7 billion out
Look.
in game, and I've no
Look,
idea.
see, another one. It's so weird. I have no idea
That
why.
is good.
Anyway, the phone call's ringing, but I'm not worried about it yet. I only need to hold it at the end. There, here comes Jizzy. Oh no, Jizzy's is a slightly different brown. That's
Oh, so this whole setup was for this thing that your chatter told you, and it turns out they lied to you.
okay. I may have paraphrased. It's not the exact same shade of brown, but they're all brown.
Definitely
I
brown.
suppose.
The plot thickens.
I mean, that's just the default color of that car. Like, there is no other color.
Yeah.
Right, so we get another little cutscene. After this cutscene, I'll be placed on foot. The phone call is hopefully timed correctly, so it will ring during this cutscene. I can hold it. Sorry, back to the microphone. And then I can use the phone call to actually dupe a mission for once. I managed to save the phone call when I failed the mission earlier, so I didn't have to go and get another on Mission 0 phone call. I just kept it, so it was alright. Sanchez straight away, nice. That's useful.
And just to make this mission even more insulting, it just drops you in the middle of nowhere, and Caesar just drives off without you.
Yeah. At least it drops you in like Angel Pine, which is a town you hopefully know by this point. Because you've been here a bunch. But yeah, it's still ridiculous that you're just in the middle of nowhere.
No. The KT explanation time now?
Oh yes, it is KT explanation time.
Very exciting. Rekel, go for it.
All right. So this game has girlfriends. We already have one, Denise, but Katie is more interesting, since Katie is every girlfriend has perks, and the perks of Katie is she is a nurse, which allows you to, whenever you die in the game, to keep all your weapons and most of your money, all of your money, all of it.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. That is a thing for it. Anyway, every girlfriend has certain criteria, like sex appeal. Some of them like all of it, some of them like none of it. And remember that haircut that we got earlier in the second mission of the game? Well, that is important for it right now, but we're still not there. Katie is at a golf club doing some yoga, which is an interesting place for that.
Just realized it's actually the wrong time of day for Katie.
It is, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, because she died.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah, it's just turned
Yeah.
10, so I'm going to have to do something else. I'm going to need to find a police bike start Vigilante, save, and re-get the on mission 0 phone call. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to...
Do the mission first and then come back.
Can you do that?
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
that's what I do in backup situation.
I mean, couldn't you have just got a better, like a decent car on the road, like a Blade or something?
No. Oh,
I know because you can't come to the right time of day.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's the. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. Yeah. Is that a Blade I just saw? Yes, it's the caddies that don't spawn at this tower, not Katie. Yeah, I was getting mixed up.
Oh, I don't know if
Katie is there the whole time. Yeah,
She does?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm being confused.
I'm
Anyway,
a
yeah,
genius. I knew it.
Yeah. Good save. Keep going.
So this whole issue was about we want a caddy, which is for whatever reason a vehicle that gives us a lot of sex appeal. And the Blade apparently is one as well, since
It's like it's a high-class vehicle.
yeah,
isn't it?
she loves high-class vehicles. That's one of the reasons why we got that really nice replay that we got.
Yep. I'm just gonna run up to her. Hopefully, I've kept the car clean enough that she's okay with
Might
me.
be.
Hey, I'm Katie.
Yeah,
okay.
Wanna
Good.
go out sometime?
All right. Okay. Yeah. So I just dated Katie.
There's like a number of things that make you sexy. One of them is a sexy haircut, which gives you like X%. One of them is having like an undamaged certain class vehicle, and the other one is having like the correct stats that they want. So in this case, I don't remember what she wants, but she wants like a certain level of, certain fat, certain muscle. This guy is not happy with you for some reason.
Yeah.
Might have been her other boyfriend, I don't know. But the idea is, as Ricard was saying, like, you get Katie as your girlfriend, and now whenever you die, you keep all your weapons, which is really good because it means that we can do death warps. And 2, you also spawn at her house if you die in San Fierro, which is right next to the missions that we're going to be doing. This is like technically a more important one, is that so this mission that we just duped is like a Jizzy, it's like a cutscene mission that then shows you Jizzy's like you go to his section of the map and do his missions, right? So you can dupe cutscene missions and it will skip the next one, but in this particular one, it gets stuck if you dupe it like this. So currently, like, the cutscene is stuck. And if you were to start like the next mission, it would just crash because it's still running like the first instance. It hasn't been like duped properly. But for some odd reason, if you like date a girlfriend, which is what we're gonna do with Katie in a second, then you'll see Josh will get teleported right back to the garage as though he's just completed the mission like that, because it gets the cutscene unstuck.
That's necessary, by the way.
Yes, yeah, shooting the girlfriend is necessary because it ends the date, which is what you want to do. So you want to end the date as soon as possible. Because there is a chance, if you don't end the date and you stay on it, that there is another mechanic in the game where if you date like several girlfriends at the same time and you're on a date with girlfriend 2, girlfriend 1 can sometimes show up and be like, oh my god, you're cheating on me with this
Person.
Yeah. So if you end the date straight away, then that doesn't happen. You don't have that potential for the cutscene.
You're on the bike, man. Okay, there.
So basically what we just did was we duped the Jizzy cutscene mission, and there was another mission called Jizzy, which is the one where you go in the Pimpmobile and you drive around for like 6 minutes, like dealing with, what are they called, like the escorts and the pimps and stuff like that. It's a really annoying mission, so yeah.
38.
Yeah. And now we're going to set up for another mission because the next one is T-Bone Mendez. And if you dupe that mission, you can skip Mike Torino. It's a very easy dupe to do. So we just do that with Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl is the exact same scenario as trucking. The only difference is that you don't like manually blow up a truck or anything to fail the mission. It just fails based on a timer, which you'll see in a second. So all that you need to do is you just need to hold the phone call button like before the timer runs out. So you see there's 30 seconds there.
Yep.
Josh is going to go like into like a little hidey hole here. One, because if you blow up, like if they... Oh, this guy might not be...
It'll be fine.
Okay. I would move personally, but
No.
you're fine. Yeah, so if you blow up inside of this, you actually die, like for real, so that's not good. And
Like
then,
for real?
Like for real. Yeah, Josh, this run would end really poorly. But then also, if he holds his phone call button like now, there's like, again, as we talked about before, like all of these missions, it has like a second where the phone call can come in when CJ's on foot before the mission fails. So you can hold the phone call and the mission fails, and then it sets you on mission 0. So you can get the on mission 0 phone call to do the next mission.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing that several times in San Fierro. Yeah. The Vigilante on Mission 0, like 1 in 3 chance frame perfect trick thing, it still works, but as the game progresses, it becomes even harder to do it. Because for complicated reasons, the delay in the phone call just gets longer each time.
Yeah.
So it's like it becomes, I think it's like a 1 in 5 or a 1 in 8 by the time you're in San Fierro.
Yeah, and it just gets worse and worse. Like it starts off 1 in 3, which is already bad enough, and then by the end of the game, you have like a 10% chance, probably even less, for it to work. So
yeah,
it's just not even worth trying.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I'm not doing any of that without frame limiter. I'm just going to do old school trucking dupes.
Yeah.
So we're just going to go over here. I'm going to dupe this mission. I'm going to walk in the duping edge, this edge, in the cutscene. I'm going to let go of the phone call. Cutscene starts twice. I've duped the mission. The sky is weird again because it thinks I'm indoors again.
Yeah, you duped inside the cutscene, so he thinks you're in the pleasure dome,
Yeah.
which is like Jizzy's place. And then also there's no traffic.
Yep.
'cause you can't have traffic when you're indoors.
So I'm going to drive over to where the mission is. There's going to be 3 or 4 dudes that I need to shoot. Hopefully I do it without messing up. In the meantime, we can have some donation.
Let's go for them. Shmooly has donated $10 without a comment, also putting that towards the Horsimus name. And we have Hassel. Well, they put in their end of the bargain and put in $50 saying, thank you for explaining duping to me again after all these years. I finally get it. Lots of love to these GTA San Andreas runners. Shout out to Plum, because that goes to the Plum cosplay. And also in that regards, Melis224 sends $5 saying, can you explain duping pretending to be Gale in Turkish? Thanks.
Good luck. Hey, you got this, Ben.
Gale Gale is like mega French, so how on earth do I...
Just be mega Turkish, I don't know.
God, what Turkish do I know? Salam? Is that salam?
Was Arabic? Yeah.
Salem? I don't know. One of those two. That's Turkish. I
We
think.
want to cut this off before this goes to a bad place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say something offensive by mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, hello, Melis.
I know something that Turkish people do, I can say, is when they laugh in like Twitch chat rooms and stuff, you know, like certain languages have a way that they laugh. The way that you laugh in Turkish is you just spam characters on the keyboard, like, you know, ASDF, whatever. There you go. Laughs in Turkish. There you go, sorted.
Stop.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's not offensive. That's true.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah, see, all the Turkish people will be smashing their keyboard right now. laughing at you.
Everyone who counts in the audience is banned from my chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Someone get on that.
Which roll bear?
Oh, dear. Alright, yeah, so that was a nice easy dupe. I stood on, like, the position that you need to stand in, because, like, it's another complicated thing, but the game's aiming system is kind of weird. You're, like, aiming across a grid, kind of. That's the way it feels. But yeah, so I had to stand in a particular position, and then I could shoot all of the enemies without alerting the other enemies.
Do you have a ground reference for that? I saw you looking at it.
Yeah, the very tip of the hill.
That's very cute.
Yeah. Why? What do
You
you?
have so many... I just stand there.
Yeah, I mean, I used to, but then Amiga was like, didn't you know there's a position for this? So then I started doing it.
San Andreas geeks have like references for everything. Just play the game, man.
You just play the game, yeah. All right, okay, so this is Outrider dupe. This is another very complicated dupe.
Yeah, this is like one of the worst ones in terms
Yeah.
of like the setup, and also the fact at the end, like it's a really long setup, and then it's like a really, really tiny window, like a matter of frames to do a certain thing, and if you beef it too early, too late, game crashes.
Yeah, the classic, if you do this any percent glitch wrong, the game crashes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got 4 frames for this.
4 frames, yeah.
Okay.
Is it 4? I thought it was 3.
That's 4.
Oh, okay, 4, okay. Well, I've been doing it wrong the whole time.
Yeah, it's all that you need to know is it's like a matter of frames to press the button, and it's
Yeah.
it's pretty rough.
Not much of a reference.
Yep.
Right, so I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, so I'm gonna set up another on mission 0 phone call. Eventually, there it is. And then I'm gonna go to Outrider. This dupe is really weird. It's not like all the others. So normally what happens is when I dupe a mission, I just walk into the marker, you know, once, then let go of the phone call, walk into the mission again, and then I just do the mission, right?
Doesn't work for Outrider.
No, what happened, if I did that, I would soft lock in the first cutscene. You can't get through it. So what I need to do instead is a really weird thing where I like start one copy of the mission, like just normally, drive over, get on mission 0, and then death warp into the cutscene. So then the cutscene will start, but I'll die, and I'll get teleported to Katie's house.
Yeah.
But because I'm on mission 0, the game doesn't fail the mission, because you can only fail missions when you're on mission 1 for some reason. So then I can like drive back over, start another copy of the mission, and then watch that cutscene again. but like skip it, and then it's just barely possible to like drive out of a copy of the other car.
Yeah, you like brute force your way through it.
Yeah.
It's like invisible, but it still has collision and everything.
Yeah, so I need to do a bunch of funky stuff here. I need to do this.
It's also like, do you remember how we talked about before when I was explaining duping, about how like for most of the missions, it's like you dupe mission A to skip mission B and go straight to mission C. Like, that isn't really how this one works. So in this particular scenario, it actually skips several missions. Duping Outrider skips Snail Trail and Ice Cold Killer. And the reason for that is because like San Fierro has, in this particular part of like the San Fierro chain, it has like a weird, God, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say while I'm doing it. Basically, like the mission is expecting X amount of missions from certain chains to be completed, right? But then if you dupe Outrider, you actually skip over that entire check. So it means that you can go straight to like way later on in like, you know, the kind of mission structure. Right, so instead of going to like mission C, you go straight to like mission F. Because like, I think Pier 69, it requires, I want to say like it requires Ice Cold Killer to be completed. But then because you skip Snail Trail, you never need to beat Ice Cold Killer, and then you can just skip Ice Cold Killer as well and go straight to Pier 69.
I have no idea.
It's something like that. I made a video on this like 3 years ago, but I don't remember. I've slept since then.
I think the Snail Trail is a different mission that is unlocked by Outrider. And Ice Cold Killer is unlocked by Snail Trail.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Something like that. I don't know. So, but basically, all that you need to know is you can skip several missions doing it, and they're both pretty annoying missions.
Yeah.
Snail Trail in particular is just sitting and chasing a taxi very slowly for like 6 or 7 minutes. Like, you go all the way to Los Santos and back. It's really slow.
So this setup is really long, but it's like very worth it.
It's worth it. You save like best part of like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a frame not a 4-frame window thing, and then I have to, there's a bunch of other crazy stuff I have to do.
Yeah,
so,
so
I,
like,
I def warped into that cutscene, and now I have to then drive back and trigger that cutscene again.
So this entire setup was known for quite a while. It was known that like if you duped Outrider and you could somehow pull it off, you could skip these missions. It was known that it was a thing, but nobody figured out like a reference or a setup to actually make it work. And then basically everyone got to a point where like you could get to the end with duping it.
Stuck again.
But if you were to like trigger the end of the mission, the models for everything I think wouldn't be loaded, so then the game would crash anyway at the end. But then someone found out that if you like get onto the bike, which is like a way that you can like remotely start the end of the cutscene, which usually wouldn't be possible, but we're going to use another glitch which we found somewhat recently to do that. It's a whole mess. You can time when the final cutscene is going to start, and you can play a replay just before it begins to give that like extra frame window for the models to load in, and that allows the mission to be passed. So this second glitch that I'm talking about that allows you to like completely skip like the actual meat of the mission is it's a lot more simple than what we were talking about. Basically, this van, or these two vans in this case, because the mission is duped, you usually have to like follow the guy around, destroy all the roadblocks, and make sure that it gets to the end. So the mission is checking for the van being there, and then the bike being there as well, because obviously you're on the bike, right? I don't even think you need to be on the bike. I think you might just need to be there in some capacity. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But in this particular case, what Josh has done is he's thrown a satchel next to the van, far enough away that it doesn't blow up the van, but close enough that it does enough damage to set it on fire. And then when a vehicle is on fire, the NPC who's usually driving the van actually gets out and runs away, and he leaves the door open. So then what you can do is you can steal the van and drive it straight to the end of the mission, and you skip having to like watch the guy through all the roadblocks and stuff. So what he's doing is he's doing like kind of like an awkward setup to push the bike, because he also needs to be on the bike. As we said, like CJ needs to be at the end as well. So then the van is in, the bike is in, and then as soon as he gets on the bike, as long as the bike is in the compound, the mission will pass. But this is where the 4-frame window starts. So as I say, like the models need to be loaded, otherwise the game will crash. So he needs to...
Oh, come on.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain to push this thing. Yeah, so he drives the bike in. The bike, CJ, and the van are all in.
Yep, all three conditions. Yep.
Yeah, but then he needs to get on the bike, and then...
One second, sorry.
Yeah,
this is the tricky part.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, good.
Woo! Didn't crash.
That's why the clap. That's really difficult.
Yeah.
So,
Continue.
so as you saw there, he got on the bike, and then like just as he was like the game counts him as being on the bike, and it's ready to start like playing the final cutscene. There's like a 4-frame window, 3-frame window, whatever, where you have a chance to play a replay, and it gives just enough buffer for the models to load, and that causes it to not crash. So if he was like, 4 frames early, 4 frames late, the game would crash, and all that dupe setup would be for nothing.
Yep.
But instead, he's duped Outrider, so now he's passed Outrider, Snail Trail, and Ice Cold Killer. So that means that the only thing he has left to do is go to Pier 69, which is where we kill Ryder, which is usually way later on. And then also, San Fierro is like mega broken in the way like the mission chaining works. So then after Pier 69, he's actually going to dupe Torino's Last Flight, which is the penultimate mission, skip the final mission of San Fierro, and this final mission is kind of what we talked about in Los Santos, where it's like it's checking for all the different strands to be completed. So if we skip that mission, then what you threat.
I want to blow up the car so that I don't have car AI.
Oh, okay.
But then I parked the car next to Caesars, which if it blows up will probably fail.
Probably fail the mission.
So let's put this over here. Right, yeah. I just don't want car AI.
Yeah, makes sense.
Continue.
Yep. So that final mission, if it's skipped, then you don't have to complete the chain. So as you can see, we haven't done any of Woozy's missions so far. And usually you would have to complete Woozy's chains of missions to unlock that final mission. But because we skip it, we never get to that point. But there's another big problem. So as we talked about during the San Andreas USJ's run, if you go into a district where you're not allowed to be there because the game hasn't like progressed to that point, or you haven't progressed to that point, then you get 4 stars like every single frame while you're there. Like you have like permanent 4-star wanted level. So because we skip Yay Kaboom Boom, which is the final San Fierro mission, you never count as like unlocking Las Venturas or any of those areas. So Josh is going to permanently have 4 stars when he's in Las Venturas, and that's why he needs.
Can he die?
Yeah, this is also where you
Thank
kill
you.
T-Bone Mendez here, and then you kill Ryder here as well. But yeah, so because we never unlock Las Venturas, we're going to have to do a setup to do another 0-star glitch. But yeah, that skips like the entirety of Woozy's chain as well. So San Fierro usually takes like the best part of 2 hours when you do it normally.
Yeah, it's definitely the longest part of the game normally.
It takes like, what, 20-30 minutes if you do it like optimally now? Like you skip like 3/4 of San Fierro. It's kind of nuts.
I want this bike. Yeah, I was looking for a bike there, by the way, for a bike AI, but I just didn't find one. But you can see I was like kinda dying. It's like, it's pretty spook doing that with a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was pretty worried, but yeah. What is next? I'm just
Torino's Last Flight.
Torino's Last Flight.
Torino's Last Flight.
I'm just, I'm running on muscle memory. Yeah, so, yeah, this is the final, as we said, it's the final dupe, and we're gonna just skip, like, a ton of missions.
Funny enough,
This
Tier
one, dude.
69 is the only mission where we're not actually messing with OM0.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, look at my splits. Yeah, they're all duped or OM0. The only normal San Fierro mission, and we start it without a visual marker.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of glitched. So
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's no marker there either, because
yeah, I kind of lost it a little bit. I was wandering around for a sec. Yeah, so every single mission in San Fierro was getting messed with a bit by me. That's great.
Yeah. So Torino's Last Flight, the dupe setup and everything is very standard. We're going back to normal duping now. You can start the mission, cancel the call, start the mission again. Very easy.
Yep, pause buffer again.
Yeah. So some important things to note about Torino's Last Flight is the game gives you like an RPG with 60 rockets and an AK with X amount of bullets. I don't know how many it has. But obviously when you dupe it, it gives you like double the amount of ammo, right? So you'd have 120 rockets. But if you pick up that rocket launcher and then use it to beat the mission, it then takes your rocket launcher away from you once you complete the mission. But because Josh still has rockets from all the way back in Badlands, you do, right?
Yeah.
He can use those to beat the mission, and then the pickups still stay even though you've completed the mission, because I guess they didn't expect you to not pick them up.
Yeah.
So what Josh is going to do is he's going to beat the mission and then pick up all the guns afterwards, and it means that he has 120 rockets for the rest of the run.
I will use it the rest of the run.
Yeah, so like obviously rockets are really overpowered, and 120 of them is enough to duke your way through the rest of the game.
By the way, quick shout outs to Oromit, who's probably watching this in post to remove the music from that section for YouTube.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, sorry, Oromit.
He'll have to do Life's the Beach as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game loves, even though you have like the radio slider turned off because you don't want the MCA issue, the game just plays copyrighted music during gameplay anyway because, like, unlucky, I guess.
Yeah. Right, so I'm just gonna... I'm actually just gonna do a safety strat here. I'm gonna watch this first one, and then I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna do the next one.
Why do you save that?
Health.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was half health. I just didn't want to die. That's all. Yeah, because all this complicated setup stuff is like if I die, I've consumed a phone call and all such. It's like hard
really
to
problematic.
It's hard to recover. Yeah, I have the tool, but I would like to play as if I couldn't just like toggle it at any moment, right?
Yeah. There are runs that you can do where you basically like mass dupe a bunch of missions using like the On Mission Zero tool just to see like how broken the game is. Like obviously it's its own separate category. And if you're ever interested in like these kind of dupes and stuff, watch that because you do like certain missions like ×5, ×7, you know, things like that, and it just becomes like extremely broken. It's nuts. We got a quick shot here. Nice. Good. That was a pretty tricky shot. But as you can see, all those guys are shooting at you. You have a police wanted low on everything. But then as soon as the mission passes, they all just become like passive again. So then Josh can pick up the 120 rockets, the however much AK it is, and then hop on a bike, and now it's time for Desert. So that's San Fierro done.
Yep. Now we have the most complicated glitch in the entire game to set up.
Yes.
Do you want me to do it?
God.
Do you even understand like what happens?
So what I know is that like basically the idea is Monster is the first desert mission, and obviously if you dupe Monster you can skip a bunch of the desert missions. We're gonna do it 8 times. I have no clue why specifically 8, but what I do know is that for some odd reason with Monster, if you mass dupe it like a bunch of times, it's for some reason more consistent than just doing it like ×3. Like ×3 is like the most optimal way to do it if you want to just skip through like certain missions. But it's like a 70% chance to crash. Whereas for some reason Monster ×8 is less than 70%. It's not 0%. It's still can crash a bunch of times. I have no clue why, but that's about as much as I know.
We do it 8 times because we're skipping 7 missions.
Is that simply why it is?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so in that case, I guess kind of I don't know. I've never done this route in my life.
I think I counted them all out at one point, and you skip that many missions.
But basically, the idea is that you want to skip like the entire desert chain. So we're talking like
Black Project even.
Yeah. As far as I know, it's all the way up until Green Goo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is just I need to restart the game here.
Yeah, it's like safety stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing went wrong yet.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah, so this setup, like mass duping Monster, it's all one big chain with the desert missions, like all the way up until you buy the airstrip, etc. So the idea is that you skip like all of Torino's missions. So you skip like obviously you do Monster, then you skip like Hijack. What's the one after that? Interdiction, and then Verdant Meadows, which is like the one where it tells you to go and buy the airstrip. Do you still do flight school? I think you do, right?
I busted.
Nice, dude.
Sorry, I need a police bike here. Yeah, you skip the airstrip missions as well.
Yeah.
That's what the 7 is. So you're skipping Big Black Project and all that lot.
Yeah, NOE, Stowaway, Black Project, Green
And
Goo.
Green Goo, yep. So that's there. You need to do 7 to skip all of those.
Do you skip flight school as well?
No.
No,
you
flight school is weird because it's like, you need to complete the school, right? Like.
Yeah. But then what does like flight school, if you skip all those missions, then why do you need to do flight school? Like,
it's just a requirement to progress. Like once you've completed flight school is when you unlock Los Venturas missions.
oh yeah, it's like to unlock like Fender Catcher.
Yeah, because then Badlands and Green Goo and the other one are later, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
Right, 24, 44 even.
Yeah.
Keep going, sorry.
Yeah, so this setup is to skip absolutely everything in the desert, plus later on there will be extra like desert missions for the airstrip during the last Ventura segment, and that skips all of them.
Yeah.
And yeah, the only thing you have to do is flight school.
Yeah.
Everything else is skipped.
Funnily enough, what I'm actually setting up right now is on Zero Star.
Zero
glitch.
Star, yeah.
Yeah, because as we spoke about, I don't technically unlock Los Venturas. Did we talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't technically unlock Los Venturas, so I will have 4 stars if I go there.
Yeah.
It's possible to play the game with 4 stars. You could beat the missions, but what you can't do is answer phone calls.
Yeah.
And I like phone calls. So.
Is this guy gonna blow up near you?
No.
No, they flip. You can't flip over in this mission.
Oh yeah, it like flips you back.
Yeah. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get on Mission Zero phone call here, but I'm not going to use it for duping anything. I'm just going to use it for like being able to start a thing with Vigilante running and then use that to regain control.
Yeah.
So I've got the on Mission Zero phone call. I'm going to get on my bike. I'm going to start Vigilante, and then we're going to drive all the way over to the airport, and I'm going to use a very underused feature, and you're going to fly to Los Santos using like a plane ticket.
Yeah, you can actually like fast travel in this game using like, yeah, you can actually buy a ticket from the airport like we all got here at ESA, you know?
Yeah.
And actually fly to different cities. And when you're inside of that plane, you can't get a wanted level, right? Because like
When you're inside the cutscene.
When you're inside the cutscene, yeah. So what this is going to do, this whole like setup with Vigilante and everything, is Josh is going to be flying and he's going to let go of Vigilante because he's holding it the whole time. And that gives him control. And then the flight is still going without him, but he can get out and blow up the plane. And because the plane never reaches its destination, the cutscene like never
Finishes.
Yep. So as far as the game is concerned, CJ is like permanently stuck in that cutscene, and then he can never get a wanted level for the rest of the game. There is a chance, as a result of this glitch, that if... Oh, I forget how this works.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, like, if a vehicle spawns with the same vehicle ID as the plane, then it removes the plane or something like that, and it basically, like, teleports you to the airport as though the cutscene finished, and you lose the 0-star glitch.
Yeah. If it detects... Yeah, if a vehicle spawns with the same unique ID... Yeah, it will replace the plane, and then whatever airport that vehicle is closest to, you'll teleport to that.
Teleport to it, yeah.
Which is normally the vehicle you're next, the airport you're next to, right?
The fact that it gives the plane a unique ID, unique being the key word, and then gives another car the same unique ID is pretty silly in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's never supposed to happen. It's a very unlikely thing.
Yeah, this is like a very long chain of glitches, so you can't really blame the developers, but it's just kind of ironic, you know, like they're not very unique if you can give two of them the same.
I'm calling it a unique ID, but I think it's actually...
Might just be an ID.
Just an ID.
Maybe we're just gaslighting the developers here. Who knows?
I'm using like standard programming terminology, but yeah, it's not.
Yeah, standard programming.
UUID. Come on, Ben.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't remember what the other U stands for, but one of them's unique.
Mention that it like hardly ever happens, but it can.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna park my plane here.
Yeah, trucking has like a big despawn radius, so if you park the plane like anywhere closer, it'll be gone.
But if I park it further away, it also despawns.
Really?
It's too far.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah. So the reason Josh is heading to trucking right now is because you can use like trucking to mass dupe stuff. Like if you were to just like walk into the monster marker and try and like go on mission 0 a bunch of times, like it just doesn't work. Like it's much more complicated than that. But with trucking, you can just mass dupe stuff. So you can like set up a dupe with trucking, and then you can like move the truck out of the way because obviously another truck is going to spawn in a second. So he just drives the truck out of the way and then goes on mission 0 again because obviously he's got the call. Starts trucking a second time, moves the truck. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. And it all works.
We'll do this for a bit. This thing is flashing, which means Zet really wants to say something.
Oh yeah, so yeah, while he's doing this, you're welcome to read. Yeah.
That's true. I want to quickly squeeze in a few more donations. Mizio has sent $5 saying, "Get to the checkpoint." Thank you. Tristan is donating $20 saying, "Tristan from the US here. Good morning to any other American early birds here. Adding another name for our good bird friend Flamigo in the Pokemon Scarlet Violet race later today. Going to naming Flamigo Bramigo. Thank you so much. And lastly, I want to say thank you to Bon Jovi for $5 saying, whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer." And by saying we're halfway through the run, this is also me ending my donation shift for this run, and I'm handing it over to the fabulous Argic. Thank you so much.
That's why you wanted to talk. You want to leave.
I see how it is.
We need Ruffled Bricks back. At least he sang Bon Jovi.
Yeah, thank you, Zet. All right.
Can we get some counting up in here? This is free?
Counting the trucks, yeah, that's free.
Glad you counted, because I have no idea.
Yeah, I need 7 trucks.
And then basically the idea is that you have all these like instances of trucking running at the same time, so you can use it to mass dupe. And then when you start Monster, it transfers all of those instances of trucking into the same amount of instances of Monster, right? So then you have like Monster 8 times. Pretty sure that's how it works. No one's saying no, so
I wasn't listening.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We're not exactly there yet.
Yeah, no, got a long time to go yet.
Yeah, did you say that all the truckings turn into Monster?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
I said the right thing 100%.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pause buffering is very weird on this computer. Sometimes it like stops for a second and it skips forward, which is concerning me for glitches later on, but we'll see. Yeah, 5. Yeah, thank you.
Are we supposed to like not count because if people do it in the chat room, then they get like timed out for spamming numbers?
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Oh.
What you should do instead is ! highlight in the chat.
Oh, dude.
Anyone get that reference?
Ash is going to kill us. 6. 6 eventually. 6. I don't. Yeah, there we go. I don't count it until CJ starts pathing to it. All right. So the next truck I need to not drive across. Otherwise, it is 6, right? What do my notes say? On the 7th stack, the truck alone. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
so
you see what I mean?
one
It,
more
like,
for the collection.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is a bit weird, yeah.
It's concerning me because it skips forwards.
This is what I got as well at home.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's okay. 7. Why did I put that satchel there?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just doing the wrong thing accidentally. Right, so now I need to blow up all these extra trucks just because they're consuming like RAM and stuff. Yeah, this glitch is like very unstable. This may just all be placebo, but we're gonna do it anyways. Is my plane still there? It is good. I don't have.
I mean, it makes sense to blow those up.
Yeah.
Because then they'll despawn.
I don't have to do horrendous backup strats if the plane's still here. Okay, so now I'm gonna do even more complicated things.
Yeah.
I need to go fly to the food store. I also need to not turn while taking off here, so I can actually take off in time.
Yeah.
There it goes. Good. Okay, so then I need to avoid a bunch of invisible trees. So I have a very, very strange keybind. I have R as a keybind for sprinting, but also accelerating in vehicles. We haven't really talked about the strange keybind situation.
It's a whole 4-hour block that
Yeah.
we talk about this stuff.
But because the game was made for PS2, and Rockstar still does this to this day,
Yeah.
the PC version is just emulating a controller under the hood. So if I bind buttons on the keyboard to be like the same button that they would be on a controller, I can like stack them. It's weird. But anyway, just know that I have to have some really weird keybinds.
Yep.
And if you try any of these tricks at home and they don't work, it's because you don't have the weird keybinds. Right.
Or because you're a big noob and you did it. You're not
Right.
nearly as good as Josh at this game.
So I've got tab. I'm holding the phone call. I'm going to run over here, let go of the phone call to regain control. I'm going to hold R, and now I am stuck sprinting and accelerating. But what this is doing is it's keeping the Cluck and Little Meal menu open.
Yeah.
So I can buy some fast food at any point. This is like remote fast food or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use this to regain control in a second if I don't plow into too many trees here.
The reason why like the bindings are important is because if you use the standard bindings, as you can see at the top right, it would just like interact with the food menu instead. Like if you press like space to sprint, you just start buying food instead.
Right.
So you need like a whole like second control scheme to do this.
Right, so I need to come over here. I need to do this. Now I need to... I'm stuck sprinting, so I have to be
I'll
very
let you
careful.
concentrate for this.
Yeah, I have to be very careful near the marker, turn towards it, then hold F, release R, walk in, skip cutscene, wait until I see a certain thing. I didn't do it. Oh wait, I did do it. Did I do it? What is happening?
I think you're stuck inside now.
I didn't do it.
You didn't do it.
Now we load a safety save. Hooray!
He did it! Way!
Hey, I did it! Ah, crud, yeah. So I skipped one cutscene too many, basically, is what happened. This is what I need.
Yeah, the monster mission itself is pretty normal, so
Yeah.
nothing hilarious there. The ending cutscene is a little bit hilarious, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a 50% chance to crash anyway. So that's why I had this safety save pre-prepared. Yeah, I unfortunately, what I needed to do was get inside the monster truck like one cutscene earlier. But the thing is, I also need to mash through the cutscenes very quickly or it's not going to work at all. So I just mashed one cutscene too many. Then I needed to get in the monster truck, then skip the final cutscene. Then I would pop out, and then I would drive with the monster truck, do the mission. And then, yeah, there'd be like 7 monster trucks that I had to blow up. And there's like 8 dudes at the end, but yeah, this is like a thing that I came here prepared that Los Santos was not going to work and Monster 8X was not going to work, and that's fine, and we'll just keep going. It's just this run and this route is just you can't.
Why are you doing the monster route?
Why am I doing the monster route? I'm just driving the mission with the car. What am I doing? You know what? We'll just load the save again while I recover from my own stupidity. Arjik, do you want to read anything?
I can indeed. Hello, everybody. I'm taking over right now. We have a $100 donation from KittyBot that is saying, best of luck with the remainder of the run, Joss, from your favorite South African.
Thank you.
And we also have a $5 donation from Sergeant Blue Falcon saying, watching this with my girlfriend's dog, having a great time.
Thank you. Yeah, I just remembered another thing. Loading that safety save, so Monster 8X, when it happens, there's a scoreboard at the end.
Oh, yes.
That is displayed that tells you how fast and stuff you were. The game makes 8 of them because we duped the mission 8 times. And then it will remove 1. So then we have like 7 scoreboards. It's just this big black box that takes up like a third of the screen. and is very annoying to have. So honestly, it's kind of a good thing that we skipped that. Yeah, just so we can see what we're doing. At home on my stream setup, I have like a button I can push that puts like text on the screen, and it just says like, this box can't be removed until this point, and it's here because of this glitch.
It's like you can remove it, but you have to load a save, right? And there's like no real convenient place to load a save until later on that wouldn't lose time. So
what zero star glitch?
Yeah. Also that, if you load a save, you lose a 0-star glitch. So like, you know, you could get rid of the box, but then you'd lose like 5 minutes. So it's stupid.
Yeah. So this safety save has the Los Venturas unlocked. So it's basically as if I had 0-star glitch.
Yep.
All right.
I'm just flight school time.
Yep, just answering a bunch of phone calls on the way, just because I need to answer loads of them. I hope this save is set up in the same way that I would have my run set up, but we'll find out.
Yeah, probably.
There's a truth marker on the map, which is a strong start. There was no 4th phone call. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, right. So this is flight school. In flight school, the aim of the game is to just fly planes and stuff. And try to get like a good score or whatever. But getting a good score is sometimes not fast. So what I'm going to do sometimes, like in the next one, when I land the plane, I'm actually going to land it really badly and really quickly. But that's just because that's faster. I'll only get like a bronze medal. Like we just want to do the bare minimum to get like a bronze medal to get through this as quick as possible.
Yeah, you just have to like pass each test. You don't have to get like a gold or anything like that. You do get like unique rewards for golds, and you can use it like later on. Like in 100%, you deliberately like gold all the flight school tests, so then you get a hunter, which you can then use for vigilante and whatnot. But in 80%, it's just not useful.
Yeah, but we're not going for any of that. So I'm just gonna. So I'm landing like way early on the runway. There's a bunch of conditions that the game checks when you land. As long as I'm pointing straight down the runway and the plane isn't damaged, I will pass if I land on the runway. So that one's all right.
Yeah,
now,
back like 10 years ago, the sort of theory was like all of the mega boomers would do all of the gold medals because, I mean, their logic was that if you do it flawlessly, then it must be the fastest way, right?
Yeah.
But I remember Cannibal K9 talking about that in his like audio commentary. But I was like, you know, mega boomers, that's not how it works. Us zoomers will show you how it. You know, it's flawed logic. You know, the ultimate thing is as long as you pass, as just the least amount of time taken is all that matters, right?
Yep. Now that we're in flight school, it would be a good time for donations. If my donation reader wasn't being distracted, Nashlax. Thank you.
Oh, you've been called out.
I'm sure it was a very important discussion fundraising team. I'll find out. I don't like the sound of that. Okay, sorry, Arjit, go.
Is that a threat?
Apparently.
You'll find out in a couple of minutes. Right, we got a $50 donation from Sersoft Corp saying, good luck, Josh, and thanks for the awesome commentary, guys. Glad to contribute to such a good cause.
Thank you. Keep going. We've got so much time.
Oh,
this
brilliant.
test is literally just the same test as before, but then you land at the end.
See, see, if Nashlax was faster, this is where the thing would have been good. But okay, we got we have a $167.50 donation from Citizen de Ente saying, hi Josh, sadly can't watch the run live, but I hope it's going well. I heard someone started a $167.5 donation train on Tuesday. And what should I say? Kind of fell for it. Thanks a lot to everyone making this event possible behind the scenes, and best of luck to all the runners.
Fell for it. That's a reference to the stunt jump run I did earlier this week, where every time I fell off the bike, I was donating $5, and there were some halves involved at some point. So $167.50 was how much I had to donate at the end. Sorry, keep going. We've got time.
We have a $10 donation from YT Satrun with no message here, but putting it towards the Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire incentive there. Putting it to Sapphire. So poor Ruby right now is not doing very well. Apparently nobody likes Rubies right now. So if you want to see the Ruby board over the Sapphire board, you still have time to try and sway the vote on that one. And of course, we have a really big incentive coming up with a Ripley cosplay for the Alien Isolation Run that we're going to have during the night tonight. The spooky Alien Isolation Run. It is $3,500 we need for it. We are currently at $466. So if you want to see the runner dress up in a Ripley cosplay, get those donations coming in.
Yes, the previous cosplay by Selena was also very good, so I want to see what Ripley looks like.
Josh, you have a girlfriend. You can't be making comments like that.
Are we going there?
I
No.
mean, you've already chucked away all like the money in the shared bank account, and now you're making comments like that. Someone get this guy off the air.
Oh dear.
Dear me.
Well, to be fair, it's not just English Ben calling you on that one there. We do have a $5 donation from our very own Poker in the audience there as well, saying, counting invalid. You didn't show the audience the wrong moment to count and then flamed them for counting at the wrong moment.
Oh yeah, I remember. I did that at TwitchCon. Nobody was happy with me. Yeah.
What? I don't get that. What's a reference to?
Oh, so when I did Vice City, I assume this is at least one of the references. At Vice City at TwitchCon, I was showing them how to dupe like on no SSU for the Cherry Poppers thing.
Right.
And then I don't remember this. I remember watching it back, but apparently I told them like the wrong time to do it, and then flamed the audience for counting at the wrong time. Like, it's completely my bad.
Oh dear.
Yeah. The best part is obviously TwitchCon audiences, like probably that was the one and only time they saw me, and they probably went away going like, that guy's kind of an asshole.
Oh dear, man.
Yeah, good times.
All right, yeah, we're almost done with flight school. Just a couple more tests. I gotta do this one. At least we can do this during it.
Oh, camera's going a bit funky.
Yeah, it always does that.
Yeah.
And then we get the barrel roll one, which is an aileron roll, not a barrel roll, by the way.
You absolute loser.
This one looks funny in reverse first camera. They removed this from Definitive Edition because of the
looks so
social
stupid.
media.
Yeah.
Yeah. People were like, on social media, this camera looks stupid, and they removed it, not because it was a glitch, like people thought, but just because they didn't want mean comments on Twitter, right?
Yeah. That's the important things.
Yeah.
Not fixing the glitches, fixing the
Yeah.
the working mechanics.
Let's not talk about Definitive Edition too much.
Yeah.
They-
They fixed everything, right?
No.
They
yeah.
had a year.
Yeah.
There's a reason nobody submitted definitive to ESA. We all played the originals.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that.
I was thinking about having like an any percent a Definitive Edition upgrade for my run, but
Not again.
it would have been a completely different run by that point. Like
Yeah.
the run is totally different. So yeah, stop that.
Yeah. Much better to show off like the new.
Oh no, I should have had an incentive for a downgrade.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought we all like registered that joke in our head beforehand. No.
No, I mean from Definitive Edition to base.
Oh yeah, that would have made so much money. I would have personally.
Yeah.
I would have personally funded that.
Personally, half the bill.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost there. Just
This is the final test.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, I'm landing like at the very edge just because it's faster.
Yeah.
All silvers, perfect. All right, chat, quick, guess. What does this red marker over here do? Audience, do you know what this red marker does? Nothing. It does nothing. Crash the game? No, it's not actually a mission.
I wish.
So because of the Monster 8X I did earlier, yeah, that mission, we've already completed it. We've completed all of the airstrip missions.
Yeah.
So no Black Project, no Green Goo, no NOE, and the other one.
Yeah, that marker's for NOE. Yeah. No stowaway.
Yeah, Stowaway, that's the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
So we just head straight to Los Venturas. We're going to do flight school. Oh, my splits are wrong. We're going to do Fender Catch-Up. I'm reading my splits incorrectly. Annoyingly, the task manager is right on top of it, but we won't worry about that.
Always an excuse. Yeah, so,
Yes.
yeah, so this is what Josh was talking about earlier. So, like, even though flight school is, like, part of, like, the whole desert chain, you still have to complete it to then unlock, like, the first Las Venturas mission, which is this one, Fender Catch-Up. And the silliest thing about all these missions, they're all setting up for a big heist, that then the big heist is optional. So all of the missions at the start of Las Venturas are all preparing for something that you don't do.
Yep. Yeah.
Great narrative.
Why was the heist optional? It's such like a
It's so dumb.
definitive moment.
It's so
yeah.
stupid, yeah.
It's like the big moment of the Los
Yeah.
Venturas.
It's really dumb. Like,
Yeah.
it just means that everything you do here is for nothing. It's all a waste of time.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So I just parked the plane there and turned it around, just so that I can use the plane in a minute.
Yeah.
Kind of a risky strat. Hopefully I don't blow myself up, which I've done in practice many times.
Yeah. So a couple of years ago, people would use a helicopter here for like a lot of Las Venturas, sort of driving about back and forth. Because you would use a Maverick, which is like a 4-person helicopter. And there's a point where you have to go like all the way to a really remote location in the desert and pick up 2 other people. So you need like some kind of 4-door vehicle. But then it was later like timed and properly discovered that if you save that replay all the way back in Badlands that we've had the whole time, and that, yeah, thank you for demonstrating, that we'll have for the rest of the run, it actually has a Sultan in it, which is like a really fast, and it's the fastest four-door vehicle. And it actually turns out that you can just use the sort of replay shenanigans to spawn in a Sultan and just use that to drive there. And as long as you get like some decent vehicle look, it's faster than using the helicopter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty consistent to find the Sultan.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. And even if you don't get a Sultan...
there's one.
Yeah, even if you don't get one, you'll usually get like something half decent anyway. You'll get like an Admiral, which is also quite fast.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Or you'll get like a Los Venturas cop car.
Yeah.
And the Los Venturas cop cars are even faster than the regular ones in like San Fierro and stuff.
Are they? I didn't know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure they are.
Are you sure you're not just saying that? I thought they were identical statistically.
I'm certain they're faster.
Right, okay.
And by certain, I mean not certain. 99% sure, which is not certain. I don't know why I said certain.
An Englishman guarantee.
No.
English vet guarantee, yeah.
I mean, just by default, I'm probably right. That's how
It's possible they're faster, yeah.
It definitely is possible.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, explosive situation.
Yeah, so this is the one where I'm going to fly the plane. There's a quarry I need to go to get a bunch of TNT. You can dupe this mission. It's a long story, but basically... Did the game just crash?
Nice.
I didn't even play a replay. I don't have monster duped. Why did the... Okay, sure.
Good game.
Yeah, that doesn't... I specifically did not play a replay to avoid the game crashing there, and it still did.
No.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so you can dupe this mission, and it would skip You've Had Your Chips, which is quite an annoying mission afterwards. But the issue is that it spawns like two of like the... What are they called? Like the... dumper vans or whatever they're called. I don't know.
Yeah, don't open the save file.
The big trucks that you use to like run over the boxes. It's like it's intended for the mission that you're supposed to use it.
Yeah.
And it spawns two of those, and it's basically like a coin flip, whether they flip over and then you fail the mission because it blows up the van that you need or the truck or whatever, or it just kind of bounces off and lands on its wheels. So obviously you could dupe it and risk the coin flip, which is what people did for the longest time. But it's not worth it in marathon runs. But then with the whole like limiting FPS thing with like the third-party frame limiter stuff, you can make it consistent. But then, of course, Josh is not doing that either, so it makes sense to just not do it in this route.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really annoying trick to do.
Yep.
All right, well, I have a save for explosive situation, so we'll see if the game wants to play the mission now. I literally didn't do a single glitch or anything. It's just actually there's the game crashing.
Genuinely just like a random game crash. There's
Yeah.
really a lot you can do about it.
I guess now's a good time for a shout out for Anakin for all the save files. He's made like safety saves for like every conceivable situation you could get yourself into. Now it works. Yeah, whatever. Well, I've lost the plane now, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, just take a while, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll just have to take this.
It's not a long
Premiere.
drive.
Yeah. I just would have been nice to fly there.
Yeah, Premiere is also a pretty decent fork option. I forgot.
Yeah.
about the
But
Premiere.
anyway, yeah. Sorry. Shout out for Anakin because they've made save files for like so many different situations, like every different route, like with LS duped. It's like cascading like exponential amount of saves they made. So like there's 3 different routes that all could have Los Santos duped or not in them.
And there's like saves for every scenario.
Yeah, like every single possible scenario is ridiculous. And he's like edited the save files, so like there's vehicles. If you need a vehicle for like, if you should have a vehicle at that point in the run, they've like added a save there. Yeah, added a spawn. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah, single-handedly saving this run. Thank you. All right, yeah, clap.
Yeah, so this is where if the mission is duped, you would see like the dozer flip there because that's where it spawns, and they spawn on top of each other and just bounce about.
Yeah, so you just have to. Yeah, for me it would be a case of just praying that they don't flip over.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do
But
this.
aside from that, this mission's pretty free.
Yep. When it doesn't crash.
Yeah.
I'm mad about that crash. I don't understand.
Yeah. The only other thing to mention is I assume you do like the kind of wall ride to get out of the thing.
Oh yeah.
So like once you pick up all the sticks of dynamite, you have to like somehow get out.
Oh, sticks.
Yeah, all the sticks of dynamite.
Ben accent, I guess. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, Southern boy. Anyway, so once you collect all the sticks of dynamite,
Thank you.
then you get given a Sanchez, and you're supposed to like ride the Sanchez up this like obstacle course to get out because they shut the front gates to the quarry to try and like you gotta like fight your way out or whatever. So you can like go to the front entrance and do like a particular jump.
Ooh, that's kind of spook. I should be alright. That's fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm just worried about the bulldozer more than anything. Because if that blows up even now when I
Mission
don't need it, the
fails,
mission
yeah.
failed. That's fine.
Yeah, so you get the Sanchez, but then there's like a sandstorm and everything, and you're supposed to like parkour your way out, as you can see by the markers there. But as long as you get out, the mission is just like, hey, good job, you got out, right? So you can do like any setup to get out. So you can like jump over the fence, but then you have no vehicle. So like, you know, afterwards it was discovered that you can line up here, and you can sort of ride across this gap if you have like the right speed and like, you know, set up for it.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I've never seen this one actually, where you kind of like prematurely go up on the wall. I usually like go.
No, I messed up.
Oh, okay. I was giving you the benefit of doubt. That was good though. Yeah,
Yeah, there we go.
that's,
All right,
that's pretty
nice.
hard. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not easy.
Yeah, it looks simple when you do it, but like the bike just wants to slide off.
Yeah, because you're
turn-
going up like a 45-degree surface.
Yeah. If you turn too far to the left, you'll like lose grip and fall off. If you don't accelerate enough, you don't know how to speed it up. If you accelerate too much, you'll just fly off the wall.
Yeah,
And,
there's a lot of factors. And also the sandstorm is like pushing you as well, which doesn't make it any easier. So it's not easy. No?
No, it doesn't.
Does it not? All right, well,
It's only if you fly.
never mind. It's
yeah. We'll say that makes it harder. Yeah. The sandstorm.
yeah.
All
That's my
right.
excuse, isn't
It's
it?
definitely something you need to get a feel for.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So now we've got explosive situation.
No, we haven't, Josh. Read your notes properly.
What?
You've just completed explosive situation.
Oh yeah. What the? Why are my splits so wrong at the moment? Okay, you've had your chips is what we're doing.
That's all right.
I'm doing the correct thing. I'm just saying the wrong words.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've had your chips. So in this mission, I need to go to a factory and destroy a bunch of machines that are like duplicating our chips in this casino, which is basically printing money, I suppose.
Yeah.
So ideally,
Very particular. He does it. He like blows up the machines in a certain order as well, because if you blow up like them just willy-nilly, then like halfway through blowing up everything, then the game will spawn a couple of extra guys, and one of them has
Shotgun.
what is it called?
the
Spaz
auto
12
shotgun. Yeah.
And he will just like nuke you. Like, it's legit like an insta-kill.
Yep.
And he's like spawned outside on like the container. But if you blow up like, I think it's like 3 and 4 at the same time, or 2 and 3 at the same time.
three and
So,
four.
So this is a funny programmer thing that some people will be like, ah, yes, the classic. They are checking for if I have destroyed exactly 3 machines, not 3 or greater.
yeah.
So if there is at no point in the mission script, if there's no point in any frame where I have destroyed 3 machines, the guy won't spawn. So I destroy 2, and then I blow up 2 at exactly the same time and go straight to 4.
Yeah.
So at no point have I destroyed 3 machines. Strangely enough, they do the end of the mission is like 7 or greater.
Yes.
Even though there's only like 7 machines.
Yeah, they
So
just
it's just
didn't do
like-
it in this particular
Yeah,
scenario.
it's like very strange.
So you basically skip the trigger for the game to spawn them, and it's good because otherwise you would get wrecked. Because also you have a car here,
Yeah.
because we're going to use it for the next mission. So yeah, if you had like the auto shotgun guy, he basically has like a sniper rifle that one hits you with car. Not good.
Yeah, so I'm just going to kill... There's another auto shotgun guy out there who I preemptively killed.
Yeah.
So there's the 2 machines I shoot at the same time. And now we're just free and we can shoot however many more we want and get the hell out of here. And there's the extra car.
But you're
Don't worry
fast
about
enough
them.
that you can just run away.
Yep. Yeah.
You got to be careful with those RPG shots because like the crates that Joshua stood next to, like they have like deceivingly big hitboxes. So you can like shoot a rocket and just blow yourself up immediately.
Yeah. I'm shooting very high up, much
Yeah.
higher than I would need to.
Because obviously, even if you shoot like 2 feet above the machine, the explosive radius still is enough to blow it up anyway.
Yeah. Alright, so coming up next is the mission that I need the Sultan for. Annoyingly, I've damaged this one, which is kind of concerning. I normally want like an absolutely full health one, because it's a very long drive, and there's lots of ways in which I damage it by
Easy
like
to crash and
jumping off stuff,
yeah.
Even if you start the mission with a full one, it's very easy to just blow it up.
Yeah. So I have to be pretty careful. So I'm going to keep my eye out for a spare one. But I just grabbed this one because, yeah, I want a one at least. But yeah, if we blow up in the middle of the desert with like no vehicle and like I need a 4-door one, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, the best you'll get is like a taxi, which is
Yeah, it's not even like guaranteed.
yeah. But if you're a big fan of either GTA Vice City or British people, then this mission is going to be great. If you're not a fan of either of those things, then we're very sorry because there's a lot of very British thick
Yeah.
accents and humor going on. Because we're going to meet Kent Paul.
You need to talk in a British accent during this mission.
Yeah, go on, Rico.
Full Brit. We've got Argic, me, Ben, You're the only non-Brit here.
I can speak Dutch if you want.
No, not Dutch.
That is not what we are.
British accent. Come on, just think of England.
I literally can. Chips and fish.
Just can we get a mute on headset 3? We'll let you know when it's
Yes.
good.
Yes, can we please mute headset 3?
Yeah.
That's you, Ben, I think.
Oh, it's actually.
Oh, it is.
Oh God, that's embarrassing. Headset 2. Headset 2.
That's probably me, right? Are you headset 1?
You're one.
I'm 1.
I
okay.
just can't. I'm so sorry. I've ruined this entire showcase.
All right, yeah. So we're gonna go get Paul and Macca. There isn't anything to talk about here. I don't have any crazy glitches or anything for a while, actually. So yeah, if you've got anything you want to say, Arjik, now you have so much time. Just don't stop.
Assuming that your headset isn't muted.
No, they didn't actually mute me on that
Okay,
one.
good.
We got a $10 donation here from Big the Dave saying, George's GTA runs got me into watching speedruns, so you can blame him for this. What do you call it if CJ died and came back to haunt you?
Begrovening?
No, I don't know.
A Ghostbuster!
Nice, dude.
Oh, Buster.
Yep, that's
Yes.
Big the Dave for you right there. Yep.
Thank
Don't
you.
clap for that. That's going to encourage him. Oh. We also have a $5 donation from Huds601 saying, if Nashlax is talking to Argic, then that can mean only one thing. Welcome to the Bad Ideas Club, Josh. Remember, there's only one response allowed. I'm in, TM.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that one. That one's not came in yet, so I'm getting a bit scared now.
What about Josh coming into the Bad Ideas Club? He made this club. He started running this game for 10 years straight. That is like the epitome of bad ideas.
If that's not a bad idea, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
But those donations are going towards naming the Fue Coco in Scarlet Violet Joshimus. So quick little update on that one there. We have the name choice for that Pokemon. Right now, Lord Mao 5 is winning with $100. Up at 67 is Joshimus. 50 we have Leo, and then at 10 is Super Hotfire, and 5 is Jungalira. If you want to name the Fue Coco your name of choice, or help boost one of the names that we have, do put it towards any of those names just between now and when the run starts in the next couple of hours here. Also, don't forget, we do have our prizes as well. Do you want yourself a custom ESA Nintendo Switch, maybe a custom ESA PS5, or a fantastic ESA Watch Party 2023 poster that honestly looks phenomenal?
The poster is sick.
It's really good. Make sure you take a look at the prizes website. That's prizes.esamarathon.com, and those are $200, and the poster is a $100 cumulative donation. So if you've been doing $5, $5, as long as it reaches any of those thresholds, you can be entered in for a chance to win. And don't forget, of course, all your donations are going towards Alzheimer's Fund, and we are at $60,510 right now. An amazing amount. Let's keep it going. Let's make this event the best ESA event we've had yet.
Yes.
Wait, mate, these are me laps.
This is a scary situation I'm in right now. But
Was that your Brit Bonger accent there, Rika?
Try to.
Pretty good. Not bad. At least you tried.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a scary situation. Through the power of honks, I managed to get through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, honks. I know those.
Yeah, Macro almost got absolutely creamed there. That was not good.
Right. Yeah, so I've just realized I'm actually in the running for that poster because I donated $167.50. So I might actually win the really cool poster. All right. Let's get through here. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Rich
So
get richer. Josh wins that thing.
yeah, so this is where the car health is important. I haven't actually damaged it that much. The jump off the cliff was alright, and it's smoking
You
at 20
didn't even
there.
jump off the cliff. You just drove all the way down.
Did I?
Yeah, you took the easy route.
Oh, I just muscle remembered it. Okay.
Yeah, so no wonder it went so
Yeah,
well. You
good.
didn't do it.
Good job, subconscious brain.
I mean, after photo opportunity, it kind of makes sense.
Sometimes when I'm speedrunning games, I drift off and I start daydreaming, and then I snap back and I'm like, oh, I'm still running, and I haven't paid any attention to what I've been doing.
Yeah.
It's like it legit creepy. I'm just like my subconscious is like that. Well, conscious, I guess, or what's the words I'm looking for?
Going deep into philosophy right now.
It's weird. Man.
That's how you know you're 3 out of 4 hours in.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of life, really? Why are we all here?
Alright, so speedrun video games, apparently. Alright, so yeah, this Sultan's all messed up, but it lived the mission, and it's going to get healed in the next one, so that's good enough. I need to answer a bunch of phone calls here to get the next mission, which is the intensive care. We're at the part of the run where I forget mission names, so I have to look over to my splits every time. Alright, so it's very imperative that I do not play a cutscene inside Caligula's Casino. Because if I do... What did I say?
Play a cutscene.
I play a replay, yeah. Playing a cutscene, I have to. But if I play a replay, the game just insta-crashes in the period.
I did a 24-hour stream once, and I did like all the games that I've ever speedrun, and GTA was at the end of it, 23.5 hours in. And I played a replay there because I didn't know any better, and crashed the game.
Oh, no.
And it was back when there wasn't a million backup saves, so I just had to kill it at that point. I was so depressed.
Oh, well,
That's pretty sad, yeah.
Good banter.
You get far enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did what any sane person would do. I blamed the game, said it was random, and went to bed.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
Okay, so that heals my Sultan for some reason. I have no idea why. I kind of parked badly. He had to like awkwardly run around it.
Because for this next segment, I assume, because you need to ram the ambulances, right? So it like gives you a set amount of vehicle health so that you won't blow
I
up
suppose
during
that's I suppose that's the intent.
That's what I assume anyway.
They don't do that any other time. You're supposed
True.
to ram a vehicle.
I mean, the guy who scripted this mission is nice. Like,
Yeah. So there's
It's a good one.
so this is the classic free vans GTA mission.
Yep.
So there are free ambulances. The first one I hit is always wrong, and the second one I find has a 50-50 chance of being correct. Every single time there's a free insert vehicles here mission in GTA, this is how it works.
Yeah.
It's like a weird, consistent thing they have. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my minimap. That ambulance is moving. I know there's lots of markers on my map, so it's a bit confusing, but that ambulance is definitely moving, so it's the other ambulance that's correct. Because once you hit the first ambulance, they spawn in the dudes that you're looking for in, like, one of the ambulances, like, random.
Yeah, and they stop.
Yeah, they don't actually drive the car. They never set the AI to drive. They just sit there.
Yeah.
So here they are here.
But they're at green light, but they're just not moving, so you know it's the right ones.
I just need to come here, shoot these two, and then take the ambulance. Right,
Can
so...
sometimes get set in a situation where like the correct one isn't moving and it's at like a junction, but then the other one is at a red light, so it's also not moving, so you can't really tell, but most of the time it's fine.
If you want to be really safe, what you'll do is pause and put a marker on top of one of them.
Yes, and then drive like towards both of them and see if any of them move.
Yeah, see if they're like not on the marker anymore.
Yeah.
Right, so we've had a fairly glitchless part of the run here, but we're about to resume insanity again. So at the end of this mission, I'm in the weird situation where I don't actually have any 15-second phone calls, which are like what we call the high priority phone calls. I only have low priority, like, meme calls from Catalina left.
Yeah, she basically just calls you and just yells at you.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. There's just several times in the game she just she cues a phone call just to tell you how good Claude is and how bad you are or whatever.
Yeah.
But those phone calls are queued up to come in once every minute instead of 15 seconds. As you can imagine, that's quite slow to wait for. So what I need to do, as soon as this mission ends, I need to make sure I stare at the in-game time and remember it, and then have to wait for it. And if I miss it, we lose a minute. So let's not do this.
Yeah, not good. Just to give you time to like get better vehicles and stuff though, while you kind of wait, and then head towards bike school, which is just a bit further on down the road. And bike school is very similar to Blood Bowl that we talked about before, and trucking, where you can use it to set up on Mission Zero stuff.
Yep.
It's exactly the same, but instead of like waiting for it to fail like Blood Bowl, instead all that you do is you just like pause buffer into the marker and then hold the call and then just cancel the test and you have the on mission on call.
Yep.
So obviously cancelling the test like puts you back into free roam mode, so you have on Mission Zero there.
That's a moped, which is some faster. The ambulance is like a pretty alright vehicle. It's really only bikes I'd be
Yeah, I
looking for.
wouldn't take a Faggio there.
There's one there as well, I think. Yeah, whatever. Alright. We'll just go...
You got
Oh, wait, that's actually a... Is that a Fagio? Yeah, it is. Hello, friend.
This guy's gonna...
Yeah, this is
Ruin
kind of
your
annoying.
day.
So it's 41 seconds. I hope I actually make it now because he's delayed me a ton.
Nah, you'll be fine. Even if you don't make it, you can just hold right click so you're aiming so that the phone call never comes in until you get into the marker.
What?
Have you never done that before?
No?
So if you're holding right click, you can't get a phone call in, right? So even if you weren't on time here, you can just hold right click while you're walking into bike school and you'll never get the call. And then you just walk into the marker, let go of right click, and then pause buffer.
Yeah, that's what I did for the longest time.
Yeah, like a call will only come in once you stop aiming. So
Right, okay.
10 trillion hours in this game and didn't know that, by the way.
Is that really how that works?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why have I always timed it like
I don't know.
perfectly then?
I mean, obviously, timing it makes more sense because if you're holding right click and you're late, then you're going to be not setting up the call within a minute, right? Which is like the most optimal.
Does it?
But it's like if you're late, you can recover it and not have to wait for a minute.
It must only work with some calls, because I bet if I did that with a high priority call at like Blood Bowl, then the phone call would ring before Blood Bowl starts, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a thing
No,
with
no,
priority calls, but I don't know.
I've always done it at bike school, so even with high priority calls, or yeah, high priority calls.
Maybe it's only bike school then that works.
I don't know. The important bit is that it works there.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
if you're late, you don't have to wait a minute.
Yeah,
You can
okay.
just- yeah.
All right, well, I got it anyway. I just wasn't late. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just debating how this worked.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Just don't mess up and you'll never have to learn any backups.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
Still different.
Yeah. Right, so I've got the phone call. Need to come in here and start the mission. This one's kind of weird. I need to let go of the phone call in the cutscene and then skip it, and then I just don't have the phone call. It just vanishes.
Yeah, but you
But-
have on mission 0.
Yeah. I need to, like, careful here. There we go. Rosenberg takes a big sniff, and then we go.
I think why that happens, like, you know when you spawn in like right there,
Yeah.
you like land. So I think the game, whoever like made this mission, just like spawned you in the air, and then because of you like letting go of the phone call, you can't answer the phone call while you're midair, so it just drops the call instead.
Possibly.
I
It might,
think.
It might also be because CJ's in the interior.
Possibly, I don't know.
Yeah.
But like it would make sense because like that's one of the only times that it just spawned you in the air for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have this weird bug now at home. When I start a run, I spawn in the air.
Really?
Yeah, as soon as I click new game and gain control, CJ falls over, and then yeah. And my ego is like, that always happens to me. I was just like, I haven't in 10 years never seen this.
Never seen that in my life.
Yeah, and I just can't get it to stop happening. I've like reinstalled the game, everything. It just keeps happening now.
New PC, I think.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. That's a justification for a business expense I've ever heard of.
Yeah, write that off on taxes real quick.
Yeah. CJ falls over, need new PC.
Yeah.
Right.
Gonna have to like explain what San Andreas is to your accountant.
My accountant's Faye. She knows it's alright.
Ah, easy then.
Yeah, easy game. Alright. So this is
where the infinite rockets basically come in. Like,
they're not in there. I will run out of rockets. Like I have to actually be careful with the rocket count I have.
at this point, they're near infinite.
I will run out in Los Desperados.
Yeah, that's miles away. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. Right, I'm just gonna shoot
You
a
just
bunch
have a safety save. Just shoot all of them until you run out, and then load a safety save when you've got them.
Yeah, that sounds fast. Yeah.
I mean, you did that for every other strat, so. Thank you.
Who's clapping that? Oh dear.
Yeah.
All right, so hopefully the phone call rings here.
It's not going to.
No, because it rang when I went in, didn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you beefed that as well.
All right, so I'll just have to wait for the phone call at the end.
Yeah.
So
what
did
if it's-
Rosenberg just
I
jump
just dove
out?
out. Nice.
What the?
You calm down.
You want to try that one again, Rosie? I've never seen that. Why did he jump out?
I've never seen it in that particular mission. I've seen it in other missions.
Yeah, same.
But, yeah,
What?
no clue.
Okay, sure. Whatever, I guess.
What Josh was intended to do is like pull up the ambulance right next to like where the door is, because then the call doesn't come through because you're like about to enter the interior.
Oh.
So it doesn't have time.
I thought I just had to be fast.
Oh no. Okay, Josh. So this is how it works. Okay. So you pull up deliberately next to the door, so then you enter it before the call has a chance to come in. And then obviously the call has been like
Are
constantly
you just?
buffered.
Are you
at
saying
point.
that from watching fast people?
I mean, that's what I'd learned when I did this, and I'm not fast, and I'd still never mess this up. So
Right.
you can go as slow as I am and still do it.
Does anyone know where a bribe star is around here?
No.
There's one in the air.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
You can get that one.
a jump is somewhere, isn't there? I shouldn't have. I'll
No
just go
clue.
save. It's fine.
No.
Yeah, I was too busy arguing with Ben. I forgot to not run over people. So I
Focus
could
on the
get a phone
gameplay,
call.
Josh. I'll tell you how stuff works.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
But yeah,
just go save.
It's easier if you display.
yeah, true. At this point, yeah. So the simple idea behind that is it's just a little bit faster because it means that obviously like the whole time when you're in fighting the people with the rockets is the call is constantly waiting to come in. It's not like reset the timer or anything. So then as soon as you leave again. Did Rosie just bail out of the car?
Yeah, I went a little too fast. Keep going.
Yes. Finally, I'll get this explanation out. But yeah, so the call comes through instantly as soon as you come out, and you can hold it all the way to the end without having to like get out of the car again or wait 20 seconds before you get back in the ambulance.
Yep. All right. I did it. I held the call. Hooray!
Yeah, good job,
right.
yeah.
Let's find another vehicle.
It's also like if you park next to like interior markers and stuff, usually the car would despawn, but for that particular place, it just resets the car's position so you can drive away.
Yeah.
So you always have the ambulance no matter where
All right.
you park it.
Coming up is a big boy epilepsy warning.
Yeah, there's like a minute-long pause buffer.
Yeah. I'm going to be pause buffering for a long time. I hope the whole like staggered pause buffer thing it does doesn't screw me out of this. But
Fun fact, this dupe just never worked for me. Ever.
Really?
Like even with like G93's guide at like how to set up everything so it works, and it just doesn't work for me.
For me, it's like an 80-20% chance.
No idea
really?
why, yeah.
Well, we'll
Mine
find
is 0% chance.
We'll find out what it is on this PC, I suppose.
Yeah, this is like heavily dependent on like whether you play in windowed mode, what kind of hardware you have. Like it's really dumb. Like the version of the game.
I think this is the best moment to say that I have epilepsy.
Look away.
You don't have photos.
No. That's
Oh, okay. Yeah,
but
photosensitive
that's like
one.
2% of epileptic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this mission is a cutscene mission, but there is like a really it's like a couple of seconds, right, of like delay between like when CJ gains control and when the like the mission actually passes, right? So what you can do is if you dupe it, that happens twice. So you skip the cutscene and then you pause buffer to like give like enough time goes past for the call to come in, nice, and then you see it like reset CJ's position. So that's when the mission passes. So obviously, like you get the phone call to come in, you stop pause buffering, you hold the call, and then the mission passes like a second later. But as you can imagine, like the longer you pause buffer, the more it's like eating into that second worth of time. So you know, if your pause buffers like don't work properly, then the call won't come through and you'll pass the mission.
Hello?
It's really dumb.
Yeah. Just cancel that call by shooting.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to answer that one, actually?
No.
Okay.
What the fuck you doing?
It's always safer to just cancel them. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you can always take them later. It's not a big deal. Whereas
Yeah.
if you lose the call entirely, then you're
Brandy,
screwed.
goddammit, get the brandy.
all right, so let's remember to hold the phone call again. So I'm going to turn the car around.
And get out and in.
Yep. Get out, hold the call, get back in, and then we catch Mad Dog.
This is it. This
Fun
is
fact,
it.
this mission is impossible to pass if you've ever entered a...
Riot cheat.
Is it Riot Cheat?
Yeah.
I think it's a different one, actually. It's like PEDs attack each other or something.
Whatever it is. It's like basically something that makes Mad Dog like it overwrites his AI to a point where he like tries to attack people, so he runs off right away as soon as you start the mission, and
Yeah.
the mission just fails.
Yeah.
That is exactly why I actually got a comment on one of my YouTube videos like yesterday morning complaining about the fact that that's a thing. But when you type in a cheat code, any of the cheat codes, and you go to save the game, it says do not save the game with the cheat codes active. Like just if you're gonna play it, do it on a save and then just close the game and don't
Yeah.
do it because it can have like really bad effects.
Yeah.
And people ignore that, and then they can't progress in the game, and they go like, well, if it wasn't the action, the consequences of my own actions.
The problem is Rockstar did too good a job at making the cheats not do bad things. That's like
Yeah.
the only cheat that does a bad thing to my
True,
knowledge.
but like by principle, you should
Yeah,
follow
yeah,
the rules.
yeah,
Like
the
when
warning, yeah.
when the game tells you do not save the game, and then you save the game, and it's like, why would Rockstar do this?
Yeah.
It's not Rockstar's fault. Yeah, yeah.
that's
That whole like on Mission Zero setup was to have the on Mission Zero calls and then dupe misappropriation.
Yep. I'm still holding the phone call, and I'm gonna drive over to the marker and I'm gonna use it to dupe this mission.
Yeah.
This mission's a really funny dupe. It's what I call a free dupe, where at the end of it, you can keep the All Mission Zero phone call because the mission like passes in 2 steps.
Yep.
But in the current route, we don't actually use it. We just answer the phone call and just drop it and just carry on with our lives.
Nice.
We don't actually use the free dupe at all, just because that's how the route works out. It upsets me greatly, but that's how it is.
Yep.
All right, so there's the phone call. Let me get out.
Yeah, so this dupe itself, like if it goes wrong, it's the least like catastrophic, in terms of like, because the mission that you skip is so short that it's like the dupe saves like a minimal amount of time compared to the rest of them.
Yeah.
It skips High Noon, which is like a 30-second mission where you kill Officer Pulaski, which you haven't seen at all during this run, but he's an antagonist of this game.
Yeah, that mission is more annoying because it can like it eats your vehicle and stuff.
Yeah, it
than anything else.
despawns it. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to like park. You can park a bike like really far away to make it not despawn, but
Yeah. Otherwise, you don't really have a choice.
yeah, it's like a pain.
Yeah. And the mission usually would be a lot longer, but you can actually use the whole, like, if you remember when we talked about all the way at the start of Los Santos, where you hold whatever it is, your sprint key, I think it is.
For me, jump.
Jump, yeah. You hold a certain key when you enter from a passenger side, and it just kills the driver. So what you can do during high noon is you can just sprint straight to Pulaski's car, push it so he drives into a wall, and then like hijack him from the passenger seat and instantly kill him. It's basically like a boss fight, but you can just insta-kill him with a bug.
Yeah.
That's what makes the mission so short.
Any bosses that are in vehicle, why didn't they lock his doors?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever intern coded it, forgot, I guess. That's what it always comes down to, isn't it? Like, so many people coded so many different missions, and they just made mistakes.
Yeah, like 100 people made this game over a 2-year period. So everything is just inconsistent and weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Over that rock that always kills me. Okay, I remembered about it at ESA. It's like I'm gonna waste time here. I see this rock, and I'm like, aha! I avoided the rock, and it's this one in the bushes that always gets me.
Yep.
So I flew over that one. Right.
Yeah, so this actual dupe is like kind of unorthodox, as Josh said, like with how everything works. So like, you need to like spook the guy, and then he starts running away, and it's intended for you to like chase him in a helicopter. But you can shoot the wall with the rockets, which like aggroes him and makes him run away, but then also kills him. And then yeah, if you were to do this like a free dupe and you want to keep the phone call, obviously passing this mission gives you the call for high noon, right?
What?
Yeah,
What?
and then so this is what I was about to talk about. Like this dupe is nonsense. So like you have to get first of all you have to get somebody else to like actually pick up the dossier, which is like already inconsistent as it is. And then you've got to kill the guy like while you're waiting for a phone call. But then if the briefcase drops in a specific part, it can like be destroyed by the fire. But then as you saw there, sometimes it's nowhere near the fire and it still just fails the mission anyway.
Yeah.
For like no good reason.
It's like, yeah, fire and you looking at it.
Yeah, it's so stupid how it
So, like,
works. Like
yeah.
it's really dumb. Luckily, as we said, like if you do end up failing it, you can just complete high noon. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And we can showcase what we were talking about.
Of all dupes to fail, that one is probably the most fun,
Yeah,
because we get to do this.
It's just annoying that it does fail like most of the time. Like
Yeah.
it's really dumb.
I actually wanted to ask if you lured the guy out of the fire.
I did that time, yeah. Okay. I lured him out to because I was low
That's
health.
the insta-kill on Pulaski, by the way. It's just dead.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, sometimes in normal runs I just leave him there, and then I have to like jump through fire to get the briefcase. But yeah, I lured him out that time.
Yeah, fair.
Any last requests? Yeah.
Yeah, unskippable cutscene as Pulaski dies. We shouldn't be seeing any of this, but yeah, it's such a short mission. Of all the dupes to fail, that one's probably the best, so I'll take it. All right, so now we're going back to Los Venturas. We're going to do St. Mark's. Only 2 missions left in Los Venturas.
Then we're on to the final segment.
Yep, we're approaching the end. Gonna go this way. I'm just gonna take the plane back because I should have a plane at this point, but obviously I had to abandon it to do high noon.
You're gonna go massively underestimate, by the way.
Am I?
Because they've paused the timer during all the stuff that you're doing, like the admin work.
Oh,
So yeah, this is gonna be like.
why was I doing that as quick as possible?
I don't know.
All right, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're gonna go like if all goes well, you're gonna go like 40 minutes under.
Oof. Okay, that's
So you might want to start thinking about like things to do to entertain the crowd.
oh god. Okay.
Not a USJ? Yeah.
Have a USJ run. Yeah.
I missed it.
Yep. Do a live AGS run on the
That's
mobile version.
really funny. It's not like I've been like using the All Mission Zero changer like all the time to skip dupe setups or anything.
Yeah.
I've been playing pretty legit. There was one time I skipped a bunch of missions because I thought the save file didn't work.
Yeah.
Because I was doing it so quickly.
Yeah, like real time, you'd still be like on pace to go underestimate and still on pretty decent pace. But it's just the fact that they paused the real timer while you're doing the admin stuff. So obviously, like you were saying about how like
well, that's
we'll be even because I was doing all the admin stuff and then we're skipping missions.
But then
you saved all the time anyway.
Yeah, then the schedule's fine then because real time schedule-wise we're all right. So we could finish early.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on,
Should be
schedule, man. That all the phone calls are available. Right. We'll see. We'll see what people want at the end. We'll keep going until then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the estimate is really high just because this runs like stupid hard.
Yeah. And this is the mission that we were talking about, like, well, that we didn't mention, but this is the mission like towards the end of Los Venturas, and it's the same thing as Reuniting the Families and Yay Kaboom Boom. Like, it's all the different strands have to be completed before you can start this mission. Yeah. So it requires like Mad Dog's missions to be done, the Crash missions, the Caligula's missions, the 4 Dragons like Woozy missions.
Did you say airstrip?
Airstrip is also, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
the last one, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Right.
this mission is awful.
Oh yeah.
Especially with a rocket launcher.
Yep. Well, I'm thinking more so in terms of like game design perspective. Like what you do in this mission is you get into a plane, you hold W for 2 minutes, kill a bunch of guys, and then hold W for 2 minutes. And it's like, it's different if you're driving, because like, it's actually kind of like engaging gameplay, driving from like one map to another. But you're not, you're just flying across the ocean and there's nothing going on. So
Yeah.
it's just mega boring.
I also forgot to heal before the mission, so I don't have much health.
1.5, you should be fine.
I wanted to do yellow strats.
Oh, well, you won't be fine then.
Yeah, I'm not doing yellow
No,
strats.
good
No,
shot.
no, we'll do it. We'll do it
Yeah.
safely.
This is actually one of the few things that Definitive Edition actually did great.
Oh, because it heals you when you like start mission.
Well, no. It moves the marker.
Oh.
The marker's like way closer to you.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They did it because of the barrier at the outside of the map. You remember the big
Oh,
wall?
yeah.
Yeah, because it goes too far.
Yeah.
Because in this game the ocean just repeats forever. You can like fly outside of the map as far as you want.
Yeah.
Until like you run into floating point rounding errors, but that's like if you know about Minecraft far lands, this game has a similar thing, but the game just breaks.
Yeah, there's no like invisible barriers or anything. It
No.
just lets you go until like the game starts glitching out.
Yeah, but Definitive Edition has the invisible barriers, so they had to move the marker closer.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's also just more convenient.
Yeah, so when it comes to this fight, like you don't have to kill everyone, you only have to kill like specific people. So when Josh was saying about YOLO strats, what he meant is like he's gonna run through and kill the bare minimum to progress. But then you have to run through everybody else and there's like shotgun guys and whatever else. So it is quite risky, you do take quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, on 1.5 health bars it's probably death if you try and do it. So it makes it's not that much slower to just kill everyone. Because you could just use like a satchel charge and blow up most of them.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
I'm just going to chuck a satchel at the start and try not to die.
Yeah, because like there's a bunch of guys, you spawn on the top floor and you obviously kill all those with a satchel, but then also there's 2 shotgun guys at the bar that then are below you, but obviously the explosion radius from the satchel is enough to kill those as well. So yeah, just throw the satchel here and just blow it up. Should get most of them.
What?
Oh, not?
What the hell happened?
Okay.
Where did the satchel go?
That's a good question. Oh,
Hello.
God. Ooh, this is rough.
I'm just going to spam rockets.
Just make sure you
Good.
don't accidentally blow yourself up. Ooh,
Ah,
God.
Oh.
That's fine. What's the worst that could happen, right?
When was the last time you saved the game? Recently enough, I hope.
Why would a save help?
I'm just saying because of the hunger timer.
Oh,
You never know.
there's a lot of fire everywhere now.
Yeah.
Right, they're dead.
Shotgun guys are dead.
Uh,
Might want to take this one a bit slow. Oh no.
it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. He shot my rocket! He shot my rocket!
I was just about to say famous last words. Didn't even have time before you put your foot in your own mouth.
Oh dear, it's alright. I believe there's trip skip in this mission?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, alright, we'll do it again.
And so
What happened to the satchel?
I have no idea. I think when you threw it, it seemed like you threw it like too high, and it might have gone. But I'd have to like, check it again.
Why would it, on the roof? Like, that would have been fine, right?
No idea. No idea.
Did one of them shoot it and it like flew away or
Is that
something?
a
'Cause
possibility?
If you type ! Highlight in the chat, we can have a look later on. Anyway, so, yeah, if this was like a perfectly legitimate attempt, Josh would have lost the 0-star glitch at this point, because if you die, obviously you lose the cutscene and everything. So he'd have to reset up 0-star glitch. But because it's a practice save, he's unlocked Las Venturas, so you don't need to do 0-star glitch.
Yeah. Any death that happens is like pretty much unrecoverable at this point in the run.
Yeah, if you're doing like serious attempts and any of these things that have gone wrong, like any of these tiny mistakes, it's no matter if you're 4 hours in or 1 hour in, it's you're done. Like the game is over. Like you can't continue.
Yeah, as I was practicing for this and trying to like do PB attempts and stuff, people kept asking me, Josh, how are you going to run this in a marathon? Because like what they're seeing is like a tiny thing that's like really confusing and I'm not explaining goes wrong. I'm like, oh, game over, and I try again, right?
And like even if it
3
looks
hours
like
in.
nothing is going on,
Yeah.
like if you lose a phone call or something, it doesn't. You haven't failed a mission. You haven't died. Like it looks fine on the surface, but the run is over. Like in 45 minutes, I can't progress.
Yeah, if my thumb slips off of my phone call button or something,
Yeah, exactly.
it's just instantly over. Yeah.
Instantly run dead.
Yeah.
Like, that's why like San Andreas is like such a brutal run. And it always was because of how long it was and like the duping steps and everything. And it's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, yeah.
As time goes on, like people find strats and they're just so grotesque.
Yes, yeah. Like Monster 8X and
And Outrider
stuff.
dupe and everything.
Yeah.
So many stupid things.
There is no trip skip, by the way. So
I thought
now
there was. Oh no, so there is a trip skip, but it's not like a conventional one. So if you're driving during the mission, and then you like jump out or like blow up the plane by mistake, you can trip skip back. Because obviously you'd be like swimming in the ocean, right? So you can do that. But I guess there isn't a conventional one. Yeah. Donations.
Thank you, Ben.
All right.
Yeah, the problem with this one, Josh, I'm holding a phone call for you like you've been doing. This is pretty long. Do we have time for this, or do you want to wait? Like, it's a good maybe 3-4 minutes?
Wait for me to successfully kill everyone in this area.
Yeah, do it on the way back.
Right, just let me know, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you have any shorter donations?
Ask again later.
Okay.
Okay,
all right, no worries.
There's lots of cameras and everything. I'm concerned that something is being set up. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Watch out for Romek.
Is someone going to come behind me and put a pie in my face or something? Like,
Seems like everyone's been filled in butters.
am I just going to hear snip, snip?
And just all of a sudden you're bald.
Yeah. Please don't do that.
It's
I'm
for charity,
not convinced it grows back.
That considering I'm as long hair as you as well, that's never happening.
Okay,
I will
thank
never
you.
let that happen.
All right, thank you.
That's my worst fear up there as well.
Last time people set up a thing while I was running, against my knowledge, I had to do an extra 2 hours of Chaos Mod with my flight upcoming. So let's not do that. Right, the satchel is definitely there. Okay, that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Look, and now I'm just clear and we're fine, and I just blow everyone up. Okay, but the... Whatever, man. Okay.
You'll have to watch it back.
Yeah. All right, so I'm on fire a little bit, but it doesn't matter at this point, because everyone's
you
dead,
have full
right?
health, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just slide. Did we ever explain sliding?
Yeah, back during.
Oh, okay.
But this is the first time you see it with the AK, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's got to be low health, right? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. That guy's like a boss character, so he has like a ton of extra health.
Yeah.
But
And final 3 people here.
these 3 guys.
I'm just going to play it safe. I'm not going to rock it anymore. All right, okay, cool.
Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, now that mission's done, and I'm just going to fly the plane all the way back. So yeah, now's a good time, Arjik.
Thank you. All right, so I've been holding this call just like you've been holding it for years, but we got a $10 donation from Nash GPT
Oh, no.
that says, Josh, I have a phone call for you. So, yo, CJ, my man, let me break down the laws of thermodynamics in a way that you and your other homies can relate to. So you know when you're cooking up some grub and you leave it out too long, it gets all cold and nasty? Well, that's the first law of thermodynamics in action, man. It's all about energy conservation. Energy can't be created or destroyed, only transferred or transformed. So when your food starts losing heat, that energy is just transferring from the food to the surrounding environment. But here's where it gets real interesting, my dude. The second law of thermodynamics is all about entropy. That's like the measure of how messed up and random things are. And the second law says that entropy always increases over time. So when you leave your food out, the heat energy from the food starts spreading out into the air, making the food colder and more disordered. There's no way to reverse that, man. You can't unscramble an egg, you feel me? And even if you got a slick ride that runs super smooth, it's never going to be 100% efficient because of the second law. Every time you transform energy from one form to another, you're going to lose some of that as heat, which increases entropy. So that's why your car engine gets hot as it runs, and why it's impossible to build a perfect engine. So to sum it up, the laws of thermodynamics are all about energy, heat, and randomness. And they're like the rules of the game. No matter how hard you try, you can never get around them.
Thanks.
So we're never letting Nashlax near ChatGPT again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what that was? What?
I don't know. Blame Nashlax. That's what he was talking to me about earlier.
Is this supposed to be a reference I was going to get? I don't know what this is.
I was expecting something different.
Okay, all right, thank you, Dashla. I'm setting up a thing here. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, so I need to... We're doing bike school now, and we're going to forget what just happened. It went to charity. It's fine. I'm sure Nash will explain later.
Thanks, Nash.
No, he won't. Okay. 1. Okay, right. So I'm going to do a complicated thing here. This is very funny, but give me a moment. I don't know if the other 2 know anything about this. So
I've never seen this in my life.
yeah, okay. Hang on a sec then. I'll get.
I know what it is and why, but not the what.
Okay. Okay, and then we walk back in. Good. And now I start it. Right, so I just duped Bike School. The game is now very upset. So Bike School is happening in the background. As you could see, I was like on a bike that didn't exist, but also on another bike happening in the background.
You died?
Then I died, teleported to the hospital. I'm now on mission 0 with Bike School running. And if I press F at any point, I will cancel Bike School.
It, yeah.
So the only way to get back to the mission now is to run to the motorway here, find a friendly vehicle.
Oh, I think I see what you're doing. So this is how you can dupe Home in the Hills without having to like start the mission, death warp, then go all the way back. Like this just dupes it like straight away.
I kept trying to spawn something and I just kept despawning vehicles and spawning bikes, which is annoying. So, yep. So I can't enter vehicles right now. So the only way I have to get back... Can we drive? Thank you. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
This is the fastest way to get back to the casino.
This is faster?
Than walking?
No, I mean as in like this whole setup is faster than just duping it.
The problem with duping a Home in the Hills is you have to dupe it again. It's not one where you can walk into the cutscene and
Yeah,
do
that's
it
what I
twice.
mean, but even that, this is still faster.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I have to go to Bike School to get an OM0 call anyway.
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair
Yeah,
point.
it's just this one trip back. I've got Bike School running. So yeah, so CJ is like also still on a bike, right? Back in the Bike School. Yeah, and as soon as I press the enter or exit vehicle button, I'll get off that bike and the mission will cancel.
That's brilliant. I've never seen this before.
Yeah. So it's kind of like what we did with Monster earlier, where like we had a bunch of monster instances and then we
Transferring them into another.
Yeah, we turned them into monster instances.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to turn a Bike School instance into a Home in the Hills instance.
Oh.
So I still can't press F. Just running back, get into this marker. All right, okay. Yeah, it says to do with 180, accelerate to top speed, right? It's trying to get me to do the mission. All right, almost there.
Yeah, so duping this mission skips Vertical Bird, which is the one with the Hydra. And
Yeah, which is sad because it's my favorite mission, but it is quite long. So, right, so I walk in the duping edge, and now I need to mash space like a madman so the game doesn't crash. It might flash white or black at some point. There it is. I think we're good now. So now the mission's duped.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now I'll do 2 of these missions at once, and we're good to go. Shout out to Definitive Edition, where you can see the ground out of this, so you can tell the plane isn't moving.
Yeah.
Like complete immersion break. Just remove all the fog, lol.
You remember how in Vice City, like, you found a strat in a game that, like, isn't your main game, and it's like a kind of small time save, but it's been around for years.
Did
and
you
then, like,
find the jump I'm about to do?
No,
well, I'm
but
impressed.
I did find, so there's a specific route that you need to take, because when this mission is duped, you have to get both Big Poppers to the end. Otherwise, if one of them follows you and you take like the standard route sliding through everything, then he will follow you into the pool and drown, and then you softlock because both Big Poppers aren't at the end.
Pause buffer, by the way.
Yeah, pause buffer. Just to get onto the roof early.
What are you talking about? I do the normal route.
You did a normal route? Okay, well, you shouldn't be doing the normal route.
I look at the ground so that he teleports.
Oh, okay, well, even better. Okay, well, never mind. But...
Thank you, Ben.
But I've watched the world record of this, and he does my strat.
Okay.
So it's obviously better.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and it was to slide like a really specific route so that he follows you, but he follows you around the pool. And that was my like claim to fame in San Andreas, because I never found anything interesting in Vice City. But then like 4 years ago, I figured this out in a different category, and then like now people actually started duping the mission. And I was like, hey, you know.
Oh, you figured it out.
I did that like 5 years
silly
ago.
category.
Yeah. For, like mission duplication stuff. But now you're not doing it, and it's all for nothing. Yep.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I was told to look at the ground.
I come here, I sit here and provide like entertaining commentary for 3.5 hours, and this is what I get in return. You doing strats that you're familiar with. Gross.
Right. Okay, so in we go. So yeah, this mission, I'm just gonna slide past everyone. I'm not gonna do whatever the hell Ben was describing. I'm just gonna do this pretty normally.
I would laugh so much if you just did it anyway and didn't know.
We'll see. Maybe I do.
We'll see.
Right, so I shoot this guy. Yeah, so I'm just doing the whole sliding with the AK-47 again. I remember the mission where I got the AK-47 Hitman skill. This is what it's for. This and everything else. Also, because we didn't do the Mad Dog's rhymes earlier, this body armor is still Oh, they must have done it in the save. Never mind.
Oh yeah, usually it would be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the game just spawns it like in the mansion the first time you enter the mansion.
Wow,
and this is the first time.
I played pretty YOLO for someone who doesn't have body armor there. Yeah, this is what I do. I look at the ground here, and then just this way.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay.
What I did was, yeah, like
There he goes.
I don't remember if I looked at the ground or not, but I took like a specific route around the pool to make sure that he chases you but not drowns.
Well, you can either go left or right, Ben. I mean.
Yeah, I mean you can do either, but the point is that you stop him from drowning, right?
Sure. Okay.
Like you can either look at the ground or take this specific route. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. You went left instead of right. Got it.
No, I still
Right.
went right. Josh, just keep playing.
Did I not kill him with that?
See-
Oh, come on.
You start like talking all this smack, and then you like mess up stuff and lose a bunch of time. Like,
Right. This is actually really bad.
yeah, you're gonna have to chase him. Oh, you're on fire
He
as
went.
well.
He went the other way. Don't I just
Pause
fail?
buffer or you're dead.
Oh, am I just gonna
You're
fail?
probably dead
because
anyway,
he's- No, I'm not dead. But I fail the mission because he's gonna get too far away, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to try and find a car, otherwise, yeah, mission failed.
Well,
Unless you can. Oh. Huh?
he's too far away.
Yeah, I think he is. This
This is never gonna
This is
happen.
the goofiest thing I've ever seen.
That's bad. Yeah.
Maybe if
okay.
you keep him on camera.
Maybe. No.
Failed.
Oh wait.
What?
I did it! No, I got him!
Oh my god.
I can't believe I got him. What the hell?
Was it like the sniper?
The
Like you
snipe,
wallbanged him or
I
something?
must have finally, like, the last snipe must have set him on fire or something.
Alright, that is sick.
Wow.
Exclamation mark highlight in the chat.
Yeah, okay, what the hell? Okay. Right, now I need to go all the way to trucking to get an on-mission 0 phone call. Hopefully there's vehicles down here. There aren't. Why did I come down here for? Okay, anyway, I'm going on a long drive all the way over to trucking, so now is a good time for any messages you want to say, Algic.
Ta very much. We have got ourselves a massive $300 donation.
Nice.
From Bard621 here saying, San Andreas was the first GTA I actually beat 100%. This is a great game and the commentary is a lot of fun to listen to. This donation is to go for whatever Argic wants. This is an apology for missing his run last night though. Don't need to apologize for that. Thank you for the donation. It is going, of course, to the Ripley cosplay incentive that we have right now. We want to see that later on tonight with the Alien Isolation run. You want to see the runner dress up as Ripley in that one. With that donation, it puts it up to 776 out of the 3,500 required. There is still time to get it, but don't delay on that as you want to get that in sooner rather than later. And then I'm going to apologize in advance for this one because I've been asked to parody Josh and I can't do that. $10 donation from Damon8 saying parrying Joe or parodying. I can't even say that word now. Anyway, so chat, how's your day? I don't ask me. I don't know.
There's a particular way I say it.
Yeah, but can you do it and pretend it's me? There you go.
1 second, I need to say a number.
Josh is so rude to his fans that he would never ask anything like that.
Yeah. So chat, how's your day?
There you go.
What a weird Josh reference to get me to say, but okay, thank you. All right, I need to set up one of the old Bufferino phone callios with trucking. There it is.
Yeah, so this particular dupe that's coming up is another example of like cutscenes getting stuck.
Yeah.
So the next 2 missions are Homecoming and then Beat Down on Beat-Up for Return to Los Santos, which is like the final segment of the game. Duping Homecoming doesn't really benefit us, but we're going to do it anyway because there's a certain point where you go and visit Sweet at the precinct, and quick lore update, Sweet is now going to be released out of prison like 3 hours ago when he got arrested. Yeah, so, and when you hit that cutscene, like the second instance of it gets stuck, but then if you complete the mission as normal and then start Beat Down on Beat Up, it actually dupes that mission because it sort of transfers the previous Homecoming instance, and then you also start another instance of the mission, right?
Yep.
And then duping Beat Down on Beat Up is very useful because the next one in that chain is Grow for Life, and you can skip that mission that way. Yeah, so skipping as many of these missions is good because, in my opinion, the whole like mission structure of Return to Los Santos is really bad. Pretty much all of the missions are just glorified gang wars, like you remember Doberman right at the start of the game. Basically, all of the missions are just doing gang wars over and over again. And then the game wants you to do like, what, 30 gang wars at the end? It's like, it's 35%. I think it's like 17 or 18 gang wars.
It's like, yeah, 17 gang wars, I'm pretty sure you need to do.
So you have to do like Mission 1, gang war. Mission 2, gang war.
Yeah.
Mission 4, gang war.
Yeah.
Mission 6, gang war. And then do 35% of all the gang wars on the map,
Yeah.
and then do the final mission of the game.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really tough. I also really hate Return to Los Santos.
yeah, it's clearly like rushed in my opinion. Like
Yeah,
this whole
well,
section.
it is because they had like a whole other mission structure in mind. Why is that
Yeah,
not
yeah,
loading?
yeah, exactly.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm gonna hold the phone call, do the thing with the thing.
Yeah. So this is very similar to the setup earlier. Blow up the truck, then you have an on mission 0 phone call.
Yep. And answer the call. Oop, didn't mean to do it that way, but whatever, that's fine.
That's fine.
I have so many phone calls at this point, so it's alright.
Yeah. It's also worth mentioning at this point, you don't actually need any phone calls to unlock any of the missions. Again, like the markers won't be there, but you can still step into like if you know where the markers are, you can still start the missions. So you can use like as many phone calls as you want. It doesn't make a difference here. You could
Well,
use no
I
phone
mean,
calls.
I will run out eventually.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
before, you needed like to progress to a certain point, and you needed to answer phone calls previously to do that. Whereas now, like you could take no phone calls and progress to the end of the game, like intentionally, right?
Yeah.
Like they're all just optional calls.
Well, some of them put icons on the map, so you know where to start the mission.
Yeah.
But the missions, yeah, they're still there. You just
Yeah,
can't
the
see
missions still exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know where they are, then you can start them.
Alright, so yeah, I just need to drive over to Suite. This was the best vehicle I was given from the load of vehicles you get. Yeah, so I duped the mission. I had to do it in a certain way so that I didn't dupe it in the cutscenes. You know, the few times I've duped in the cutscene and the sky turns weird and there's no traffic and stuff. If I did that, there wouldn't be any enemy gang members in the mission, like just because they just spawn as like regular peds.
Yeah.
So I'd never be able to start a gang war. So I'd never actually be able to progress the mission.
Yeah, you'd essentially soft lock.
Yeah. So I had to
restart the mission.
be very careful. I didn't do that. Now we're gonna pick up Suite. Hopefully the bike keeps rolling. Yeah, good.
And this is where the cutscene gets stuck that I was talking about before when you hit this marker.
Oh, is that where it has?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Pretty sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah. So we'll go with what you were saying.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
So yeah, the sort of lore update is Sweet's been released out of prison. Obviously, we killed Ryder back in during San Fierro in a very what's the word I'm looking for? Like
Underwhelming.
yeah. Little chase. Or it wasn't even a chase because we skipped it, but yeah. There's no like final cutscene for him or anything. You just kill him and that's it. But then Big Smoke is the sort of like main antagonist now that we've still got to take down. So a lot of this is like finding out information, like taking over the hood and everything again to then get to Big Smoke in the final mission.
Yep. So, yeah. Good spawn. Good spawn.
Yep.
So I'm going to try to preserve. Hello. I'm going to try to preserve rocket ammo here a bit. I say that as I shoot into the void, seemingly. Somehow that missed all of them. Okay.
Yeah, the
that's
idea
cool.
was to like shoot them as they spawn, so you
Yeah.
build them in a big group.
You know, they take 10 seconds to spawn, so if I have a cheeky look at the in-game timer. There we go.
That was
Decent wave.
nice.
So, one more there. Then just start shooting. Oh, they're behind me. I'm dumb. Yeah, so you can. We won't explain it too much because we don't do that many gang wars, but you can manipulate where they spawn based on where you're looking and where the camera angle. Sorry, where you're positioned. Oh, I missed one of the dudes, didn't I? Because one of them doesn't have a marker. Right. Oh no, he's alive. What? It's just there. Okay. Yeah. So, oh, hang on. I have to do another thing here. Let's.
So he needs to start the mission, and he starts it twice, and you need to like
Yeah.
realize which suite is which. So there's two suites. One of them is like tied to the mission, and one of them isn't. So there's like a number of ways you can do it in order to like understand. But yeah, there you go. So you need to kill like the suite that isn't relevant to the mission, like the dupe suite.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, by default, he will like come with you, but then he doesn't progress the mission because it's looking for the other suite to
Yeah.
like progress certain.
What's happening is like one copy of the mission starts, it spawns in a suite, and it sets that suite as like my first follower or whatever. Then the second copy of the mission spawns, takes like the memory address of the first suite, associates it with a new suite, so now that's the correct suite.
Yeah.
But then it adds it to my list of followers, and it becomes my second follower. And they get in order of when they were added. They get into the vehicle. So.
Yeah.
So the
So-
wrong suite always tries to get into the bike.
Yeah.
So you have to figure out which one's trying to get in the bike and kill them.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm just gonna, again, spam rockets, do as many gang walls as possible. This is a bit harder to do the really fast spawning on, the first killing on.
Yeah, you kind of want to do like the wave management as you're heading towards like the house on the north, because once you've completed the gang war, there's like an extra bit where you need to take out all of like beat up's guards at the northern part, but it just spawns you wherever you were. So obviously, if you're like doing the gang war all the way at the southwest, then you would have to do it from the southwest anyway. Like you would have to go all the way to the north part anyway.
I think my tire got popped. I'm also going to do a different
I think
strat,
it
which I don't know if you two know about here, where I try to keep my phone call at the end of the mission.
I've seen it. Probably best for like you to kind of talk it once you've done it.
It's kind of like a fish in a barrel cutscene.
Yeah.
But with free cutscenes that you need to like stagger somehow.
I remember you having like complicated notes and like skipping at a really certain time and mapping
yeah,
at
they're
a certain
probably
time.
on the screen, right? Like I'm running out of rockets. I'm very concerned about it.
Thankfully, you have plenty of AK and you can nuke groups with it if needed. Not a big deal.
Wait, get up. Right. So I got to kill all these guys. There's 2 groups of them. I need to make sure to actually kill like both spawns.
Yeah.
Because otherwise only one copy of the mission happens.
Yeah.
Which is like the opposite of how that sweep thing works.
Yeah,
but like it's just how it works.
Seems good.
I think they're all dead. Right. I need serious time a second.
Say something. Hey, nah, I ain't had no choice. I got Bear's back, man.
All right, I'll see you in a minute, Bear.
Where we going, sweet?
Also, pause buffering's about to happen.
All right, I'm down for that.
Right, okay, now we wait for a phone call. That's serious time's over. I just needed to skip those cutscenes, in a very specific order and amount. So if I'm lucky, there's the phone call. There we go, good, right.
That's hard.
Yeah. Woo. So now I've got the glitched phone call again, so that saves me having to go all the way back to trucking to get another one. It's not over yet, because I do need to keep this phone call through one more mission if I want to get that strat to work. And it's like not up to me if I get to keep it at the end of the mission. It's like the whole cycles thing.
Yeah.
Again.
Cutthroat business, right?
Yeah, cutthroat business. So it's like there's a chance that I can keep the phone call at the end of the mission, but there's also a chance that I just can't. So we'll give it a try. Yeah, it saves like I said, one trip to trucking if I can do it. But almost essential thing. But yeah, that skipping those is like I have to skip the first cutscene before I can even see it. Then I skip the second one when there's a certain subtitle, and they're like flashing really fast. Yeah, and then I have to skip that last one once Sweet drives away, and then pause buffer and pray.
It's the classic San Andreas strat. It's like a really particular, like hard set of inputs to then have a chance to save.
Yes, yeah, that's difficult at the end of the run.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's great. Okay, so I need to just walk into the non-duping edge, let go. A bunch of subtitles should happen. There they go. All right. And then we drive over. Yeah, this mission's kind of weird. It's like a big auto-scroller where you need to like chase Oglok, who we have seen a little bit actually in this run.
Yeah, bits and pieces.
Yeah, we have to chase him across the Los Santos, a big epic chase with a bunch of very unique vehicles. But there's like, the first cutscene is kind of weird. To trigger it, you have to get like near. There's like 2 different hitboxes that you have to be within. A square one and a circle one. Or whatever the 3-dimensional versions of those words are. Cubes and spheres. Alright, it might be a cylinder actually. Anyway, whatever. There's two hitboxes I need to get inside of. And it's like, I could just drive up to him and be all willy-nilly and just get in it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a really risky strat where I actually fling myself over the water. So 1 second.
Yeah, this is pretty tricky. You need like a really particular lineup for it.
That seems good. Cutscene should start. There we go, yeah, okay. So Mad Dog will actually drown and die if you mess that up. But yeah, I'm like, I just remember the visualization of it. There's like a square and a cylindrical hitbox. You need to be within both, and like I aim at like a little bit of where the beach meets the rocks or something, and that's like that's where those 2 hitboxes like extend the furthest towards me.
Yeah,
and
like the easiest part.
Yeah, you can just barely make it before Mad Dog drowns if you do it that way. Yeah, anyway, I abandoned the hovercraft immediately that I was supposed to use, and I switched to the news van. This is news van strats. So this is actually like faster than the hovercraft. You just need to like stay close enough to Oglok to not lose him.
You can actually go in front of him. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so I need to like follow him along. Just...
Yesterday's news.
It's again like if you get too far away, the mission will fail, but it works both ways. So if you go too fast, you can also fail.
Yeah, like distance in both directions. Yeah.
But you can actually
ending.
save time doing this because like the mission doesn't check for like where OG Loke is. So as long as you haven't like lost him, it's just when you get there. So as you can see, you can trigger it like way earlier than intended.
Yeah, I just spawned it at the end here. Unfortunately, now we have to kind of. Well, could we switch the go-kart here? Actually, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I would get out and find out, but I don't want to.
All that I know from this like particular scene is that if you get out and get back in, it reactivates the radio because the radio is disabled.
Yeah.
Obviously, back in the day, you'd use that for like marathon, but nowadays, radio's not
the
happening.
opposite. Yeah.
They don't want you no more.
Yeah. So I guess you can get out the go-kart then without failing.
I mean,
instantly.
you definitely can. As for like switching vehicles, it's more the fact that like, because I've had this before where I was doing a run and I flipped the go-kart and blew it up, and there's like no other traffic on the road, so eventually I just failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like there isn't really that many opportunities to switch cars.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the go-kart's fine. It's like the way this works is it's like every time the closer you are to Oglok, the faster he goes.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a bit more complicated, but that's close enough.
You rubber bands.
Yeah. It's like inverse rubber banding, right? Oh no, that's correct rubber banding. Yeah.
Whatever. I
Yeah.
always call it rubber banding as a catch-all term.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, but the end of this mission, it does check where Loke is. So like you can't drive massively far ahead and hit the end trigger because you have to wait for Loke anyway. So like if you went too far ahead, he'd start slowing down. So it's best to like basically do this the intended but fast way. You know, like the closer you stick to him the whole time, the faster the mission goes.
Yep. So I need to just at the end here, I need to just skip the cutscenes and hold the phone call button and just pray that there's a phone call. If not, we take a detour to trucking. My hood is under attack. Very interesting.
Nice.
So it's coming up here. Just need to. I normally would get off and like goof around, but then the phone call rings, so I need to not do that. So we can hear it. It always audibly rings, and I am holding a phone call maybe, but I'm on mission 1. Yeah, okay. So I'm holding a phone call, but I didn't get on mission 0 from it. So yeah, we need to take a detour to trucking now. So if you have anything you want to read now, Arjik, now's a good time.
Very much. Again, just want to give you an update to some of our incentives that we have coming up later on today. We have the Pokemon block coming up. Again, we do have some Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, as well as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Ruby and Sapphire is determining which board you're playing, either Ruby or Sapphire. Sapphire is winning right now with $120, where Ruby is currently sitting with nothing. So if you are a fan of the Ruby run, you're going to have to get your donations in for that one. And then Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, of course, we do have the names of our Pokemons here. We have the Fuecoco name at the moment, currently sitting with Lordmouth 5 at $100 there, Joshimas at 67, Leo at 50, Jungleer at 15, and Super Hot Fire at 10. If you want to add your own name to it, or you want to increase the lead of one of the others, then feel free to donate to them, as well as having the Flamingo Pokemon name as well. Currently, we have Bromigo at $20 and Bromigo at $5. So it sounds like we're having a bra and a bro moment here on these ones. So it'll be interested to see how that one finishes. But do keep your donations coming in. They're all benefiting the Alzheimer's Fund. And we're almost at $61,000 here. Can we get that by the end of this run?
Thank you, yeah. Why is Lordmore ahead of me on the...
I don't know.
What?
I don't know, right?
When did
Why
that
is
happen?
Lordmouth ahead?
Yeah,
like, can we get Joshimas up into the lead now? Let's get Fuecoco is Joshimas. There we go. That's what we need.
Yeah, I blinked till I missed it. Like I was winning and then I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm more questioning how like there are several different people repeating that name and none of them are saying it correctly.
Lordmouth the 5th?
Lordmouth the 5th. Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I've set up trucking again, and now we have the old drive backs. Yeah. I believe I did everything correctly to skip this. I just got unlucky, lol, and you lose like 3 minutes or something.
Like San Andreas is inconsistent enough that you can just blame the game for everything, and at least like 50% of the time it isn't your fault anyway, so you can just get away with it.
Yeah.
Like by default, it's probably just unlucky.
Yeah. It'd be nice to find a strat there. I don't think for modern runs they actually use this, because they just vigilante OM0.
Yeah, just set it
their
up.
way through. Yeah, everything. So they just drive a police bike and just get OM0 for free with the frame limiting thing, but
Yeah.
yeah, I have to pray for RNG instead. All right, here we go. So, back at the place. This is where I should have been. Now I'm going to hold the phone call, detonate the thing. I didn't save this time, so it should blow up. Okay, good. Then I walk into here, release the call. We get a bunch of subtitles on the screen. Blub, blub, blub. There we go. And now I'm on mission 0 again. All I have to do is remember to stop the car before the end of the mission and get out and hold the phone call, because I normally forget to do that and just pass the mission and not have a on mission 0 call, and it's upsetting.
Yeah, this mission is very epic. It's a very long, complicated one. What you do is you drive to Grove Street and the mission passes.
Yeah.
Very, very hard end game.
Hey, there's riot mode happening in a
True,
bit.
yeah. So what they did instead was they made this really awful mechanic called riot mode, where basically you can drive past any car and it might just randomly set on fire and blow you up.
Yeah.
It's very awesome. I love just driving down the street and just getting insta-killed. It's a very cool mechanic.
Oh, yeah, so this car's on fire here that I just went and drove around.
Yeah, so if you get unlucky enough, like, it can, you know, like the 5-second timer for when a car sets on fire and then explodes can just be happening, like, right as you go past it.
Yep.
So you can just get, like, before you even see the cars on fire, you're already dead.
That actually killed my last run.
Yeah, it's such an awful mechanic. Like, how did this get into the game?
Yeah. It's because law. It's the Los Angeles riots of '92 or whatever. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, but just if it's this bad, don't do it, you know?
Right, so I'm going to hold the phone call. We got good, sweet voice line RNG. We get holding the phone call, we get here, and now it's time for the final dupe of the run.
Yeah.
And in traditional fashion, it's a complicated, weird one.
Yep.
Couldn't just be easy.
But it does save, like, an obscene amount of time.
Yep. Right, so I'm going to run over here. I'm going to do the thing where I walk in the non-duping edge, Lego the phone call. And I believe this is the strat you found, Ben?
So, like, basically, like, what we're going to do is we're going to, like, skip a lot of gang territories. And back in the day, like, the setup for the skip was... basically what it was doing was, like, you would have to bring homies with you. And then they would sometimes, like, randomly bail out. So it was, like, a big, like, run killer. So then... it was like it was looked into. Somebody like randomly posted on Speedrun.com forums, I think, that like they'd managed to somehow like activate the marker without any homies, and they didn't know why. So then obviously it was like, oh, maybe you can do it without homies. Like maybe this person's figured it out. So myself and my roommate at the time, Marcus. So I'm going to see for dinner tonight, by the way. Great guy, Marcus. Let me stay with him when I was living here for 2 years. We were just like randomly messing about with it to see if there was any way to do it. And I did find a setup. It isn't actually what's currently used, but I did find a setup to make it consistent. And then like 25 minutes later or something, someone found an even easier setup that's usually used for runs.
All right, that's what happened.
Yeah, so I can't take any credit because Marcus was the one with the idea, my roommate, for the first one. I just did it and recorded it and showed how to do it. And then it didn't end up getting used anyway. But basically, like, all that you need to know is that there is a way now that somebody randomly found on speedrun.com to like do all of this setup where you abandon homies at a certain time. I forget exactly how it works, but you can like recruit homies and the game checks for like a certain follower count, and Caesar is included with that. But then the game doesn't check like how many of them are your Grove Street followers and how many of them are Caesar and stuff like that. It just literally checks like the marker spawns once you've got so many people following you. But it only checks it at certain times of like the mission. So if you get to a scenario where you can like, in this particular setup, you recruit more than you need and then you ditch them at a certain time, the marker will still be there because as far as the game is concerned, you still have the right amount of followers at the right amount of time. It's something like that.
All right, Ben, this is a great explanation, but you've explained the first 5 seconds of the mission and I'm almost done.
Yeah,
Can we speed this up?
Yeah, sorry. So it is very long and complicated. Okay, so as we say, this dupe is going to be done to skip the requirement for End of the Line Part 1. End of the Line Part 1 requires you to complete all the gang territories. Okay, so lots of Desperados, go through the mission, blast everyone with rockets. Then Josh is going to leave one guy alive because he needs to remotely like finish the mission, okay? He's going to stick a satchel charge, hopefully. That's good that he's gone behind the fence, though. That's good.
Yeah. Are you there?
So he's going to stick a satchel charge to one of the guys. So then whenever he activates the satchels, the mission's going to pass in a few seconds, right? This is tricky because like sometimes Caesar can randomly die, sometimes the guy can randomly die. It's really annoying, but he's going to drive back to Grove Street. And then what he's going to do is, obviously, the same as what we talked about with home invasion in Instapath before, when the mission passes, basically it's going to try and teleport him back to where like the mission was originally going to like end, right? It teleports him in the cutscene. But if Josh activates the like the what's it called?
Satchel.
The satchel, yeah, the detonator, and then walked into his house in Grove Street at the right time when it's about to teleport him, it stops him from being teleported, right? So I'll show you that, and then we'll do like a little play-by-play. I'll let you do the rest because it's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
We need to get him to a hospital.
Yeah, I need an audio cue here. So.
Yeah. So
You done more than enough, Holmes.
shut up for a
You should
second.
get back to the Grove.
All right, S.A. I'll see you after all this is settled down.
Thanks, CJ. and Good luck, my friend.
That's good.
Yeah, very good.
Seemed good.
Nice.
Hey, okay. So our reward is doing exactly the same thing again.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Yeah. So I missed a step. It's a minor one. It only makes the whole thing work. Josh was holding a call beforehand, and what he did was he activated the satchel to blow it up and finish the mission. But then he walked into Grove Street. But then CJ doesn't have control because he's in a cutscene. But then he's inside Grove Street, which is like why the weird like interior mode thing was happening. And then he lets go of the call to gain control, walks outside of Grove Street, and then basically what needs to happen is at a really particular time, like when the mission is like passing or about to pass or something, he needs to start the mission a second time and sort of like chain the end of one mission to the start of the next one. And basically all that does is it's like a really particular dupe setup, because if you just dupe this mission normally, it just doesn't work for whatever reason. I don't know why. But this particular like long and convoluted setup, it's basically done so you can complete Los Desperados twice, and then, as I said before, you skip End of the Line Part 1, which is the part of the final mission. The final mission has 3 checkpoints. It's Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, but they're all coded as like separate missions. So End of the Line Part 1 is the only one that requires you to actually have completed all the gang territory stuff. So if you skip that, then you can just walk to Grove Street, and because of the fact that the mission is in like 3 parts, if you fail one section of the mission, once you've already like completed it, then it just takes you right to like the second checkpoint at Grove Street. So you can just go back and start the mission at Grove Street again. So then what's going to happen is Josh is going to like finish this, like he's going to do this intended now, and just blast his way through the mission. So this will be like 2 instances of it completed, and then that will skip End of the Line Part 1. He'll go to the Grove Street marker, and it will skip him straight to End of the Line Part 2, which is after you've had the boss fight with Big Smoke and everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, very long, complicated setup. I apologize. It's very difficult to explain in such a short amount of time.
It's alright. Yeah, the Hazer died again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the timing for the thing is like I need to. The timing for starting the mission again is what I need to have happen. Is I need the mission not to have passed enough to make it so that the next mission I would start there would be End of the Line. It still needs to be Los Desperados, but if I start it too soon, it just the first copy of Los Desperados doesn't end. Yeah. And I just I'm just doing the mission again, but like for nothing.
Yeah. So it's like a really particular.
I almost had perfect. That was my last rocket. That was almost perfect. Oh well.
Yeah. So as you'll see here,
yeah,
you don't even have to walk into the market, do you? It just does it straight away after.
Yeah. So I've killed everyone. The mission ends, and now we're gonna get a lovely surprise.
I forgot it. Just straight up does this.
Yep.
In this route.
And Big Smoke dies.
Straight to End of the Line.
Heart attack.
Yeah. So we go straight to the end of the game. So we just have 2 parts. We got Part 2 and Part 3 to do. Part 2 is escaping from the building that we just raided. Like, haha, right? And then Part 3 is just the long auto-scrollery drivey thing. I didn't kill the shotgun guy. That's unfortunate.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not worried about dying.
The big thing about this mission, which I learned the hard way when I was first learning this game, is like the more time you try and take to like fight your way through people, the more damage you'll take, because obviously it's like a sitting duck with like everyone shooting at you. They all have like really disgusting weapons.
Hello?
But if you slide all the way through, you barely take any damage. Like you've got to be confident with this. And as you can see, like with the whole like building being on fire, like you're intended to take like a fire extinguisher here and put them out. But you can just kind of like tank your way through it and jump over most of the fire.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's very low visibility, so it's like quite a tricky mission to learn.
Yeah, this smoke above my head is just a particle effect that's just following CJ.
Yeah.
You'll see it properly in a second when I get outside. It looks really dumb. Yeah, it's the classic. It's the classic. Like if you just run past the person, you take less damage than if you actually like kill them, right?
Try and shoot them, yeah.
Yeah, it's just fast.
And there is like
run.
plenty of armor or pickups and stuff on every single floor, so
Yep.
it's pretty hard to die here if you know what you're doing.
Don't say that now.
This room is like the only kind of scary one that you can.
Yeah,
but
I am
again,
actually going to take it safe here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, you've got plenty of time. Yeah, like this one you could just slide through, but as you can see, like he's already lost like half his health there. So if you do get shot, you take a ton of damage because these guys all have assault rifles.
Let's just go. I think that's alright. I was playing it very safe. Yeah, just this last room. Yeah. All right, and now I'm going to take this armor. It's completely pointless, just to be extra safe.
Yep.
And that's it.
Now, yeah, there's like a whole little weird thing here. So he's going to walk out, and he's going to immediately start falling.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing, we never
You can
entered.
see the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never entered and fought our way in through the building. So instead, we just go and head out. Brilliant. Yeah, we just head all the way out of the building. We fall out of bounds. The game then puts us in like a safe position, which is just like on the pavement nearby. And then we just run to the trigger that we would have been in front of the building here where the cutscene's taking place. And it takes us to end of the line part 3, which is just like a victory lap kind of around the map, isn't it, basically?
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yep. Just need to follow the truck for a bit, and then Sweet will jump off of it, and then I rescue Sweet, and then we get an auto-scroller where I have to shoot, and then that's it.
Yep.
So, yeah, I guess we're good for the rest of the donations as soon as someone walks up and starts talking to Arjik. Angry face. Yeah, go ahead, Arjik. It's a good time for donations.
Awesome. Well, we got a $5 donation from 6464, simply saying, Hazer! Bible thump.
Very good, yes.
And then we got a $50 donation from the slowest poke that just says, hi. And they're putting it towards a new name for the flamingo Pokemon called Slomigo.
Okay.
And then finally got a $25 donation from Kata saying, hello world. And they're also naming the flamingo Pokemon, but this time it's Long Shrimp.
Okay.
Must be a programmer.
Quite possibly.
$40 away from 61K, by the way.
We are almost there. Who is going to snipe the 61K? Which donation is going to make it and come in here before the end of this run? Remember, this is the last mission. Who is going to do it? Let's find out.
You've got like, what, 4 minutes?
Or
or
more than that, I think. Isn't it like 6? Isn't the final auto scroll like 6 minutes?
Oh, maybe. Something like that. You've got like 5-ish minutes.
The auto-scroller is like free.
Oh, free. I'm doubling it. Okay, yeah.
You've got like 5 minutes.
Just donate now!
Quick, grab your phone.
Yeah.
So there is like, as Josh was saying, like there is like one final thing that can go wrong. So this game was made back before like every single auto scroller was like scripted traffic. So this, the fire truck is just instead programmed to just absolutely body all of the cars that go through it. Like it just runs through it like it's nothing. And there's a section where, is it Pulaski? Yeah, it is Pulaski, right? No, Tenpenny comes out and starts like stamping on Sweet's fingers.
I think it's just a random cop.
Oh, is it just? Oh, yeah. Tenpenny's driving, isn't he?
Yeah,
trying to escape. So yeah. Anyway, someone comes out and starts like stamping on Sweet's fingers, and you have like maybe 15 seconds, maybe to like drive underneath him and catch him in the car before
By the way,
you fail the mission.
Shoutouts to 100% that train.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
continue.
During 100%, you would grab that train because it's like a really short one and use that for freight missions.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but it can be sort of like scary because of the fact that obviously like. If you get the wrong car bounced in the wrong place, sometimes they can like completely block you as they're being like thrown about everywhere by the fire truck. So it is kind of scary. There's like literally the last input that can go wrong in the run. Like the auto scroller is like unfailable, pretty much. So yeah, it's good to like despawn traffic here to try and minimize that. Because if that bus got launched, Josh would be in trouble.
Oh no.
Speaking of,
Oh, okay. Oh, this thing is gonna stay there. Okay, we're
Yeah, you should be fine.
Hooray!
There you go. And that's it.
That's it.
Yep, almost there. Just one more auto scroller, just shooting a bunch of dudes. But yeah, it's just a victory lap at this point. It's such a the auto scrollers in this game are very easy because consoles, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, I guess. Do we have any like shout outs and
final
stuff
words?
we can say? Yeah.
I mean,
I guess like
floor is yours.
shout outs to everyone who helps me learn the game, like Proudnet, Omega, Ultra Girl, Glomerous. I'm gonna forget people, but so many people are like trying to help me, like because I'm like one of the few people who are running this without the frame limiter. So it's like there's like a regular route, and then there's like a Josh like boomer route where we have to try to make work with like the new strats and stuff.
61K.
Hey, nice. 61K. Oh yeah. Yeah. So thanks to everyone who helps me. Shoutouts to my stream and stuff, I guess, who put up with me running this game.
I guess.
Reset, I guess.
I hate
resetting in like
the
Los
people who
Santos.
pay my bills, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I didn't really prepare anything for this, so I don't know. Do you guys have anything you want to say?
Shout outs to your lovely commentators.
Oh yeah, sure. To Romic, yeah.
Because you didn't even thank me last time either.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Thank you, Ben, for doing a lot of the explanation work. Thank you, Rekelt, for doing the rest of the explanation work. I've been mostly silent the rest of the run. Just comment.
Ben is doing the good stuff. I'm not stopping him.
Yeah, I guess if you have more donations to read, you might as well do them in now.
We do indeed. We have got a $15 donation from Kez161 that says, "Hey, it's Woozy. So since Big Smoke and Tenpenny are done for, now we can finally proceed with the casino heist, right, Carl?"
Yeah.
We also have a $41 donation from Poggy the Frostlass saying, "Yay, ESA," and putting that towards the Fuecoco's name of Jungle Era. And then finally a $50 anonymous donation saying, "Thank you all for everything y'all are doing. It's wonderful." And putting that towards the Shenso Club All Areas Plum cosplay that will be happening tomorrow.
Thank you, yes.
And that, of course, does put us over the $61,000 there,
Hey.
and a hand before the end of the run.
Nice, thank you. All right.
You forgot the most important shout out. To your mama, your fans, and your dealer.
What?
He doesn't know the mission.
No.
No,
Management issues.
Yeah.
No, I have no idea. All right.
10 quadrillion hours in the game and still doesn't know every single reference.
I've never 100%ed this game.
You haven't?
Nope, never. Not a single time. Not even like a
Wow.
speed run.
Wow.
Never done it.
It's what Will Smith says in management issues.
Oh, okay. Hello, friend.
So this is the
Almost there.
the final sort of
I guess there is one final thing we could say where the rules used to say timing
yeah.
ends when the fire truck goes over the bridge.
Yeah.
So Trollbear read the rules, took a fire truck, just spawned in at the start of the run, took a fire truck, drove it to the bridge, stopped the time, and submitted it as world record. Which was technically correct, because that's what the rules said. But
Yeah.
we updated it to say 10 pennies fire truck at the end. Yeah, his comes up time. I'm ready with the Bhutan. I guess I'll look at it. And
We got the motherfucker.
time. Hooray! Funny enough, that would have been PB if I hadn't used copious amounts of on-mission zero changes and safety staves. But hey-ho, that's San Andreas any %. That's what I expected going in. That's what I said I was going to do. Just used all the safety saves and everything. So yeah, what can you do? Yeah. 10 minutes if there's any cool things I want to show according to tech.
2 silly glitches.
What silly...
Monster truck glitch.
The monster truck glitch is like always played before the run in the preview.
Do it anyway.
You fly,
Do it anyway.
you fly under the map in some Fierro, behind the construction site. So you can fly under the map by going into that
Oh,
building.
I could fly under the map. Yeah.
Go to Liberty City. It only takes like an hour.
Yeah, I don't know if flying under the map or all over there is that worth it. I don't know anyway. I'm not sure. No, I'll leave it to Argic to stall. Sorry, tech. I wasn't prepared. Like a glitch exhibition, I don't know if I can just pull out. I've already pulled out my bonus run of stunt jumps.
You could just let the credits play. They take like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just let the ending play out. That's all right. But yeah, thanks a lot for watching. We got another $60 donation.
We do indeed. It's going to make you happy. We've got a $60 donation from Athreas that says, "Donating one-handed because Doggo is on my other hand. This has been an epic run, Josh. Thank you all." And they put that $60 to the Fuecoco name.
Oh.
Putting Joshimus in the lead right now.
Yeah.
Right now, Joshimus is currently winning the Fuecoco naming incentive.
Oh, look at all the people's names that donated during the run. Scroll across the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks
Shout out to
everyone.
Bon Jovi.
Yeah. Lots of GTA people names here as well, and Josh community names. Yeah, thanks everyone for the donations. Squiggly Lines subbed. I know Squiggly Lines.
You know what's up, Smoke.
That's not a joke, guys. I recognize the Squiggly Lines.
Those lines sure are squiggly. He ain't wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot, everyone. Yeah, Alzheimer's, I guess I could talk about Alzheimer's. Yeah, it's a really good cause. I personally have been affected by it, not me, but my nan. When she passed away with dementia, it was pretty... it was pretty shit. I'll just put it that way, right? Like, Alzheimer's is really crap. So yeah, if we could do anything we can to like help. Alzheimer Fonden, yeah, they're a research company. They just your money. They allocate it to like the scientists and stuff doing the research to try to find cures and stuff. And actual progress is actually being made. I know it's like the like typical thing to say, but like recently they have found like biomarkers and stuff that let me identify like the thing that causes it. I can't remember the terms. The piece of paper is over there, so I'm not ready. But like, yeah, like they're actually making like good progress and things are improving. So yeah, it'd be really nice if we keep supporting them and help raise. I think the goal of this event is $135,000.
Yep.
And I don't think it's been announced yet, so I guess I could do it now. If we raise 100 and... I'll wait for them to be loud.
Premature celebration.
Yeah. This is a great time to announce this. If we raise $135,000, which is our goal for this event, ESA as a whole would have raised $1 million for charity over its lifetime, over its like 10-ish years of being existing. So that's the goal for the event. Yeah, that would be really cool. We have like, I don't know if Ednal has it prepared, but we have special things to do if we reach that milestone, which I hope he's done. So yeah, get your donations in. We're going to push for 135K. We got 2 days left. The last day is always insane, completely stacked. Yeah, so please, Alzheimer's. Let's just be Alzheimer's. It's terrible. Yeah, that's it. That's the credits. They play for a bit. We can listen to the funny phone call at the end once I can skip the credits.
So Josh, I have the funny bit of paper.
You have the funny bit of paper.
I do have the funny bit of paper. So, a researcher at Uppsala University, which has been funded by Alzheimer's Fonden, has recently discovered an antibody that has the potential to become the first disease-modifying drug against Alzheimer's.
Yep.
This could be the first step towards the cure, and all your money there, as we say, we're hitting that amazing potential $1 million target there overall. You are helping out fund potentially life-saving medicine, you know? So do please keep them coming in.
Yep. Progress is being made. Once we find some stuff that can like alter the gene or the thing, then we can like make progress on something that actually stops it, right? So yeah, it's all good stuff. Any final words, you two?
Oh, great job. All things considered, it wasn't too bad. Like San Andreas USJ's was pretty clean, and then this one like went about as expected. So can't really complain.
How as expected, yeah. It was.
I didn't expect Monte to crash.
Yeah.
I did.
Yep. Yeah, that one weird crash I had in Los Venturas, I still don't understand that. Very strange. Yep. Can't skip the cutscenes yet.
We have to wait for the desert.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing. The credits are only skippable once we get in the desert, once the camera flies through the tube. There's a phone call I want to listen to at the end if we get it.
You know what's weirder is that GTA 3 has that same thing where you can only skip it like after a certain point. Vice Cities are just skippable. And in San Andreas, they went back to the old thing of it only being skippable at a certain point.
I mean, I do like reading the credits in the video games. You do, like, even like this like 20-year-old game, there's like so many people that made it.
Yeah.
It was like, it's ridiculous. I only like, if you read like the credits for a modern game, you're there for like an hour, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm out of things to say. What's up next, dog?
Coming up next, we got some RoboCop. We're going into a really fun block, basically. We're going to like kind of old school games, or as I like to call them, the retro games.
Right.
And we know I see Tiny Tim over there. That's why I'm saying that one there. But yeah, we got some RoboCop, some Manic Miner coming up, and then some Survival Kids 2. And afterwards, Reek, you're involved in something. You've organized this. It's a bit of a quirk, isn't it?
There'll be 20 people around me at the time.
Right.
Might know. Hopefully they will. I don't know. Up to their discretion. We're gonna do the BSG and Friends Quirk Run with 20 different people that are all involved in one way or another with BSG. I'm only going to do one level. I have to do the talking together with Shadow Frost and Ruslan. So that'll be great.
DJ Pooh, by the way, my favorite person in the credits.
I love DJ Pooh.
It's a recurring character in GTA, isn't it, at this point? It's like a radio host, I think. DJ Pooh.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right, we got a question for you, Josh, here. $5 donation from Wirecon that says, nice run, Josh. When you doing a 100% definitive edition run?
Yeah. Yeah, the 100% of this game is like absolutely insane. It's like, what's the world record? Like 12 hours?
Yeah, like 11 something.
Yeah.
Dupes, yeah.
Yeah, with
half,
dupes
maybe.
and stuff. Yeah, like the very first time I do a run, it will not be anywhere near that fast. So
Yeah,
it's like,
like 15 hours or something is like
yeah.
for a beginner run.
So I'd have to do like a ton of segmented runs. And
Even
stuff.
less generous.
No.
Yeah. Hopefully, I think this is the transition that takes us to the thing, right? Eventually,
Right, yeah,
we'll see the thing.
Ages.
Yeah, this is the one. Right, we should be able to skip any second now. Stalling for time complete. I'm sorry I was too fast. I made the estimate as high as I did, yeah, because everything can go wrong. And also 420 is a funny meme. Right, let's find this phone call. Hopefully this is the fun one. No, it's not. Okay, well, that was worthwhile.
That's
All right, excellent. Perfect. That's perfect analogy for this run. Thanks a lot for watching. Yeah, Arg, play me out.
Playing you, buddy. We are going to head off to a quick break. We're going to get ourselves set up for RoboCup. This is ESE Winner 23. Don't go anywhere. You're going to enjoy the next couple of runs.